In one small town, the weather service has issued a yellow alert, but the rain doesn't scare the stray cats. In the middle of the night, and in the middle of a dark alley, only one store is open. Its owner realizes that, because of this rain, there will be no customers again tonight. With a smile, he looks at the door and hopes that someone will forget his umbrella and look for a place to shelter from the rain. Then he covers his eyes and thinks about what a good man he is, hoping that this small act of kindness and romance will bring him an income. All the while, there is a kettle with freshly brewed tea on the wooden table, and a mug with a hot towel next to it. The city clock reads almost 1:30 in the morning. In the narrow alleyways, there is some kind of skirmish. A girl is being chased by a tall and large bald man. Despite her fragility and elegance, the girl with sharp elf-like ears swings her sword and strips the bandit of his wrist. At the same moment, two more bandits rush towards her. They are going to kill the elf once and for all. And then the girl makes an elegant movement with two fingers pointing small daggers at her opponent. A moment later, one of them is already in the head of the bandit. The elven girl's movements are quick and agile. The girl takes this opportunity to get behind the second bandit and threaten him with her clawed hands. After a short pause, the girl grabs the man by the neck with both hands and makes a sharp movement, thus turning his head. Immediately afterwards, the bandit falls lifelessly to the ground. The girl manages to win the skirmish, but despite her victory, her body is wounded. She painfully puts her palm on her thigh, from which scarlet blood oozes. Looking at the blood in her hands, she realizes that she has broken a few ribs, but it is not that bad, and it could have been much worse. Leaning on her cane, she realizes that she needs to find shelter in order to heal herself, which will take at least an hour. Walking through the dark streets at some point, she notices the store. A yellow light shines brightly from there, indicating that the place is open. Looking in its direction, the girl is slightly surprised that it is a bookstore. She is genuinely surprised that it is the only one open in this weather. Without a moment's thought, the girl is about to enter, and suspects that this can't be an ordinary coincidence. Holding her bloody wound in her side, she begins to suspect that this hiding place might be a trap. But at the same time, the girl realizes that she has no other choice now. With tension, she realizes that she needs to hide as soon as possible. Immediately, she places her fragile palm on the door and ponders for a while before pushing it forward. Eventually, she makes up her mind to do so and makes a push. The doors open quickly and wide in the same instant. It takes a while longer for the girl to look around the bookstore premises as closely as possible. At the same moment, she is noticed by the owner of the place. He sits behind the receptionist's desk and reads some book with a red cover. But then, a wide smile appears on his face. He says, "Welcome to the girl," as a sign of his greeting. Then he squints and says that he has waited so long for such a beautiful guest. He then looks her over and realizes that this visitor is full of stories everywhere he looks. He's going to use his sales skills. He then turns to the guest and tells her that he has hot towels that he can use to keep warm. Looking at the table with towels, the girl suspects that it's not just a coincidence that the store has everything she needs right now. She takes a towel and wipes her face with it, saying that she doesn't need to get warm, but thanks the salesman. Then she starts thinking about what faction the shopkeeper is from, listing all the options in her head. She also remembers the madman at the Pueblo's party. Noticing the energy that the man exudes, the girl realizes that he is not a simple bookstore owner. In turn, the guy extends his hand to the girl and says, "It's amazing how fate can sometimes bring two strangers together." Using the technique of psychological suggestion, the guy tells the girl that he has noticed the predicament she is in. And that's when the girl falls for it. The words about the problems don't make any sense and are just psychological suggestion. Following this, the girl confirms the fact that she is in a difficult situation with a bit of anxiety. As soon as the visitor relaxes and starts complaining, Lynn immediately starts pouring honey in their ears to get closer, faster. The girl herself is not sure she can trust the guy, and therefore agrees in his words to explore his personality and personal goals. As they start pouring tea into cups, the guy voices his suspicions about the girl's relationship problems. Next, the guy is going to use blurred speech. At the time, he has a smirk on his face. And then Lin leaves room for maneuver for himself and the girl. But the girl does not understand what the guy means, and whether he is trying to confuse her or has already known everything for a long time. Immediately after that, the guy offers the girl to sit down and talk about it, and for this purpose he moves the chair away from the table. That's when the girl gives in and sits down at the table. She thinks about the fact that Lin could not have guessed everything only if he had not controlled the situation from the beginning. Warming her fingers on a cup of hot tea, the girl suddenly starts to tell the guy that she was betrayed. Lowering her head, the girl looks at her reflection in the cup of tea. She tells him that there is only one guy to blame for everything that happened. And now the egg of a magical being capable of seducing the mind is on the head of the bookstore owner's new guest. Things have gone so far that the guy she's talking about has used the powers of the organization to destroy former friends. But the store owner doesn't know about all of this and thinks it's just the usual female drama. He's going to find the right medicine. Gently taking the teacup by the handle, the guy says that just because a girl has experienced betrayal doesn't mean it will happen to everyone. She still suspects that he knew everything a long time ago, and continues the dialogue agreeing with the bookstore owner's words. The girl goes on to say that this betrayal cost her dearly and hurt her deeply. She has already seen the ugliness of human nature. At this point, Lin realizes that the girl is hurt and suspects that it is all because of some guy who cheated on her for a long time. That's when a master of eloquence like him enters the fray. Lin tells the girl that now she has no pity for the people who hurt her. Opening her mouth in surprise, the girl realizes that this guy probably wants to use him to devise some kind of plan against the hunters. Realizing that the guy is a high-ranking dark mage, the girl sitting at the table asks what she should do now. Continuing on, Lin snarkily resorts to purposeful advice. He suggests that the girl take revenge on her abusers. Thus, Lin retains the visitor by making him an offer, considering all the circumstances, and which is very different for the better from the rest. Shocked and shaken, the girl wonders if she should reject someone and realizes that she is not morally ready for it. Not worrying about the fact that not everything goes according to plan, Lin holds out a book to the girl saying that it will help her in her problem. In turn, the guy realizes that this book called Confession is not simple at all and will be perfect for such a confused girl. But the girl herself at this moment sees the book Blood and the Beast in front of her. The publication looks like something in the realm of dark magic. She sincerely doesn't understand why the shopkeeper gave her this book now. And in general, it is the first time she hears such a title. A moment later, she opens the book and it is instantly covered with thick, dark scarlet blood. The girl's body begins to be enveloped by a strange force that literally absorbs her into itself. The elven girl doesn't understand what is happening. Suddenly, the girl's sensations change. She feels as if a multitude of thick tentacles encompasses her body. Somewhere in front of her, she can see the aggressive silhouette of an animal. She realizes that this is a real transformation into an animal. The girl herself is in a state of shock. For her now, even the tea turns into a stream of blood. After a while, she quickly and anxiously closes the book, thinking about the power of transformation into a beast that is obtained and controlled by blood. Hunters get their power from fantasy beasts due to injecting themselves with dangerously tainted blood. Shaking with terror and fear, the girl realizes that the higher the concentration of tainted blood, the greater the hunter's power, but it leads to death. Looking back at the store owner in shock, the girl realizes that he has figured out a way to control this tainted blood that will undermine the power system. And then the guy confirms that the girl must do what she says, and not for remorse, but to be honest with herself. At the same time, he thinks that if the broken woman looks strong, she is actually still sad inside. Just a couple of words of comfort and a recommendation of a good book, as the guest is already on the verge of tears. Next, the guy quotes words from a book he's read recently. He puts his hand on the girl's shoulder and thus tries to comfort her. The words he's quoting are from a book called Confession. That's what the shopkeeper recommended to his guest. Then, continuing to quote words from the book, the guy manages to keep control over the girl with the help of such a psychological technique. Continuing to say something without stopping, the guy assures himself that calming people down is his true specialty. Then he boils it all down to the final conclusion. After the guest has vented his emotions, you need to give him positive guidance. Looking at the tense girl, Lin realizes that she lacks the confidence to act and solve the problems she will face. All of this was a lesson in Mr. Lin's eloquence. He thinks too much of himself and thinks he can teach others such things. Eventually, Lin picks up the teacup and offers the girl a drink to a brand new future. In response, the girl chokes him and thanks Lin for the advice she will definitely follow in the future. Immediately after that, she makes a sharp and quick shake of her head, thus starting to drink the tea sip by sip. In turn, Lin realizes that her cup is boiling, because he just wanted to warm her up from the inside, and she drank it almost in one gulp. But then Lin realizes that the girl is fine, which means that the power of the legendary skeleton is really incredible. Lin then hands the girl a library card, and asks her to fill it out since she will be leaving here with the book. The girl then starts to get unnervingly nervous for some reason and anxiously shakes her lips with her teeth banging against each other. Eventually, she signs the library card that the bookstore owner had handed her before. Seeing her name, Ji Jixue Lin, recalls the famous tycoon Ji Bonon, who was in charge of underground resource development in the lower city. Nervous drops of sweat appear on his face. He realizes that this is exactly the name of that tycoon's only daughter. In an instant, Lin's eyes light up because he realizes that with Ji Jiksue, he can earn enough money to repair the store. Then he tries to calm himself down because money is a regularity. He tells Ji Jiksue that the maximum delay in turning in a book is a week. Lin also gives the girl an umbrella along with the book because it is still raining heavily outside. Carefully intercepting the umbrella from Lin's hands, Jiksue thanks him for the help the bookstore owner has given her. After that, the girl suddenly asks Lin if they could get to know him better. Lin is shocked but doesn't show it. He has a hard time calming down at the sight of Jiksue, but he responds with dignity by introducing himself as Lin Jie, the bookstore owner. Then Jiksue realizes that Lin does not plan to reveal his identity, but he is on her side. Eventually, she is about to leave, wishing him a good night. Finally, Lin Jie asks the girl to take care of herself and sees her off with a radiant and wide smile on his face. As soon as the girl leaves Lin smugly and relieved, thinking that another good deed has been done, he feels just fine. At the same time, Lin Jie remembers the creature that made him cross over to this world. He thinks that's why he was sent here. But then his thoughts get clouded, and he only thinks about cleaning up and preparing for the next visitor. At this time, Ji Jiksue returns to her home. She leans on her cane and covers herself with an umbrella against the heavy rain. She thinks Lin is a creepy guy, but realizes that she needs to deal with the traitor and then go back and meet him again. But at some point, the girl's attention is drawn to a figure that makes her wince in shock. With her knees slightly bent, Ji Jiksue gets into a fighting stance. On the horizon not far away from her, the figure of some person can be seen. This person is wearing a hat in the shape of a cylinder, and on it hangs a cross. In his hands is an umbrella hiding him from the rain. Among the thin and long fingers of this man, there is some book which he clutches tightly in his hand. Everything that happens gradually unfolds on the continent of Azir, in a city called Nozen, and the bookstore with the owner Lin is located there. The guy keeps going through the books on the racks. At one point, he pulls out a book called Rituals and Magic. He wrote it himself and feels a warm nostalgia reading it. In the year 2017, Lin Jie is in the university library and was a doctoral student in folklore studies. One of his students is in the same library and at one point tells her teacher that it is time to close. But Lin Jie is not going to leave and wants to read some more. He suggests that the girls go and he will close the doors himself. The girl immediately agrees to his proposal, and saying goodbye to the teacher, Lin Jie says that they will see each other tomorrow. A friend is waiting for her on the way out. She is a little surprised that teacher Lin Jie is not going to leave yet. Then the pink-haired girl replies to her friend that Lin Jie loves books, and she has heard that the guy collects them. And while the girlfriends gossip among themselves about Lin Jie's teacher, the boy chooses a book to read. At some point, Lin Jie manages to find the very book that interests him. That's why he sighs with relief, but tiredly. After a while, Lin Jie closes himself in the library and recreates a magic circle there. He knows that wishes do not come true by magic, and therefore he has successfully prepared this place for further ritual. Lin Jie is ready to pay any price for the fulfillment of a wish, if there is even a glimmer of hope. Immediately after that, the boy confidently puts his palm on the magic circle and says aloud that he wants to get all the books of the world. It took Lin Jie some more time to realize whether something was happening during the ritual or not. Eventually, Lin Jie realizes that he has failed and begins scratching the back of his head tiredly and awkwardly. While Lin Jie dissolves in his despair and does not hope to get all the books of the world behind his back, appears a strange and terrifying creature. And at some point, this creature opens its mouth wide, and Lin Jie feels its loud and disgusting breath. Immediately after that, Lin Jie anxiously and abruptly turns back to see what exactly he was facing. A huge magical door with an eye in the center appeared behind his back. It looked as if it was here after being in hell. At that moment, Lin Jie realized that if he opened the door, his dream would come true, but at the cost of never returning to Earth. Despite such conditions, Lin Jie was fully prepared to pay the price and get all the books of the world. A smile appears on his face. After a short thought, Lin Jie stretched out his palm towards the door, and it instantly started to open. Thus, passing through that door, Lin Jie found himself in Nozen. Now, he is sitting in his store and drinking tea. The man reflects on the fact that all of this was a long time ago, and his current life is no different from before. Lin Jie is happy that he can update his bookshelves every day, and he still has so many books unread. But then Lin Jie also thinks about the fact that he hasn't had any new visitors for a long time, and his social skills don't seem to have deteriorated at all. With a sigh of relief and joy, Lin Jie remembers the girl he had recently. He hoped that today she would be happier too. In turn, Ji Jiksue is in a state of shock. the girl is very scared and tense. In front of her walks the very strange and unknown stranger in a high hat and with an umbrella in his hand. Eventually, the man simply walks past Jijiksue, but by doing so, he makes her body shake with fear. Suddenly, she realizes that she can't move, and her hands holding the cane and umbrella instantly freeze. At some point, the stranger stops and looks back toward Jijiksue in surprise. With a slight nod, the man approves of the girl's choice and says that she is very lucky to have such a thing. In turn, Jijiksui feels as if a huge green snake is coiled around her fragile and small body. Immediately afterward, the girl panics and leisurely raises her head to take a closer look at the passerby. But then her attention is drawn to the book in his hands, which bears the title Void and Silence. From fright and terrifying emotions, the girl even drops her umbrella. It continues to rain endlessly and heavily outside. Unable to stand on her feet, Jijiksue leans against the wall and falls to the ground. She doesn't quite understand who the passerby was. At this time, the unknown man is moving purposefully towards the very same Linjie bookstore. As soon as he steps inside, Linjie immediately greets him with words of welcome. The man begins to take off his hat. After a moment, Linjie recognizes the visitor as Frank and realizes that he has come here to return the book he has read. In turn, Frank silently puts a wide smile on his face and responds to Linjie's words. Immediately after that, the men start moving towards each other while talking to each other. While they are discussing among themselves how Lin gave the new visitor the book that Frank had already read, Ji Jikju herself is looking through the windows of the store from the street. Hearing their conversation, the girl is startled to realize that this stranger is Frank Wilde Black Faceless, and a dark mage of the destructive level. His distinguishing feature is a black mask on his face and dark green eyes like a real snake. One day, Frank Wilde got into a fight with one of the best fighters of the Secret Tower. An area of 10,000 kilometers was destroyed. At that time, there were many dead people in Nozen, and there were less than 100 destructive level creatures in the continent as a whole. Right now, Ji Jiksu was trying to recover and exhale after her chance encounter with Frank Wilde. At this moment, the girl somehow smirks achidically, realizing that Lin Jie is so cute interacting with a powerful supernatural being. After picking up the umbrella and starting to walk towards the house, the girl only thinks about the fact that she has stumbled upon an unusual person named Lin Jie. At this time, Lin Jie is trying to find a book suitable for Frank. He knows that a lonely old man just needs attention and company. Frank has 2 children with whom he is on bad terms. Everyone leaves him, and the magicians dislike him because of his looks, because he's lonely. While Frank is sipping hot tea, Linji involuntarily remembers how they met him 2 years ago. 2 years ago, Linjai was in his store as usual and met a new visitor who turned out to be Frank Wilde. Examining him, Linjie realizes that the visitor is quite interesting, and since he hides his face, he is definitely a loner. Self-confidently adjusting his glasses, Linjie realizes that this is a chance to communicate with such an interesting person, and if you are careful, you can make friends with him. Then Frank Wilde offers Linjai to take away some old books that should be of collector's value. Linjai answers the man with his consent, but before doing so, he asks him to wait for a while. At the same moment, the boy offers Frank some hot tea to get closer to him, but he refuses because he has a very ugly face. Linjai replies and assures Frank that he can't be afraid of him because he is a guest, and moreover, only stupid people look at the exterior without looking inside. For some time, Frank Wilde observes Linjai's habits and behavior in order to study and understand his personality. At the same moment, Frank takes off his cloak and is about to show courtesy by thanking Lin Jie for the hot black tea. At this moment, Linjai awkwardly realizes that Frank's face is rather strange than scary, as he said. Examining him, Lin Jie suspects that Frank is hiding scars under his mask, and judging from the books he brought, he is learning many languages. After a while, Frank Wilde puts the teacup back on the table and says that the tea is really good. Linjie takes the opportunity to mention that the books Frank brought contain studies of very rare and even dead languages, and smirking Linjai points out the fact that between the words and lines in each book lies magic, which is truly marvelous. At that moment, Frank Wilde turns to Lin Ji in shock and is surprised that he tells him so openly and directly. Frank is amazed that Lin Ji sensed the magical power of these manuscripts, even though he erased all traces and even a destructive magician would not have sensed it. Looking at the snide and crazy Lin Jie, Frank doesn't understand why he is so calm all the time and what kind of person he is. He thinks about how carefree Lin Jai is, and maybe he can sense the aura, but he is definitely not an ordinary person. And then Frank tells him that he does a little language research, and if Linjai doesn't mind, he can give his advice. Linjai decides to answer, and tells him that he is not an expert in linguistics, but he does research in related fields. He thinks it would be a good idea to point out a new direction and hands Frank a book called Wenzhou Dialect. Looking at the book, Lingjai starts to grin madly because he knows that this is one of the most complex dialects called the Devil's Language. At the same moment, Frank drops his teacup and stares at the book he received from Lin Jie. It looks different to him in a more demonic way. For a while longer, Frank Wilde remains in a stupor and shock. It makes his lower jaw drop back a little in surprise. But then Frank Wilde starts laughing loudly and demonstratively, as if to show that he is happy to see such a book in front of him. At this moment, Lin Jie is smug with himself and realizes that he has succeeded. He confidently clenches his palm into a fist. In turn, Frank Wilde assures Lin Jie that this is a rare book, and he wonders where he managed to get it. Awkwardness instantly pierces Lin Jie's body, and he realizes that he can't tell the truth because they are not in China. Then Lin Jie tells that this is the language of one glorious and magnificent ancient civilization. Immediately after that, Lin Jie makes a tired and sad face, saying that he can no longer return to the place he is talking about. Listening to Lin Jie's words, Frank Wilde hears a nostalgic tone when he mentions the ancient civilization. Looking at Lin Jie, Frank perceives him as some kind of creepy creature that is connected to such a diabolical civilization and this book. At this point, Lin Jie extends his hand to Frank, saying that he still hasn't recognized his real name. Then Frank introduces himself by the same name and tells him that his situation is not worth mentioning. He then asks what Lin's name is. Now Lin Jie's reminiscences are interrupted by Frank Wilde himself. The bookstore owner flinches slightly in slight consternation. In turn, Frank tells him that, thanks to the Devil's Tongue, he has found a new direction, and now he needs more literature. Lin Jie realizes that Devil's Tongue is just a funny name, but Frank believes it. That's when the visitor signs the bibliography card. As soon as Frank Wilde finally signs the document, Lin Jie catches a good moment and wonders if he is going to take a new book. By the way, there is one memory of Frank Wilde in which it was a cold and snowy winter 40 years ago. The birds were chirping loudly on the branches of the trees. On that day, Frank Wilde himself was still very young, and something made him genuinely happy since he had a big smile on his face. Frank was on a cliff in front of a huge creature in the shape of a man. The creature looks old with a crown on his head and long gray hair, and at one point, the creature opens its mouth wide and utters just one word to get Frank killed. As Frank looks around in panic, he realizes that something is starting to happen. This is the true power of the magician. Men like this old man, mage manipulate language and writing power. Light mages write spells. Continuing to stand at the cliff, Frank is confronted by a dark magician who casts spells written by light magicians. The dark magician himself, in the form of an old and long-haired man, is shackled for some reason. Then Frank Wilde was somewhere inside himself, trying to find the voice of his soul. This old man is only an interpretation. Under his pressing gaze, Frank Wilde was creating his own language that would bring him to the level of a god. And then the realization of that day enters Frank Wilde's head. Thanks to the memory, he now knows what to do next. At this point, Lin Jie asks Frank if he is going to borrow a book of the same genre as last time. Then Frank replies that the last book is complicated with a dialect of another language that is deeply connected to cultural customs, and he needs to understand the meaning. In turn, Lin Jie, hearing his visitor's reply, thinks sharply about what to offer Frank in such a case. Meanwhile, Frank continues to sit at the guest table with a cup of tea in his hands and thinks about how generous and unselfish Lin Jie is. 2 years ago, Frank had a battle with Joseph that resulted in a serious injury, and when Frank Wilde lost his way, Lin Jie was the right person to guide him to the right path. Lin Jie is able to pick up the rarest of books and completely hide his aura from Frank's destructive level magician. While Lin Jie was going through the books, Frank is only thinking that he is a person far beyond the divine level. Looking at Lin Jie's back, Frank remembers that after 2 years, he was finally able to start researching forbidden spells based on the knowledge in the books. Smiling with the corners of his lips, Frank Wilde realizes that all of this is only thanks to the omniscient and well-read scholar. He must express his gratitude. Finally, Lin Jie touches the very red book he is about to give to Frank Wilde. Immediately after that, Lin Jie sits down at the table in front of Frank Wilde and apologizes for having to wait a bit. Following this, Lin Jie coughs and somehow awkwardly tells Frank Wilde that this book should suit Frank Wilde quite well. And when Lin Jie holds the book out to Frank, he sees the purple cover and the title Rituals of the Undead Eaters. Continuing to cough awkwardly, Lin Jie says that he is still not sure about the study. At this point, Frank Wilde jumps up from his chair in surprise and asks if it is true that Lin Jie himself wrote such a book. Slightly adjusting his collar and unbuttoning the top button of his shirt, Lin Jie calls his work the most insignificant work. For his part, Frank Wilde is in shock. The book in his hands is shaking, and he realizes that all this is as unexpected as possible. Then he recalls the cult of truth of knowledge, the cult of the moon, and the cult of the high fog wall. These are the three faiths he knows. But the undead eaters are the ones he has never heard of before. There was an evil aura emanating from the book, as if the hands of the dead were reaching for a living person, eager to take them away. Thinking that Lin Jae wants to create faith, Frank wonders if rituals are his area of study. With slightly trembling hands, Lin Jae replies that it is indeed part of his research that changed his destiny. But then, with a slight smile, he tells Frank to forget about it, because it was all a long time ago and not worth remembering. After hearing the words that it was a long time ago and changed his fate, Frank Wilde is slightly alarmed when he looks at Lin Jae. This man who owns a bookstore has been expelled from the main society for researching forbidden topics and is now hiding from the world. Inspecting the book, Frank Wilde also notices the fact that it appears to be handbound. Lin Jae then tells that due to some unfortunate circumstances, he had no time to publish the book and left it in this form. He thinks about how he would have become an associate professor if he hadn't been transported here because of the ritual he once performed. At this time, Frank Wilde watches Lin Jae clench his fists with some slight uneasiness and awkwardness as he clings to the table with his fingers. Then Lin Jae tells Frank that they have similar interests and so he will give him this book, but if he trusts him, he can recommend another one. But Frank is still in shock that Lin Jae wants to lend him this priceless original, even though it is an experimental work. Then he thanks Lin Jae for his generosity and the opportunity to read the work, which by the way is a great honor. Frank then lowers his head and remarks that this precious one-of-a-kind book is indeed a painstaking work. The only thing that bothers Frank is that Lin Jae is giving this book to an old man like him as if the kid is going to do an experiment. In turn, Lin Jae sighs with a smile, thinking that Frank is very kind to be shy to lend this book, but his doubts must be dispelled. Right after that, Lin Jae puts his palm on Frank Wilde's shoulder and says that the old man can increase the value of this book because it has been noticed. Showing his hands to the sides and gesturing wildly, Lin Jae says that he doesn't care about this book because he has a whole collection of them. Pointing to his head, Lin Jae says that he can make a copy at any time because his knowledge is simply impossible to steal. In addition, Lin Jae smugly clarifies that neither fame nor wealth is important to him and asks if his visitor Frank understands this. In turn, Frank Wilde is once again shocked. Drops of sweat appear on his face from the growing tension. Then Lin Jae mentally tries to persuade Frank to take the book, as it is the last chance to take such a valuable book. Lin Jae knows that Frank is a lonely scholar who needs fame and fortune to fill the void in his soul. This causes him to snicker. Watching Frank, Lin Jae also realizes that he needs to be given the opportunity to be closer to the crowd and feel cared for by those around him. While Lin Jae wonders if Frank understands him, he is still in a stupor of shock. Finally, Frank Wilde agrees with Lin Jae's words and slowly starts to get up from his chair. At this point, Lin Jae awkwardly scratches his nose and mentions that he wouldn't mind if Frank recommended the book to someone else. A warm smile appears on Frank Wilde's face, and he says he will do his best. Frank himself realizes that this is the price of Lin Jae, and therefore the old man hopes that he will be able to spread his work as widely as possible. Before he leaves, Frank gets dressed, and with his hand penetrating subspace, he is going to take something as a token of gratitude to Lin Jae. A stone statue of a terrifying creature appears in front of the bookstore owner. Lin Jae himself is in a slight stupor and shock, and after a short pause asks if the stone statue is a gargoyle. Paying his respects to Lin Jae, Frank tells him that the gargoyle will never repay his help, but that the boy should accept such gratitude. This gargoyle has sufficient magical resistance, and in terms of combat power, it is not inferior to elite warriors. Examining the statue, Lin Jae realizes how shy Fran is because the work is so exquisite that even though it's expensive, it's a valuable thank you. Lin Jae also realizes that the gargoyle can be used to exorcise evil spirits, and he decides to accept this down-to-earth reward. Stroking the gargoyle's wing, Lin Jae admires the work of art aloud and says he is waiting for the next gift from Frank Wilde. Frank Wilde himself is genuinely pleased that the bookstore owner liked his gift, which constantly instructs him on the right path. Finally, looking back at the satisfied Lin Jae, Frank again admires his mercy since he deliberately expressed praise so as not to offend the old man. Eventually, Frank is about to leave and says that next time he will be sure to prepare a gift that Lin Jae will be pleased with. Adjusting his cylindrical hat, Frank thinks only that the gift must be valuable to reach the divine level. In turn, Lin Jae bids farewell to Frank Wilde with a wide and warm smile, saying that he would be glad to meet him again. With a swish and loud footsteps, Frank Wilde turns around and heads towards the door to leave the bookstore. After a while, Lin-ji flips the sign on the door and hangs it up so that it is clear that the bookstore is closed. While studying the gargoyle statue, Lin-ji thinks about what Frank will give him and whether it will be a female and a male gargoyle and whether they exist at all. But the gargoyle begins to feel the energy from somewhere, and the restraining power is great. After studying the gargoyle, Lin-ji begins to stretch tiredly because he realizes that he is almost done for the day. Suddenly, a black and thick drop appears on the table next to Lin-ji and falls from somewhere above. In panic and horror, Lin-ji abruptly turns back to see where this liquid came from and for what reason. An inscription appears on the table that says he and Lin-ji haven't seen each other for a long time. The kid realizes who it is, and it makes him even more anxious. For some time, Lin-ji was in a stupor because he did not expect the appearance of a familiar creature here in his store. Squinting his eyes in annoyance and tension, Lin-ji realizes that the thing behind his transfer to another world has now appeared in front of him. He then sighs tiredly as he realizes that 3 years later, this entity has reappeared. Lin-ji then tells the creature that if it has appeared so suddenly, it means that it is time to pay the price, and in this case, he will do whatever is necessary. Lin-ji himself realizes that this creature helped him to achieve what he wanted, and most likely, he belongs to the class of good gods. After a couple of seconds, an inscription appears on the table with black liquid across the surface. It says that Zai has awakened and has already started his search. Instantly, Lin-ji's head is pierced by the realization that this is most likely because he let Frank recommend the book. And when the creature agrees, Lin-ji asks if he really needs to get other people to recommend and distribute his book. Following that, with a slight smile on his face, Lin-ji wonders if his actions will be beneficial to the entity that helped him once. The entity once again agrees with Lin-ji, and he smugly jumps up, promising the god to do his best. And as soon as the conversation between the entity and Lin, Jioen's the black liquid immediately jumps up from the table and drifts away. Looking at the creature, Lin-ji is thinking hard about something. He even puts his finger on his chin for show. At this time, an unknown person dressed in a purple hooded robe walks out onto the balcony and notices the fact that the rain is still drizzling. His name is Jack. He reports to someone that Frank Wilde Black Faceless has just been found on 23rd Street in Nozen. The kid on the other line of the so-called phone shudders at the news and promises to report everything to teacher Joseph. And no sooner does Jack finish talking than suddenly Frank Wilde already appears behind his back. He calls the man a rat with a small intestine. Jack himself flinches with shock and fright because the suddenness of Frank Wilde's appearance causes a chilling fear. Immediately afterward, Jack abruptly and quickly tries to turn around but ends up not even managing to say Frank Wilde's name. At the same moment, Frank Wilde presses his palm against Jack's mouth, thus depriving him of the ability to speak. Hiding his face under a black mask, Frank Wilde implores Jack to die. He himself will do whatever it takes to make that happen. A moment later, Jack's body begins to fall to the ground, and his soul leaves his body like a black blob, heading towards Frank Wilde. The communication device instantly falls out of Jack's hands, and Frank Wilde steps on it with his foot to destroy and break it. At this point, Frank Wilde declares that he who dares to look into a man's house has no right to regret his death. All this time in a town called Nozen, a nasty and fine rain continues to freeze. Immediately after what happened, the kid on that line goes to the intelligence department of the secret tower to see the teacher Joseph. First he knocks on the door. He rants about an anomalous occurrence while the Lord Knight sits at his desk, flashing a fancy prosthetic. At one point, Joseph carefully removes his glasses and sighs tiredly, thus showing his reaction to the words of the incoming apprentice. Tiredly rubbing the bridge of his nose, Joseph tells Claude to come in and then leans back in his chair to rest. As soon as Claude receives the Lord Knight's permission, he immediately enters his office and says a final goodbye to someone. That's when Joseph wonders if something happened to the magic mirror egg again. According to him, the hunters are really annoying Joseph. He then bursts up and slams his hands on the table, yelling that the hunters are real dumbass fools. Aggressively and hitting the table with his fist, Joseph resents the fact that if it weren't for the hunters, he would be enjoying his retirement. A slightly tense Claude tries to divert the teacher's attention and asks him to look closely at the image, paying attention to one thing. At this point, Joseph sighs angrily and begins to adjust his silver armor. He asks what Claude is afraid of. Continuing to pant and breathe loudly like an enraged dragon, Joseph wonders why Claude closed the doors behind him. Nervously shaking and trying to hold the documents in his hands, Claude apologizes and clarifies that a different situation has happened now. Tiredly and irritably rubbing his forehead, Joseph is slightly surprised that something new has happened, and there can't be anything more important than Rabid Dog. Then Claude tells him that the spy tracking the hunter's movements was destroyed on the 23rd Street, and when he specifies that that the spy had figured out Wilde's location before he was killed. Joseph flinches in genuine shock. Claude then mentions that Frank Wilde is a devastating level mage who disappeared after the Battle of the White Hills. Claude himself is annoyed that Frank Wilde managed to survive at all, and all these 2 years only Joseph has been convinced that he is still alive. At this point, Joseph begins to scoff because Frank has finally come out of his hiding place, and only Joseph knows all his habits. Confidently clenching his fist, Joseph expresses his surprise that Frank was right under his nose in Nosen, and finally made himself known. Immediately afterward, he turns to Claude and wonders what Frank Wilde was doing on 23rd Street at that moment. Claude reports that the information he has received is limited, but at the moment, the only thing being investigated is that Frank entered the bookstore. At this point, Joseph slaps his palm on the table again, because he doesn't believe that a dark magician who gains power by relying on his tongue buys books. Joseph goes on to say that there is something wrong with this bookstore and asks if Claude has checked the information about it. Claude tells him that the bookstore is a member of the Chamber of Commerce in Ashland and has been in business for 3 years with an excellent reputation and many customers. According to him, the only oddity is that the owner of the store is a foreigner, but now they doubt that it could be a secret base of dark magicians. Joseph then asks what exactly they are not sure about, because he hears doubts in the mind of the apprentice Claude. The latter mentions the Chamber of Commerce of Ash, which is the property of the Druid priests. They are light mages who believe in nature and are not bound to darkness. Shaking in fear of Joseph's fists, Claude continues to assure him that if they contact Yasin, they will start protesting against the secret tower. Joseph snaps again and slams his fist into the wall, calling the Druid priests a circle of troubled vegetarians. Joseph then turns to Claude and asks if the boy thought of something indecent after what he said. A moment later, Joseph is almost face to face with Claude. A bright flame of fire literally blazes around him. With aggression and anger, Joseph asks Claude what he thinks a true knight is. He replies in a shaky voice and in a complete panic that a knight should eliminate darkness and preserve peace. Holding Claude by the collar of his jacket, Joseph pushes speeches that they cannot resemble the darkness and compromise with their accomplices. Claude tells him that Wilde was in the bookstore for over an hour and could only talk or read. But at the same time, Frank Wilde also sipped the delicious hot tea that Lindsay offered him. Except Joseph cries out that he doesn't believe at all that an evil dark magician is reading a book in a perfectly ordinary bookstore. Joseph then begins to raise his voice at Claude more and more, promising to punish him for what he thinks of Frank Wilde. Claude's words that the Ash Chamber of Commerce is still funding the scouting party suddenly shoots a powerful arrow into Joseph's head. After that, a lingering tension between Claude and Joseph begins to hang in the air. In the end, all Joseph does is once again sigh tiredly with a slight pout of the lips. Joseph then throws on his coat and demands that Claude forget everything he said, because he will personally go to 23rd Street. Claude obediently bows to his teacher and agrees to go to the bookstore in person. It takes Joseph some more time to go downstairs and head towards 23rd Street. After descending, Lord Knight Joseph walks around the corridors for some more time, moving towards the exit. Eventually, Joseph re-enters the strange elevator and, holding a piece of paper in his hands, begins his descent to the first floor. In his hands is a white piece of paper that describes Linjie's biography and his own personal photograph. Abraham Joseph, one of the 10 great knights of the Secret Tower, is about to go to Linji to see how pure he is. But at some point, Joseph suddenly falls into a stupor. His face is covered in drops of sweat from the mounting tension. Painfully grasping his face with his hands, Joseph kneels down and realizes that he is hallucinating again. And time after time throughout this time, Abraham Joseph is cursed with a magic sword of light. Moments later, Joseph is plunged into another space. He begins to reach upward with his palm to keep from falling. But despite his best efforts to stay on his feet, Joseph falls and into the water. Some strange tentacles pull him deeper and deeper to the bottom. Joseph is terrified because this strange substance turns into small outgrowths with sharp fangs. After a while, these small outgrowths turn into a full-fledged man who immediately begins to strangle the unfortunate Joseph. Thus, Joseph finds himself in a trap that pulls him to the very bottom of the pond in which he found himself. There is a click, and Joseph opens his eyes sharply and wide, as if waking up from a terrible nightmare. Then the man sighs anxiously because he is finally back in the real world, and the hallucinations are over. Examining himself in the paper with Lin Jai's photo on it, Joseph realizes that he will not be able to enter his bookstore today. Clutching a raindrop in his fist, Joseph ponders the fact that the great and invincible knight of the Sacred Flame is now no more than an elderly cripple. Eventually, Joseph abandons this idea of going into a bookstore and scurries away in the opposite direction. At the same time, a battle with the undead is taking place somewhere else. The undead are of course defeated and lose one limb after another. The first leader of the organization, White Wolf Harris, is watching from the balcony. He is surprised by the renewed activity. Smiling wryly, the man realizes that he underestimated the lady who can now even take the role of second leader. Behind him, at the other end of the room, is someone else. Harris says they will see what Keiji's subordinates can do when confronted with something. At this time, Jijishu finds herself at the epicenter of the chaos. A girl watches one of the buildings in the city burn in front of her. This girl, Ji Jiksue, is the former second leader of the White Wolf organization. She is about to be attacked from behind by some unknown people. They call the girl a monster and want her dead. But no sooner do they attack her than both men are suddenly chained and torn almost in half. Immediately after their defeat, Jijutsu turns to Max and asks how things are now. Max then reports to the lady that it has been confirmed that Harris has the egg. He's gone insane, causing a massacre within the organization. Max goes on to say that their people are not strong enough, and that Harris has already teamed up with the third leader, Kaji, and it could end in his death. At the same moment, Kate appears. She claims that Harris has powerful strength, and among the White Wolves, he is of the frightening level. Aggressively gritting her teeth with a raised eyebrow, Kate indignantly mentions that Ji Jiksue is facing betrayal because of who is looking to stand behind the lady. At this point, hearing Kate's words of support, Ji Jiksue starts to smile contentedly and friendlily, thanking her for her warmth and concern. On one of the days, it was Kate who swapped clothes with her and helped to delay the pursuers, and Ji Jiksue managed to escape from the siege. Now, Ji Jiksue thanks Kate for standing in front of her again, fighting against the obstacles of fate, and all thanks to her. Kate herself becomes embarrassed, and being touched by Ji Jiksue's words, she begins to smile with tenderness and warmth. Ji Jakshu is really amazing, Kate thinks, because that day she managed to suppress the effects of the tainted blood and keep her sanity. If Ji Jiksue hadn't done that, she would have turned into a beast. Her calmness and composure is beyond the hunter's comprehension. Kate then imagines what would happen if Ji Jiksue turned into a beast and started to get rid of her enemies. And then Kate and Ji Jiksue's attention is drawn to someone's words that Harris is very strong, and the fact that he is close to frightening level makes him intimidating. Ryan, an intelligence officer for the White Wolf Mouse organization, says that once the beast transforms, both Harris and Kaji will be easy targets. Max tries to reassure Kate, while Jijiksue reassures herself that she should always have someone like Mouse Ryan as an ally. She knows that thanks to the Light Magician's rune, Max and Kate will be able to resist the power of destroying the magic mirror egg. Jijiksu then speaks out loud about her tainted blood and mentions hunting a ferocious dream beast. At this moment, her allies Max Kate and Mouse Ryan immediately turn around to Jijiksue, listening to her speech intently. With full confidence, Jijiksue shouts that, as hunters, they have no turning back and cannot back down. Immediately after her words, Max asks my lady Jijiksue to be more careful, and Kate supports his opinion. For his part, Mouse Ryan has no reaction to Jijiksue's words. He only has an unpleasant smirk on his face. Immediately after that, Jijiksue calls for his allies to follow him and charge forward to start the decisive battle. After a while, Jijiksu, thanks to his sword, gets rid of the door and thus opens the entrance to the church for them. Behind her back are her allies. When they enter, they notice a dark figure standing at the other end of the corridor. It is the third head of the White Wolf organization, Kaji. His body is immobilized and pierced through with a large and weighty scythe. Pointing their weapons at Kaji, both Kate and Jijishu wonder if the third head of Kaji's organization is here alone. When the girls ask where Harris is now, a slight but noticeable smirk appears on Kaji's face. Then Jijishu realizes that something wrong is going on. Her face instantly contorts in horror and confusion. As soon as Jijishu touches Kaji's body, Kaji leans back and starts yelling, with a crazy grin on his face. Immediately afterward, Jijishu turns to her comrades and demands that they give her a special injection immediately. Kate is covered in sweat from the increasing nausea and tension. Max reacts instantly and is about to throw the injection into Jijiksue's hand. As soon as the girl receives the special injection in a syringe, she instantly inserts it directly into the chest of the distraught Kaji. Jijishu then aggressively shakes Kaji's body and tries to find out where Harris is, and if he has taken the magic mirror egg with him. The inadequate and furious Kaji answers Jijiksuei through sharp teeth that some god is coming for them very soon. A moment later, right in Ji Jushu's hands. Keiji's body is pierced by a multitude of black tentacles that take his life. Ji Jishu is still in a state of shock for some time. She didn't manage to find out anything from Kaji before he died. Ji Jishu, unable to contain her emotions, slams her fist into the wall. In doing so, she unleashes her anger. Then Max suggests she go to Haywood and ask him. As a mage indebted to the family, he will surely not refuse to help. But Ji Jixu genuinely surprises Max and Kate with his order that they should continue their search together and not go to Haywood. And when Ji Jixu says that Mouse Ryan will go with him, he begins to tremble with fear, not realizing where exactly the lady will take him. At that moment, the pensive Ji Jixue raises her bright yellow eyes upwards and starts thinking about something. Then, with full confidence, the girl said that they would go to the 23rd Street. At this time, Lin Ji, the owner of the bookstore, is sipping hot and fragrant tea with pleasure and enjoyment. Sitting at the table and flipping through the pages of a book, Lin Ji is upset that today is a bum day. Almost taking a sip, Lin Ji remembers Frank and Jixue. 3 days had passed since then, but no one had ever stopped by to see him. As for Jixue, Lin Ji thinks about how he can thank her for funding her store. He also hoped that the recommended books would help her. Looking down, Lin Jie is again disappointed that there will be no visitors in this weather, as there are rarely any visitors like Jixue. But suddenly, the same Ji Jixue he was just thinking about appears in the store. The girl looks embarrassed and starts flirting with Lin Jie with her gaze. She also apologizes for disturbing him. For a while longer, Lin Jie remains in shock, falling into a stupor. The last thing he expected to see was Ji Jixue like this. After that, he starts to greet her cheerfully and thinks that his business is gaining momentum thanks to his loyal customers. Lin Ji then tells Ji Jixue that he didn't expect to meet her again after 3 days. She's the first one to come back to him after such a short time. Ji Jixue is shivering and grinning, not satisfied with herself, thinking that Lin Jie is disappointed in her because his instructions should have helped her. Embarrassed and awkwardly lowering her head, Ji Jixue realizes that she has returned to the bookstore for help, and is most likely the most useless of all. But a moment later, Ji Jixue's attention is suddenly drawn to the gargoyle statue that Frank Wilde gave to Lin Ji. Examining the gargoyle statue, the girl realizes that it is the same creature used by mages. Even without the aura, it is very intimidating. Next to the gargoyle stands Lin Jie himself. Jixue thinks only about whether the man will behave with her as reassuring and tolerant as always. But then she realizes that she is allowing 2 impudent thoughts into her head, and so she apologizes to Lin Jie for upsetting him. At that moment, Mouse Ryan enters the bookstore and wonders if this is where Ji Jixue was going to take him. Inside the store, for some reason, Mouse Ryan looks around anxiously as if assessing the situation. Spotting an ordinary man named Lin Jie next to Ji Jixue, Mouse Ryan is greatly and sincerely surprised. At that same time, Ji Jixue introduces Lin Jie Ryan as his subordinate. His loyalty is absolutely true, so the owner need not worry. At this moment, Lin Jie sighs tiredly, thinking about how miserable Ji Jixue is literally surrounded by scum who are absolutely loyal to her. But a moment later, a strange realization enters Lin Jie's head that causes him to visibly wince. Looking at Ji Jixue's downcast eyes, Lin Ji doesn't understand what she meant by her upsetting him and why she didn't take revenge on that traitor. Putting a cup of tea in front of his visitor, Lin Ji wonders if Ji Jixue has failed in her affairs that they had discussed before. Then the girl reveals that she has failed. Someone has escaped, and Jixu has already sent someone to look for them, but they still have no leads. Lin Jie himself is a little shocked at what he's heard. Jixue says that she underestimated the enemy, and that everything went smoothly was just a warning. Then she again guiltily lowers her head and apologizes to Lin Jie, saying that she just got carried away too quickly. Then cautiously pouring the tea, Lin Jie asks Jixue not to apologize because it's not all her fault. Smiling, he tries to calm her down. After that, Lin Jie defiantly brings his cup to his mouth to take a further sip. While doing so, he thinks about how it even happened that such a nice lady Jixue turned a relationship into a fight. Further reasoning, Lin Jie suspects that Jixue is used to using some business terms. Because of this, her descriptions have become so strained. After that, endless images of what really happened start popping up in Lin Jie's mind. He thinks that Jixue knows how the guy escaped. Again, pouring another batch of hot tea, Lin Ji mentally summarizes and realizes that Jixue's boyfriend ran away with her money, leaving the bait. At the same time, throwing his leg over his leg, Lin Jie says to the girl that he has long understood everything perfectly. Following his words, Jixue wonders what Lin Jie thinks about all this, and Mouse Ryan anxiously watches from behind her back. He is in a kind of shock. Mouse Ryan doesn't understand what is going on in this conversation between Jixue and Lin Jie. Just a little while before, Mouse Ryan had talked to someone on the phone and told them that his information was accurate. Mouse Ryan then asks the person on the phone to stop flattering him and states that he is going to lay low until things calm down. Speaking to the girl on the other end of the line, Ryan suggests she use the tag as insurance and says that the power she wields is very interesting. Suddenly, Kate appears. She pokes Ryan with a threatening finger and reminds him that he is now my lady's servant and not a mouse running around in a field. Hearing her words, Ryan rubs the back of his head awkwardly and promises that he'll be there soon on Ji Jixue's orders. He is thinking with a sneer of how he will get the most dangerous information that will make even a mouse Ryan like him become the king of beasts. Now, Ryan doesn't quite understand why Jixu treats an ordinary person as a divine being. She asks Lin Jie to help her. Stretching out her hand, Lin Jie says that she doesn't need to worry so much, because now her enemy is not some guy but something else, and that is fear. At this point, Ryan remembers the Taiji Quan schools founded by liars who didn't know martial arts and took money for them. Ryan finally realizes that everything that's going on is just a ruse used by the cheaters, and he knows it all too well. When Lin Jie asks Jixue to wait for a while, Ryan finally realizes that this ordinary man is a natural liar. Right after that, Lin Jie gets up and goes somewhere. Ryan and Jixue look at him with a bit of surprise. At the same moment, Ryan wonders what Jixue is doing and what the meaning of what she is up to is. In response, Jishu calls him an impertinent person because she only took him with her because the information he possesses could be useful. Ryan then tries to prove to Jixue that Lin Jie is a liar. He just doesn't want to see the shopkeeper deceive her again. Then Ji Jixue pulls her sword on her subordinate. She threatens him that she will hack him to death if he behaves so arrogantly. Ryan realizes that Jixu is just a naive child, and he only needs to distract her attention with his blind faith in Ji. At that moment, an arrow impregnated with some kind of poison appears from under his sleeve. He is about to get rid of Ji Jixue, but suddenly a shadow appears over Ji Jixue and Ryan, which is very frightening with its large size. The same gargoyle that was just recently in the form of a statue literally bursts out. Both Ji Jixu and Mouse Ryan are trapped. The gargoyle is about to attack them for their bad intentions. At the very last moment, Ryan manages to see a stone gargoyle statue that is now a real danger. Moments later, the huge gargoyle grabs Ryan's mouse with its hand and begins to squeeze him harder each time. In turn, Ji Jixu abruptly and frightenedly pulls his sword away from Ryan and watches in horror at what is happening now. The gargoyle opens its demonic maw wide and brings Ryan's hand to its mouth to devour him. And the only thing Mouse Ryan sees before his doom is the gargoyle's mouth with its intimidating black and sharp teeth. Right before Ji Jixu's eyes, in an ordinary bookstore, a stone gargoyle devours her subordinate Mouse Ryan. For a while longer, Ji Jixue stares at the gargoyle in panic, not quite fully understanding exactly what just happened. After its meal in the form of Ryan's subordinate, the gargoyle extends its tongue and swipes it past Ji Jixue as if licking itself. After a moment, the tongue returns back to the gargoyle, and it transforms back into a regular stone statue. At exactly the same moment, Lin Ji's figure is seen on the stairs. While the girl is in complete shock, he apologizes to her for waiting so long. Turning to Ji Jixue Lin Ji, and wonders where suddenly disappeared her subordinate who was here a short while ago. Jixu's face is covered with drops of sweat. She tensely and nervously replies to Lin Jie that Ryan had urgent and important things to do. All the while, it continues to rain endlessly outside, now accompanied by light. Inside the store are Ji Jixue and Lin Jie. While the owner comes down the stairs, the girl thinks only about telling about what happened. Panicking, she looks back at the gargoyle and realizes that she didn't even have time to react. Ryan had no time to do anything about it. Looking at the gargoyle, Jishu realizes that she would have died if it had attacked her too. The creature destroyed Ryan as if nothing had happened. At the same moment, Jixue begins to shake with fear. She realizes that this is what it feels like to face death, and her blood runs cold. She thinks it was Lin Jie's handiwork as the gargoyle reacted to Ryan's disrespect, and then grabbed him and swallowed him whole. Covering her frightened eyes with her palms, Jixue thinks about how she could fix the situation and why she even brought a rat like Ryan with her. At this moment, Lin Jie incomprehensibly tries to find out from Ms. Jixue what happened and why she is so downcast. When he asks if the girl is feeling well, she shuddered and opened her mouth in shock. Immediately afterwards, Lin Jie assures Jixue that she doesn't have to worry because she can really relax here. With a kind of crazy look, Lin Jai absurdly jokes that he is not going to eat his visitor. Hearing such words, Jixue is startled. She shudders again and almost starts crying from fright. The girl starts to panic and become hysterical. Covering her face with her hands, she starts apologizing to Lin Jai without end. She then panics and starts shaking her hands, shouting that her servant was a bit rude and she shouldn't have brought him here in the first place. At this moment, an even more tense Lin Jie doesn't understand the reason why Jixue started to get even more nervous. While Jixue is terrified, Lin Ji doesn't understand why she is acting like this and thinks about her believing his stupid joke about him being people. Nervously covering his face with his palm, Lin Jie is slightly angered that someone could think that someone like him could do such a thing. Then Lin Jie remembers that Jixue had trusted him last time, and now it was possible to get her to talk to him again to make things better. Immediately after that, Lin Jie apologizes for his silly jokes and asks if Jixue has any ideas he can help her with. With a sigh of relief, Jixue apologizes once again for the inconvenience. She asks him to recommend her a suitable book since her will is too weak. While searching for a suitable book, Lin Ji ponders why Jixue is acting like she's been through a shock. But then Lin Ji suddenly remarks that subordinate Ryan's views were not quite right. This made Jixue flinch. Immediately after his words, Lin Ji turns to the girl and tells her that it would be better not to talk about absolute loyalty. Jumping up from the table, Jixue is shocked that Lin Jie has already found out about everything. And then Jixue thinks about the reason why Lin Jie says so and suspects that something is wrong with the rune of loyalty. The rune on Ryan's soul is placed by Haywood, a clan mage supported by Jixue's father. Most likely, Haywood passed the rune on to someone else. At this point, Jixue lowers his sad gaze and now does not know what to believe and what not. Then Lin Jie responds to the girl with words that she can only rely on themselves and believe only themselves. Holding out the book to Jisulin, Jai says that when you are as elusive as steel, then no one and never can defeat lose. Immediately afterward, the bookstore owner gives the book to the girl, and the girl hesitates slightly before taking it. Arrogantly and smugly covering his eyes, Lin Ji smiles and says that this book is a masterpiece. The inscription of its title, How Steel Was Tempered, can be seen on the book. Lin Ji assures Jixue that this book will definitely help her. Then Lin Jie slightly surprises Jixue with a quote from the book, which says that the most valuable thing for a person is life, and it is only one. Finally, the smiling Lin Ji continues to say some words to the girl about human life. Eventually, the girl gets ready to leave and waves goodbye to the bookstore owner. The first thing Jixue does when she goes outside is to raise her head and breathe in the fresh, rain-soaked air. For a while, she even stops in one hand firmly holding the new book, and in the other, raising the umbrella over her head. After that, the girl lowers her gaze to the book and begins to scrutinize its old cover. Jixue opens the book, recommended by the bookstore owner, and starts reading. Suddenly, blue and bright energy starts oozing out of the book as if it were magic penetrating into the real world. After a while, the rain turns into bright blue drops that slowly descend from the sky. And then something more unexpected happens. A huge red eye appears in the sky above Jixue's head. The girl is shocked. She doesn't quite understand what's going on, but she can't resist the unknown force. Trying to penetrate what is happening, Jishu remembers the words that the indestructible steel will is a force that acts directly on the soul. At some point, Jixu starts to shake her head and then notices something strange in front of her. Then she sees in front of her Lin Ji, who is interrupting the books on the bookshelves, and behind his back is the same gargoyle. A moment later, in front of her is the image of Ryan, who is inside the gargoyle among the other victims. At that moment, Jixue realizes that the mark of Haywood on Ryan's soul has indeed been removed. An unknown dark magic descends on Jixue, while a red huge eye still continues to hover over her. The unknown dark energy then heads towards the bookstore in multiple and rapid streams. At some point, this energy begins to envelope the unfortunate Ryan, who is being strangled. And all this happens inside some seemingly ordinary stone gargoyle statue that Lin Ji was given by Frank Wilde. Suddenly, Jixue's head is pierced by a sharp pain that makes her jerk her head to the side. At the same time, the girl's nose begins to bleed. A few bright scarlet drops fall on the rain-wet ground. She tries to catch them with the palm of her hand. Suddenly, the space around her changes, and Ryan appears in front of Jixue. The girl snidely tells him that they haven't seen each other for a long time. Ryan opens his mouth in a lost state as Jixue begins to suck the soul out of him. Smiling slightly with the corners of her mouth, the girl says that everything happened as expected from Mr. Lin Ji. Standing under the falling raindrops, she ponders that Lin Ji has filled her soul with ether that will help her cope with the frightening level. Then she becomes confused and realizes that this filling that quickly turns into a feeling of pleasure is really beautiful. Following this, the girl looks back at the bookstore. She feels like Lin Jie has literally given her a second life. Looking around, Jixue finally understands exactly what Lin Jie meant and why he wanted to nurture his power in the hunters. Gently wiping a drop of blood from her nose, Jixue promises herself to forever act on Lin Ji's will and wishes, and her body will forever serve him. At the same moment, Lin Ji, as if sensing someone's presence, turns sharply towards the front door. Then he notices Ji Jixue on the street, who is still outside his bookstore, even though it is raining outside. Examining her closely, Lin Ji doesn't quite understand why she still hasn't left, and a trickle of blood has appeared under her nose. Suddenly, Lin Ji involuntarily gets scared, thinking that Jixue is crazy, because when her boyfriend left her, she came here more often. Immediately after that, he begins to shake his head as if to calm himself, because Jixue is an incredible woman who could not be interested in an ordinary person. At that moment, the same Abraham Joseph who was looking for Lin Jie after the incident with Jack appears on the doorstep of his bookstore. Checking the information against what is written on the paper, Joseph realizes that this is the bookstore. Joseph doesn't understand why Frank would come to an ordinary bookstore, but he can't miss a clue about him. Self-confidently walking towards the entrance of the bookstore, Abraham Joseph thinks that he is a knight who must do justice. Meanwhile, the owner of that very store, Lin Jie, is quietly going about his business enjoying the company of books. He pulls out a fairy tale called The Little Prince, and reminisces about how it tells of gentle and sweet stories, as well as good principles. At this moment, Lin Ji's attention is caught by a ringing bell that tells him that his bookstore has a visitor. Immediately, Lin Ji's mood lifts, and he is happy to have another visitor he has been waiting for. Lin Jie remembers Ji Jixu, who for him is a real carp, which is considered a symbol of good luck. But on the doorstep appears an extremely threatening and dangerous man. Once inside, Joseph begins to look around. Seeing him, Lin Ji begins to feel ill will, but pretends that everything is all right and welcomes the guest. In turn, Abraham Joseph activates an unknown power. His eye turns purple with magical patterns inside. His vision seems to see through everything, and Joseph realizes that this is really just an ordinary little bookstore. The owner of the store, Lin Jie, is in a slight shock and does not quite understand the behavior of the man who came. The only oddity for Joseph is the gargoyle, but he thinks that Frank would not make such a senseless gift as this. Immediately afterward, Abraham Joseph wonders if Lin Jie is really the owner of this bookstore. About to make contact with the unknown guest, Lin Jie agrees with Joseph's words and thinks that calling him uncle is the best idea. But these words, like two painful arrows, pierce into Joseph's soul, who instantly falls into a stupor. When he hears Lin Jie call him, Uncle Joseph becomes nervous and angry, but the only thing that stops him is that Lin Jie is an ordinary man. Eventually, Abraham Joseph has to calm down, because he needs Lin Jie alive to get information. Immediately afterward, Joseph goes to the shopkeeper and mentions the gargoyle that stands in the corner of the room. With an aggressive grin on his face, Abraham Joseph asks if the gargoyle is Lin Ji's property. Lin Jie then replies that this gargoyle is a souvenir and was given to him by one of his customers, which is why it is not for sale. With fire in his eyes from his own anger, Joseph mentally resents the fact that Lin Jie could think that he, a great knight, could need a gargoyle. Realizing that if the gargoyle won't break, the creator made it sturdy, Joseph asks Lin Jie if Frank Wilde made this gift. Agreeing with him, Lin Jie is a little tense because Joseph knows Frank. He ponders whether these men could be enemies. Joseph, on the other hand, is a little doubtful that Frank would reveal his real name and give a gargoyle of this level to an ordinary man. While Joseph ponders whether this place can be a place of dark mages, Lin Jie stands a little aside and does not understand what is happening. And at some point, Lin Jie realizes that, based on his experience with people, Abraham Joseph, although aggressive, does not seem like a bad person. Looking at Joseph, Lin Jie realizes that despite his aggression, the knight is a very gentle and careful man, and there is no reason to antagonize Frank. At the same time, Lin Jie remembers Holmes's words, that when everything is excluded, the last option is true, and asks Joseph if he and Frank are friends. Hearing such unpleasant words, Abraham Joseph immediately changes his face and starts sobbing disgustedly and squeamishly. But then, he calms down again and tells Lin Jie that he and Frank Wilde are old acquaintances who have known each other for many years. Joseph goes on to reveal that 2 years ago, he and Frank had a fight and separated, and there was no news of him until recently. Although inside himself, Joseph is already anticipating the moment when he will catch Frank Wilde and destroy him with his own hand. In turn, Lin Jie admires such a close relationship between the two old men. From surprise, he even lets out tears of emotion. Then Lin Jie says that now it is not surprising that Joseph immediately realized that the gargoyle belongs to his friend, Frank Wilde. Sighing tiredly and looking back at the gargoyle, Abraham Joseph says that it would be great if Frank knew he was here, because Abraham has been looking for him for years. At the same time, Joseph wonders if Frank Wilde left his address so that he could go and visit him in person. At this point, Lin-Ji starts pouring tea into cups. He replies that he doesn't know Frank's address, otherwise he would have told Joseph about it right away. Lin-Ji also tells him that Frank has taken a book, so Joseph can wait for him here, and in the meantime read something unusual and interesting. Sighing tiredly again, Abraham Joseph asks if he should rest, and wonders if he has become so decrepit. Watching Lin-Ji, Joseph marvels at his calmness. Since he became a great knight, few people have been so careless with him. Then Joseph refuses Lin-Ji's idea because he doesn't like to read and he doesn't have any money with him. At this point, Lin-Ji starts to smile embarrassedly because he realizes that Joseph, who is cold-blooded and arrogant, can become shy and soft. Again, refusing to read books, Joseph is just going to sit and go for a while because, once again, he gets that headache. Suddenly, Abraham Joseph's gaze falls on a blue book that is lying right next to him. Studying the book, Abraham Joseph reads the name Son of the Abyss on it. For some reason, he ponders over what he sees. At this point, Lindsay mentions that he has recently read a very moving tale, which he now offers to Abraham Joseph. But Joseph refuses because fairy tales are ridiculous and childish. He also doesn't understand why Lin-Ji likes to read such books. Lin-Ji responds to Abraham Joseph's words with a tired sigh, and that he is very, very sorry. Taking the book from Joseph, Lin-Ji mentions that it is the best fairy tale he has ever read, and that it is the only one in Nozin. At this point, Abraham Joseph stops him and asks if it is true that Lin-Ji is talking about this particular tale. Then Lin-Si sort of advertises the book, saying that it is a collection of good fairy tales that are absolute classics. At this time, the bookstore owner is holding a blue book called The Little Prince, but Joseph sees the title, Son of the Abyss. The man tenses up and tries to understand who reads a fairy tale with such a terrible title before going to bed. And then Lin-Ji manages to interest Abraham Joseph. The man finds such an unusual tale quite intriguing. Immediately after that, Joseph asks Lin-Ji to give him the book, and he just wants to have a look at it to satisfy the owner's desire to recommend it. Slightly scoffing, Lin-Ji realizes that Abraham Joseph is indeed rude, but doesn't fool him at all. The fiercer a man is on the outside, the gentler he is on the inside. Following this, the shopkeeper Lin-Ji holds out a book towards Joseph and hopes that he will succumb to the charms of the tale. As soon as Abraham Joseph touches the blue book, his body is instantly pierced by a hot, tingling sensation and dizziness. Abraham Joseph's face is covered with drops of sweat, and he clutches his head due to its soreness. Then he realizes that Candela's magic sword is resonating with something again. Abraham Joseph instantly falls into another dream. The last thing Abraham Joseph sees before he falls asleep is the worried expression on the face of the bookstore owner, Lin-Ji. At some point, Abraham Joseph faints in front of Lin-Ji. The kid immediately goes into a panic, trying to figure out what even happened. Looking around anxiously, Lin-Ji tries to figure out what's wrong. He goes over the options in his head, including a stroke. The bookstore owner immediately hovers over Abraham Joseph's body to assess his general condition at the moment. After feeling his pulse, Lin-Ji realizes that he needs first aid before calling an ambulance. It takes Lin-Ji some more time to realize whether Abraham Joseph's pulse is normal or not. And now Lin-Ji is startled and realizes one important and main thing in the current situation. Feeling Abraham Joseph's steady breathing and strong heartbeat, Lin-Ji finally realizes that the man is just sleeping. With a sigh of relief, Lin-Ji notices that Abraham Joseph's pulse is much stronger than his own, which only means that this uncle is very healthy. But then Lin-Ji becomes nervous again, not understanding why Joseph suddenly fainted. It clearly shouldn't be related to his book. Grabbing his head, Lin-Ji reasoned that there must be a reason that, when looking at the little prince, suddenly becomes dizzy. With a slight smile, Lin-Ji exhales and realizes that he should now move Joseph to the bed and then wait for him to wake up. After a while, Lin-Ji was very tired, as evidenced by his tense expression and drops of sweat dripping down his face. All the while, the bookstore owner is trying to drag Abraham Joseph, who has suddenly fainted, to the bed. This task is extremely difficult for Lin-Ji. He has to put quite a lot of effort to drag Abraham Joseph, and thus all this went on for quite a long time. Lin-Ji had to seriously try his best this working day. At some point, Lin-Ji stops to exhale. He hadn't even expected Abraham Joseph to be this heavy. Imagining things, Lin Jai compares Abraham Joseph to a bear, as if it had the same steel muscle. Looking at Joseph, Lin Jai says that now it would be nice if other customers would come and help, but no one will come now. Immediately after that, Lin Ji makes a peculiar gesture that means apology. He mentally apologizes to Joseph for what he is about to do. Following this, Lin Jai grabs Abraham Joseph by his cloak and starts to pull him back aggressively and sharply. At some point, a black cat appears in the doorway. He notices Lin Ji trying to drag Abraham Joseph away. After a while, Lin Ji actually manages to handle Abraham Joseph's body and put it on a wooden cot. Suddenly, Lin Ji's attention is drawn to something unexpected on Abraham Joseph's body. Instead of one arm, Abraham Joseph has a mechanical prosthesis. This genuinely surprises the bookstore owner. Then Lin Jai realizes that Abraham Joseph is disabled, just like Frank Wilde. This shocks the bookstore owner even more. While studying the mechanical prosthesis, Lin Jai begins to speculate that Joseph has an amazingly powerful physique and a precise prosthesis for something. And then a sharp realization of what is really going on enters Lin Jia's head. But of course, this is all purely his thoughts and argument. Slightly pulling away from Abraham Joseph's body, Lin Ji sinks into his suspicions that the man is a retired senior officer. Upon reflection, Lin Jie remembers a retired officer he has socialized with before and tries to compare him to Abraham Joseph. While Abraham Joseph is passed out, Lin Ji suspects that he is stiff and weary due to post-traumatic stress syndrome after the past fight. Looking at his prosthetic arm in amazement, Lin Jai thinks that the old man lost his arm in the same fight, and that's why he's such a tsundere now. Following this, Lin Jai looks towards the window. Judging from the rain and moisture, Joseph's mechanical prosthesis just shorted out, and that's why he lost consciousness. For a while longer, Lin Ji stares somewhere in the void, and towards the window carefully and diligently, thinking about what's going on. But then Lin Jie starts to feel unusual and thinks it's because he's doing something strange. He imagines he's a butcher who dragged a dead man into the store in the middle of the night and is going to do immoral things to him. It's a strange feeling. Immediately after that, Lin Ji starts to quickly shake his head to throw such thoughts out of his rich imagination. At some point, Lin Jie clutches his chest and tries to mentally convince himself that he is a kind and honest person and is not afraid of slander. In turn, the black cat witnesses the bookstore owner's experiences. This causes him to be shocked. Lin Jie, watching Abraham Joseph, suddenly realizes that he really liked the book, The Little Prince, that he recommended. After his reflections, the boy sighs tiredly, but with a smile, mentally calling Abraham Joseph a worthy tsundere. Turning to the sleeping Abraham, Joseph, Lin Jai says that strong men can also have sweet dreams, like a fairy tale. Suddenly turning back, Lin Jie realizes that all this time, he has been followed by someone unknown looking out of the doorway. Following his suspicions, Lin Jie wondered aloud who was there and what he wanted, but he received no answer. A moment later, Lin Jai was already outside the doorway and went out into the street where it was raining heavily. As he looked ahead, Lin Ji noticed that a small black cat was running away from him. With a slight smirk as if laughing at himself, Lin Ji realizes that it was just an ordinary black cat. Waving to the black cat, Lin Ji asks it to be careful because it is dangerous outside and wishes to return home soon. In turn, the black cat tries to escape and is in a terrified state, literally screaming in fear. All this time, the rain keeps pouring down on his face, making it difficult for the black cat to move. After some more time, the black cat brakes sharply to make sure that he is not being chased. He then begins to undo his transformation and gradually reincarnates into a normal human. The investigator from the intelligence department of the Secret Tower Morrison, Greg, is horrified and does not understand how this happened to Abraham Joseph. This kid is Knight Abraham Joseph's #1 fan. He tried his best to get into the intelligence department of the Secret Tower. Also, Greg knew about those past affairs between Abraham Joseph and the dark magician, Frank Wilde. He had studied those moments long enough, and this time, because of his curiosity and love for his idol, Greg had followed Abraham Joseph into the bookstore in the guise of a black cat. He was genuinely pleased that it was just a bookstore, and now Greg had a real opportunity to get Abraham Joseph's autograph. But 10 minutes later, Greg the black cat is still outside. He's a little upset that Abraham Joseph is so slow. Without thinking, Greg peeks inside the bookstore, and not because he just wants to gawk at the heroic Abraham Joseph. And then his bright yellow eyes see a picture of Abraham Joseph suddenly fainting. The black cat is in shock because the just talking and laughing Abraham Joseph has suddenly fallen to the floor. With slight trepidation, the black cat tries to figure out who the bookstore owner is, and if he has used any dark magic. With a shiver throughout his little cat body, Greg continues to watch what is going on inside the bookstore. The little cat is in a real state of terror because the picture he is seeing is extremely scary and terrifying to him. Lin Jai, saying that the strong also dreams sweet dreams in Greg's eyes, is the villain who got rid of Abraham Joseph. His face, like the face of a dark magician, scares the poor black cat. And Lin Ji also asks Abraham Joseph to sleep peacefully. At this moment, Greg tries to understand if Lin Jie wants the unrivaled sacred flame to sleep forever. And after a moment, the black cat realizes that the bookstore owner, Lin Jie, has managed to spot him. In a hurry, the black cat tries to escape from Lin Jie, because this villain is not someone Greg thinks he can handle. Now leaning on a garbage can, Greg remembers Lin Ji's words and realizes that he is about to be killed, and he doesn't know what to do. A tearful Morrison Greg suddenly realizes that if Lin Jai let him go, he wants him to return to the secret tower and report on Joseph. Reincarnating back into a black cat, Greg realizes that he has no choice but to go back and report what happened. In turn, Greg knows that the term of service is currently only 1 year, and so Abraham Joseph just has to wait it out. After some time, Abraham Joseph finally wakes up from his sudden dream. He tries to realize where he is now. Realizing that he is in water, Joseph realizes that this is another hallucination of Candela's sword, but for some reason this world doesn't cause him any pain. Then Joseph begins to hear a voice saying that those who stare into the abyss are being watched closely by. And then Abraham Joseph notices a book in front of him and realizes that this text is exactly from a fairy tale written in it. This text seems to rush into Abraham Joseph's head, and he screams for it to end or his head will explode. At this moment, the silhouette of Candela's magic sword reappears behind Abraham Joseph's back, saying that he is glad to see the night return. Dark energy oozes from Candela's magic sword and is channeled into the book. Joseph feels the sensation of his pain slowly fade away, a strange but light, as if divine energy envelops Abraham Joseph's body. He feels Candela's sword literally rejoicing in something. At some point, a knight with long golden hair appears behind him, holding the sword tightly in his hand. Looking at the bright and shining knight, Joseph is convinced that this tale really should be shown to children. Moments later, Abraham Joseph wakes up and jumps out of bed in a panic. In his hands is a book called Son of the Abyss. Immediately after waking up, Abraham Joseph looks at the book in a panic, and then it turns blue and is actually called The Little Prince. In turn, Lin Jai notices his strange behavior, but gives time for Joseph to finally come to his senses. Lin Jai smiles and smiles aloud at the fact that Abraham Joseph has finally woken up and come to his senses. Along with him, Abraham Joseph himself begins to smile. He briefly turns to Lin Jie and thanks him for something. Placing his hands on the table in front of him, Abraham Joseph sincerely thanks the bookstore owner and gives him a warm smile. In response, Lin Jie claims to have done what he had to do and asks how Abraham Joseph is feeling at the moment. At this point, while Lin Jie is asking his questions, Abraham Joseph hurriedly rises from his chair holding a book. He goes on to say that he feels just fine and much better than ever. Satisfied with himself, Lin Jai notices how Joseph's power has become beast-like, and now no one can say that this old man is a retired military man. Thinking about it, Lin Jai realizes that now, one punch from Abraham Joseph could be devastating, and is glad that the old man and Frank are friends. Abraham Joseph then turns to Lin Ji and tells him that he is ashamed of himself for just sitting there, but getting so much help. Replying to him, Lin Jai assures Joseph that there is nothing to be ashamed of, and that he had previously said the same words to Frank Wilde, because it was his duty to help the visitors. At this time, Abraham Joseph understands Lin Jie's style of thinking. The bookstore owner has a neutral stance regardless of a person's character. Anyone can walk into the store, and as long as they are Lin Jie's customer, they will be happy to help. Lin Ji himself is indeed courteous and kind, but Abraham Joseph suspects that Lin Jie is an elf, a graceful and long-lived race, and if the owner is one of them, then everything makes sense. His warm and tactful manner of addressing people calmly and gracefully must have come from a long life. Also, Lin Jie may be an elf because they respect knowledge, and that's why the kid created a bookstore. Humans are not really into literature. In addition, Lin Jai being an elf may know about legends that have been passed down by word of mouth for thousands of years. Joseph remembers Candela, the prince of the ancient elven kingdom, who then became the elven king of the moon. Along with this, he was the originator of the great pandemic and the first madman because he destroyed himself with his own sword by imprisoning his soul in it. Thus the soul became a curse and made the sword with the same name as the elven prince magical. Since then, every wielder of it has perished. Now, Abraham Joseph recalls that until today, Only once did he feel that his day of doom was not far away. But Abraham Joseph is shocked that the recommended book was able to calm the very magic sword of Candela. While Joseph speculates on why Lin Jai might be an elf living so long, Lin Jai himself is in a kind of stupor mixed with embarrassment. Abraham Joseph then asks if he can take the book, even though Lin Jai loves it and keeps rereading it over and over again. Beginning to laugh, Lin Jai is glad that such a tsundere could take the book and therefore replies to Joseph that he can take it since he recommended it. Then comes the healing moment of the conversation. Lin Jai states that he realized at first sight that this book was suitable for Abraham Joseph. Lin Jai goes on to say that many people suffer because things like longing and regret make you doubt yourself and drive you crazy. Sitting in front of his guest, Lin Jai reflects on the fact that his war trauma accompanying Joseph all his life can be called excruciating. Aloud, Lin Jai expresses his thoughts that strong men have never lost to torment and have only been defeated by cowardly kindness. At this moment, Abraham Joseph recalls that he had recently met two magic sword wielders who were lamenting their own lack of strength. That was when Abraham Joseph suddenly wondered if it was right to be a truly kind being. Explaining to him, Lin Jai says that kindness is good, but the key word was cowardly. This is what the shopkeeper emphasizes. Without interrupting the dialogue with Joseph, Lin Jai talks about how such kindness can save others, but not yourself. Abraham Joseph flinches in surprise when Lin Jai mentions that once a soul dies, anything can take its place. As he continues to smarten up in front of the old man, Lin Jai inwardly rejoices at how wise he is, and Joseph shouldn't be afraid to give in to his feelings. Joseph finally realizes that the curse of the magic sword is strong because of his soul's excessive striving for perfection, and it has become contaminated. And when Abraham Joseph asks another question to Lin Jai, he starts to tense up and doesn't like the fact that he needs a therapist in addition to the story. In the end, in order not to interrupt the conversation, the owner of the bookstore, Lin Jai, says that this calm for Joseph is enough for a while. At the same time, Lin Jai offers his help, which is guaranteed to have a lasting effect. Then Abraham Joseph falls into a stupor. He does not believe that Lin Jai is willing to willingly take on the insane curse of the Candela sword. In addition, Joseph recalls people saying that the knight is the longest lived of all the owners of the magic sword Candela. It is as if Abraham Joseph is in a crowd of hypocrites who are constantly whispering behind his back about his curse of the magic sword. Right now, Abraham Joseph recalls all of this and lowers his desperate eyes and ponders Lin Jai's proposal. Following that, Joseph asks Lin Jai if he is sure of his decision, because it might cause some difficulties. With a warm chuckle, Lin Jai realizes that Joseph is really a worthy friend of Frank's, because these old men are both insanely kind people. Putting his finger to his lips, Lin Jai tries to stop his laughter. He needs to be calm because he is a professional life coach. Then sitting opposite Abraham Joseph, Lin Jai wonders if he has a difficulty that the old man is unable to cope with right now. He then offers to give Joseph the book, The Little Prince, as a gift. Upon hearing such an offer, the man flinches in surprise. Abraham Joseph is genuinely shocked by Lin Jai's behavior and tells him that the man has been carrying too much weight all along. Finally, sitting at a table with a visitor, Lin Jai says that heroes like Joseph at least sometimes need to rest. In turn, Abraham Joseph sees Lin Jai as a truly noble elf who strives for good beyond common sense. Around Lin Jai seems to appear the same divine energy that makes him a real savior. In the end, Abraham Joseph replies to the shopkeeper that one can only talk about rest after world peace. He then asks to take the book away for a couple of days to reflect. According to Abraham Joseph, he will return to the store in a week. With burning eyes, Lin Jai only thinks about how Abraham Joseph will become a regular customer in the future, because his sense of justice is torturous. Lin Jai then asks Abraham Joseph to sign a library card, explaining all the rules of his store. Carefully but diligently signing the document, Abraham Joseph is once again convinced that this is just an ordinary bookstore. Finally, Lin Jai turns to Abraham Joseph and proposes to see him in a week in his store. In turn, the man bowed to Lin Jai as if thanking him with a similar gesture. Heading towards the exit of the bookstore, Abraham Joseph realizes that he has no worries at the moment. Stepping outside, the man stops and sighs heavily, thus getting as much fresh air as possible. Now with full confidence, Abraham Joseph is going to destroy Frank Wilde, who survived only thanks to the bookstore owner. Raising his head to the sky, Abraham Joseph realizes that this is a deed he needs to accomplish. He believes this is his true mission. At this time, somewhere in the alleys of Nozen is a room. Inside it, Frank Wilde is doing dark deeds. Bright green light oozes from the windows and doors. On his desk are large and tall stacks of tongue-in-cheek books. The dark magician is working on something and is immersed in the process literally upside down. A green spark is visible in his wide-open eyes. He is convinced that the breadth of knowledge is as vast as the entire sea. With enthusiasm and great pleasure, Frank Wilde writes numerous spells, and all thanks to Mr. Lin Jai. At one point, the man grabs his head because it is literally splitting from how excited he is. All the while, Frank Wilde is working on a terrifying ritual that is compatible with rationality, and that is a great achievement. After some time of reflection, Frank Wilde turns back, thinking that now might be a better time. On the wall behind him, under glass, hangs the mask of the Black Faceless Man, as Frank Wilde is called. Frank is excited that the Undead Eater's rituals have finally allowed him to see the gruesome dead civilization of Nozen. At the end, Frank Wilde puts the black mask back on. He is about to thank Lindsay with a gift he has prepared, especially for him. At this time, Claude is in a panic, listening to the black cat Greg's story, that Abraham Joseph, being in a bookstore, just passed out. At the same time, Claude shakes the black cat in his hands, who through the trembling in his voice tries to tell everything as it really was. At the same time, Claude begins to think about a plan of action. He realizes that he can't act rashly now, even if it is their teacher. Suddenly, a loud bell rings behind him. Someone is calling Claude at such an inopportune moment. Instantly, Claude picks up the phone and asks about the person who was sent to scout the bookstore. As soon as Claude is informed that his teacher has quietly left the bookstore, he instantly falls into a stupor. Claude then notices that he is receiving a call on a second line, and this time it is from his teacher Abraham Joseph. In a panic, a nervous Claude picks up the phone and turns to his teacher Abraham Joseph. In turn, the old man speaking to Claude on the phone wonders if they have any orders at the moment. Immediately after that, Abraham Joseph informs Claude that they need to immediately recall the reconnaissance from 23rd Street. And when Claude learns that the bookstore belongs to Precinct H of top secret rank, he abruptly flinches in shock. Realizing that this is the highest indescribable level, Claude immediately asks Joseph what really happened. At this moment, Abraham Joseph suddenly turns his attention to something that makes him stop. In front of him is a box of black kittens. Someone has left them and abandoned them on this horrible rainy and cold day. Answering Joseph's question that there is someone with him, Claude realizes that his teacher is slightly angry, judging by his tone. At that moment, Claude himself holds in his arms Greg, a black cat, who had previously witnessed Abraham's fainting spell. Realizing that he has acted without thinking, Claude begins to beat the unfortunate black cat. Joseph, in turn, asks Claude why he hasn't started working yet, since he realizes that he's made a mistake and he can send him north. Starting to shake his head nervously and quickly, Claude answers Joseph by saying that he does not want to go north and will give the order immediately. Claude hangs up the phone for a while, trying to realize what is going on, because Joseph acts as if he is not in any danger. Immediately afterward, Claude relays the order from Abraham to Joseph and demands that people leave 23rd Street. Claude realizes that as long as he helps his teacher, everything will be fine, and Joseph decides to take the abandoned kitten. After a while, Claude asks someone to create a dossier on Joseph's request and says that the elders will surely understand the current situation. Claude then reports to Joseph that the new dossier has been approved and will now need to be filled out personally upon his return. A moment later, Abraham Joseph appears on the threshold of his office behind Claude's back. The latter is startled by his sudden appearance. Abruptly tearing off his cloak and walking past Claude, Joseph asks who was with him and demands to use the brand of oblivion on him. Then Claude realizes that he had completely forgotten about the black cat. At this point, he grabs it by the neck to lift it up. He then tells Joseph that the black cat Greg comes from a family of magicians with powers of transformation. While Claude claims that Greg is Joseph's biggest fan, the man himself sits down at his computer, as if not hearing anything around him. But then Abraham Joseph inquires about mage families like Greg's, and asks if they are rich, to which Claude answers in the affirmative. Trying hard to find something on the computer, Joseph says that instead of spending money, Greg should present it to his idol. Immediately afterwards, Joseph snidely suggests that Greg should pay under the pretext of recruiting adept knights, and then the cost will be to his liking. At this point, Claude is in a real rage. He is outraged at how such a great knight can so badly want some wealth. But despite his inner indignation, Claude puts his hand to his chest and agrees to his master's orders. A few seconds later, Abraham Joseph quite happily announces that his computer has had its memory erased. Joseph then begins to fill out the dossier of a bookstore on 23rd Street in Nozen, where the owner is supposedly the elf Lin Jie. At the end of the job, Joseph smugly realizes that this top-secret dossier should warn everyone to stay away from the bookstore. Then Joseph suddenly learns of rumors that say he died in that store, Such news makes him angry and annoyed. While talking on the phone, Abraham Joseph tries to hurriedly get dressed. He's famously pissed off at what he's being told on the other line, and at some point, Joseph hangs up. Following this, he assesses the state of the magic sword, which is now in peace and joy. While Abraham Joseph is studying the document, an unexpected call is heard that draws his attention and causes the knight to turn around. That's when Abraham Joseph notices Melissa and her cute pajamas. He asks the girl to remember to drink her milk. This girl is Abraham Joseph's daughter. She grudgingly and irritably agrees to his request. She is already the captain of the knights from the abnormal level fighting department, and because of this, she is now trying to prove to her father that she is no longer a small child. Responding to her displeasure, Abraham Joseph claims that he only asks Melissa to drink milk to make her taller. And when he says that at this rate Melissa will definitely not marry, the girl immediately becomes enraged and chokes on her drink. Right after that, she starts stroking herself squeamishly, saying to herself under her nose that her father is an old man with an overgrown muscular head. At some point, the girl's attention is suddenly drawn to a strange book on her father, Abraham Joseph's desk. It seems strange to her that her father's muscular old man can read a book at all. All this confuses the girl. Without thinking long, Melissa starts to reach for the book in order to study it. She can't get rid of her curiosity. After a while, Melissa is already reading the book from the bookstore. Everything that happens there draws her in. At some point, the girl begins to hurriedly turn the pages, reading every word written on them. It is as if a whole universe opens up in her eyes that she has never known before and has never seen before. At this time, Abraham Joseph is again arguing with someone about the fact that he was mistaken for the dead man in the bookstore. This is extremely annoying to him. Suddenly, Melissa stops and shudders in growing horror. She had read something special in the book that triggered similar emotions. Quickly and as if freaking out, Melissa closes the book with a bang and leaves it on the table while she leaves the room as soon as possible. And at some point, the girl has to pass by her father. She tries to pretend that nothing happened, but it turns out badly. At the very last moment, Abraham Joseph stops his daughter by calling her name loudly. Immediately after that, Melissa turns to her father in a panic and is about to make excuses for reading a book without permission. But Abraham Joseph didn't even realize she was doing it and just wants to remind her not to forget to drink a glass of milk. A tense Melissa tries to hide her anxiety and so puts a fake smile on her pretty face. As soon as Melissa walks away, Abraham Joseph lets out an aggressive laugh and mutters to himself that his daughter is just going through puberty. Following this, Abraham Joseph turns back and looks at a picture frame with a photograph on it. In the photo, you can make out a happy family of Abraham Joseph, Melissa, and her mother. Apparently, something has happened to the woman. At this time, Melissa closes herself in her room. She thinks about what she read in a book about the elf king Candela becoming a magic sword. Then she gets freaked out again because she didn't have time to finish the book. She had just stopped at a particularly spectacular moment. After that, Melissa collapses on her bed, still freaking out about her stupid father not letting her finish that interesting book. And at some point, the girl sighs tiredly, thinking about the fact that she could not even think how her conservative father reads such books. Then she thinks to herself, judging from Joseph's phone conversation, the source of the book is that confidential bookstore. She then starts smiling snidely, thinking she's being resourceful, because she thinks conservatives like her father wouldn't go to a bookstore. Eventually, Melissa resorts to using her magical powers. She activates a key to the database with level H access. After just a few moments, the key appears in the girl's hands and gives her access to all the most interesting things. At the same moment, a holographic database appears in front of her. She thinks it's enough to use her mom's account because she was a knight. Melissa concentrates and mentally thanks her mom, and then promises her that she will try to become an excellent knight very soon. Carefully studying all the information about the bookstore, Melissa realizes that there is nothing strange and interesting there. Before going there, for some reason, she remembers her father's instruction and turns to look at a glass of milk. And at the same moment, Melissa starts squirming unhappily and irritably, realizing that she has to do what her father demands. Immediately after that, the girl grabs the glass of milk to get rid of it as soon as possible and forget it already. It takes Melissa only a few sips to empty the glass completely. Then she starts to measure her height and wonders if she has really grown after the milk. By the way, it's still raining in Nozen right now. At this rate, the whole town will be flooded. The same goes for Lin Jie's bookstore. Wiping the puddles from the floor, Lin Jie realizes that the downpour has been going on for more than a week, and if it continues like this, he will have to go out with oars. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, Lin Jie realizes that in such terrible weather, it's not worth mentioning the guests, because in normal life, there are enough problems. Lin Jie also remembers that When he got up this morning and saw the floor completely flooded, he almost decided to move out. But luckily Lin Jai had already cleaned up the floor, and after cleaning it, it was as shiny as if it was new and worthy of it. As he wipes the window, Lin Jai remembers that black cat, because in such nasty weather, it's risky to wander around outside. Meanwhile, the same Morrison Gregg somehow sneaks into the bookstore to enjoy the smell of Joseph that stayed here. Lin Jai ponders for a while and continues to wipe the window while looking outside. At the same time, some unknown man is also extremely indignant about the weather because his TV is broken. He pleads for someone to save him. Then he tries to assess the situation and realizes that everything is fine with the TV set and the electrical wiring too, which means that the problem is the broken plugs. Looking out the window, the man realizes that the electrical switch is outside, but in this weather, he doesn't want to go out there. At the same moment, the man remembers his neighbor's boyfriend, who might be willing to help him. Reasoning with himself, the man starts tapping on the wall and saying, trying to find out if his neighbor is home. As soon as the neighbor answers him, the man tells him that there is a problem with his TV set and that he is busy right now, so he asks for help to go look around. This neighbor turns out to be Lin Ji, the owner of a bookstore. He listens as the man tells him where the switch is. Eventually, Lin Jai agrees to help because of his benevolence and good-naturedness. But as soon as Lin Ji takes the first step in the direction, something stops him abruptly. He falls into a kind of stupor and terror. It takes Lin Jai a while to realize and generally understand what is happening to him at the moment. After a moment, a huge black creature with bright red eyes appears in front of him. Lin Jai calls this creature Little Blackie. They haven't seen each other for a long time, and so he realizes that there is some special matter. At this moment, as if to answer Lin Ji, the black creature points towards the door, on which hangs a sign for closing and opening the store. Then Lin Ji, pondering the black creature's words, realizes that he is most likely trying to help him. Responding to the bookstore owner, the black creature begins to shake its head rapidly as if agreeing with his words. Lin Jai is in a peaceful state of mind. He thinks that the black creature has come to express his gratitude for lending him a book last time. Realizing that refusal might hurt the creature, Lin Jai agrees to let the Blackfoot do what the neighbor asked him to do. After a while, the Blackfoot reaches the switch. No heavy downpour prevents him from doing his work. Then the black creature with his strange limb lowers the switch to fix the electricity in the house. At the same time, the neighbor's TV comes back on. Thus, the problem that had been bothering him was solved. Dissolving in his joy and smiling widely, the neighbor thanks Lin Jai for helping him and promises to reciprocate someday. In turn, Lin Ji seems to be listening to his neighbor's words so as not to miss a word. In the end, Lin Jai replies to his neighbor that there is nothing to thank him for, and at the same time, the Blackfoot comes back. The neighbor himself is genuinely happy that his neighbor turned out to be a man of good character and now plans to continue watching TV. Suddenly, the man's face changes dramatically. He looks at something without taking his eyes off and gradually sinks into panic. After a moment, tears appear in his eyes. From fear, he begins to grit his teeth and literally screams silently. In the TV screen appears the same black creature that scares the hell out of the man with its presence. At this time, Lin Jie finally sits down in his chair and sighs in relief. He times that today was the day of good deeds. Then he also thinks that his business would go up if the neighboring bookstore would help him promote and remember him with a kind word. Suddenly, a bell rings, and someone enters the bookstore. Lin Jai automatically greets the guest, but he is in a surprised state. On the doorstep of his store appears the same Frank Wilde. He apologizes to Lin Jai for disturbing him. With a slight smile on his face, Lin Jai notices Frank and wonders why he came back so quickly this time. Looking at the guest, Lin Jai notices that Frank's clothes are quite nice and similar to the taste of an old gentleman. He then turns to Frank and asks him if he has any particularly important business to attend to, since he came here in such lousy weather. Bowing to Lin Ji, Frank states that the weather doesn't matter, and this time he has come to formally express his gratitude. Lin Jai then says he's pleased with the gift Frank brought next time. Now, he will have to hesitate before accepting the gift. In turn, Frank Wilde realizes that Lin Jie is comforting him again, because the gargoyle is not even close to what he has prepared now. Now Frank is one step away from the divine level thanks to Lin Ji, and only the value of the gift can compare to his favor. Immediately afterward, Frank Wilde asks Lin Jai not to hesitate because it has no practical value to him. Continuing, Frank Wilde states that if Lin Jai does not accept his gift, then his soul will be displeased. He also lowers his gaze to the floor. In response, Lin Ji remarks on the harshness of Frank's words, since he just did some work not worth any effort. With a slight smile on his face, Lin Ji asks to finally take a look at what Frank Wilde has prepared for him. Then Frank Wilde tells him that it is a gift that he spent 2 years of his life preparing. At this moment, he places a strange paraphernalia, like a dream catcher, in front of Lin Ji on the wooden table. Lin Ji only thinks that the gift prepared by Frank was really just what he needed, and it brings back memories. A few years ago, before teleporting here, Lin Jie had once participated in a folklore and culture exhibition. There, he found out something about dream catchers. A dream catcher is a symbol of the Native American culture. The Indians believed that in the middle of the night, the air was filled with dreams, and only a dream catcher could take away bad dreams. After talking to that elderly Indian, Lin Jie learned even more legends about dream catchers. They believed that it was the power and wisdom amplified during sleep. Now the surprised Lin Jie is in a slight stupor, and says that he never expected to see a dream catcher again. Observing the behavior of the bookstore owner, Frank Wilde notices the fact that he is a rather erudite young man. Looking at the dream catcher lying on the table, Frank remembers that this Native American talisman is valuable for the dreams inside. Inspecting the dream catcher, Lin Jie realizes that it is handmade and that Frank's best wishes are truly from the heart. In the end, Lin Ji smiles widely and says that the dream catcher is exactly what he has been needing lately. Frank Wilde's eyes show some confusion the whole time. Perhaps he's hiding something unpleasant or even scary. But in the end, Frank Wilde replies to the bookstore owner that he is honored to be needed by him. Finally, looking at a happy Lin Jie, Frank thinks about what must be a pleasure for him to exist on a divine level. Wishing Lin Jie wonderful dreams in the aftermath, Frank Wilde leaves his bookstore. At this time, somewhere on the other side of the city of Nozen, a church collapses. There is a massive explosion caused by a battle. Kate is involved in all of this. The girl is thrown back and she is about to fall to the ground. At the very last moment, her comrade Max picks her up. She manages to stay on her feet, for which he thanks him. Kate finds herself standing on a sword belonging to Max himself, and he asks the girl to be careful with the familiar. As their opponent are some pagan mages, one of them starts muttering some dark spell to himself. Immediately after the words are spoken, the man thrusts his magic staff forward, and there appears a light energy as if it were divine. In addition to everyone else, Ji Jixue is also immediately involved. The girl is about to break out into battle. At some point, a huge green snake appears in front of Ji Jixue and threateningly opens its mouth wide. At the very last moment, Ji Jixue sharply dodges and slightly dodges to the side to avoid the attack. At the same instant, a huge white paw belonging to some beast appears in the green snake's mouth. Ji Jixue's tainted blood awakens. Thus, she almost reincarnates into a white wolf. A moment later, the girl finally transforms into a huge werewolf and literally tears apart the snake with a single movement. Now, Ji Jixue's beautiful feminine eyes have turned into the anger-filled eyes of a real beast. Upon seeing this, Ji Jixue's opponents succumb to shock because they have never seen a controlled transformation into a beast before. And when they are about to use saltpeter flame against the wolf's blood, they realize that it is raining heavily today. For her part, Ji Jixue transformed into a white wolf under the full moon screams that her opponents have doomed themselves. Behind Ji Jixue, who has been transformed into a white wolf, is her companion Kate. As Kate watches Ji Jixue, she realizes that her power is the dream of every hunter. As Kate continues to watch her closely, she realizes that her power will open up a whole new world to the hunter. At the same time, Kate is confused and remembers the guest at the bookstore who gave Ji Jixue this power. At one point, Max appears next to her. He asks Kate to finally stop thinking so much. Max tells Kate that they should just accompany Jixu first, and then share the glory. And then Kate listens carefully to what Max tells her, and finally agrees that he's right. Kate then jumps down after Max and offers to go and continue the battle. At that moment, their opponents thrust their magic staffs forward to use the flame spell and activate the fire. Moments later, fiery streams of flame literally burst out of their staffs and are directed towards their opponent. Despite the searing and hot flames of fire, Ji Jixue, in the guise of a white wolf, rushes at the enemy. And once again, there is another explosion in the tower, which is caused primarily due to Ji Jixu. For a while, Ji Jixue, the white wolf, has to retreat and stop to get rid of the flames. She looks like she is tired. The white wolf opens her mouth wide and starts breathing heavily. You can make out her sharp white teeth. Suddenly, a huge yellow eye appears somewhere in the air and begins to infuse the white wolf's body with its energy. In turn, her opponent mages continue to use the flame spell, directing it towards Ji Jixue and her comrade. Ji Jixue's eyes are filled with ever-increasing anger as she looks at her opponent. At one point, Kate notices Ji Jixue's strange behavior. Max at this time is confronting one of the mages. Moments later, a massive explosion happens right in front of Kate and Max. They immediately begin to worry about their leader, Ji Jixue. At this time, the enemy leader realizes that Ji Jixue is helping someone. Even Frank Wilde can't do anything against her transformation control. He then asks Ui if he has seen Frank Wilde because the man from the secret tower said that he appeared in the bookstore. After some suspiciously long pause, Ui replies to the leader that they haven't seen Frank Wilde yet. And when he orders Ui to meet him because he is his teacher, space cracks behind him, and the white wolf Ji Jixue appears. A moment later, the man turns back and panics, trying to figure out what's going on. And when the white wolf pounces on him, he tries to figure out how she knew his location for the spatial jump. Eventually, Ji Jixue with all her weight falls on the man, thus trapping him in that trap. After another moment, the white wolf pounces on the man and roughly claws into his body with its sharp teeth. With his last strength, the man yells Ui's name to rush to his aid, and Ui responds to his call. The man jumps down from somewhere on the hill and is at his leader's side. At the same moment, the man speaks out loud in a confident and calm tone about the vertigo technique called flicker. In turn, Ji Jixue realizes that Ui has unleashed such a powerful spell and technique that belongs to dark magicians. This is not good. Suddenly, Ui himself appears. He pounces on the white wolf, and she realizes she can't move at all. In order to get rid of the white wolf, Ui uses a small and short dagger. Ji Jixu stares at Ui with her burning eyes. She recalls her steel will. A moment later, Ji Jixue's white wolf already rushes over and strips Ui of one of his limbs. Ui doesn't immediately realize what just happened, but the growing pain makes him grin. At this moment, Ji Jixue raises her head up and notices a strange dark energy condensing above her head. Another spellcaster appears and comes to the aid of his comrades. It is he who creates this clot of dark energy. During his manipulations, the man begins to cast a flame spell called Rotting Sun. A distraught Ji Jixue realizes that it's getting too dangerous and now she might die. She needs to make a forced leap. And as Ji Jixue disappears, a man turns to Harris and asks him if he's okay. But Harris has lost his arm. Despite this, he claims he's fine and realizes that the bookstore guest is stronger than they thought. Immediately afterward, his limb suddenly grows back as if nothing had happened at all. Harris has the ability to regenerate. At this point, his companion tries to find out if Ji Jixue's power is the ability to move through time and space. In an attempt to redevelop a new limb, after another long pause, Harris denies the words of his comrade. Following this, Harris reveals that Ji Jixue can use Ryan's soul and therefore recognize their exact location and even dispelled the spell. At the same time, Harris says with a smirk that he is becoming more and more interested in Ji Jixue's power. After that, Harris turns to Ui and asks him to take a look at something and mentions that he has a lot of unfinished business. A strange and sparkling energy appears over his palm and eventually forms into a ball. As time passes, the orb begins to grow larger and larger rather quickly. Harris chuckles and asks Ui what will hatch from the ball. Ui is completely shocked and realizes that it will hatch a so-called dream beast. But in the end, a strange but terrifying maw appears. Harris calls this creature a deity and a real god. At this time, Lin-Jae finishes his writing and leaves the books along with the ink on the table. A tired Lin-Ji climbs up the stairs in his bookstore to soon lie down and rest. Scratching the back of his head, Lin-Ju wonders when the rain will stop. When it stops, the boy is going to go shopping for household goods. After a while, Lin-Ji goes up to his room, where his bed and other personal belongings are. Then he takes a hammer and starts hammering a nail into the wall above his bed, so that it is exactly above his head. Then he hangs a dream catcher there, which is a gift from Frank. He admires such a neat and matchless handmade product. At the same time, Lin-Jae remembers the gargoyle, which was just as beautiful. He will talk to Frank about all this when he comes next time. After a while, Lin-Ji changes into his night clothes and goes to bed. He yawns because he has already managed to be very tired. Turning over on the other side, Lin-Ji says that he hopes to work as a dream catcher and wishes himself good dreams. And now the bookstore owner falls asleep, lying under the magical dream catcher, which is instantly activated by his dream. The dream catcher begins to glow brighter and brighter, while directing Lin-Jae's consciousness to a particular dream. After a while, Lin-Ji finds himself inside the dream. Everything is so real that it is as if he does not believe that it is just a dream. Snow appears under Lin-Jae's feet, which is like ashes, but in general it is not cold, and even on the contrary, it is warm. All this time, Lin-Jae looks around and considers what is happening around him, and at some point Lin-Jae shuddered because he noticed something amazing in front of him. Lin-Jae falls into a stupor and stops. Looking around, he realizes that the nature here is incredibly beautiful. Lin Jai himself is in a real shock. This beauty greatly surprises him, and at the same time, inspires him. There is also a huge tree with an interesting shape in front of him. Lin Jie does not believe that there are such trees that cover the sky and the sun. After a moment, Lin Ji's gaze is directed in another direction. He notices something unusual again. There is a beautiful girl with pointy ears leaning back against the tree. Her hair is as white as snow. On her head, she wears a thin and elegant tiara. This girl is an elf, and at the moment, she is as if in a dream. At that instant, in the heart of the bookstore, owner Lin Ji's heart, a snippet of a melody he had once heard somewhere, suddenly surfaced. A picture related to this melody pops up in his mind, and there is a similar girl with long, snow-white hair and pointed ears. She wears a tiara on her head, and the words of the tune go like this: I crown the king of the sweet cold north with my carpet of needles and crown of snow. At this moment, Lin Ji opens his mouth in shock. To him, all of this is truly an incomparable landscape. This enchanting dream world is like a child's fairy tale to Lin Ji. He realizes that Frank Wilde was really right. A white flower with a simple and exquisite refreshing fragrance appears in his hands. Lin Ji enjoys this moment. Examining the flower, Lin Ji realizes that it simply cannot be real, and he himself is most likely in a conscious dream. Standing in front of that very tree, Lin Jai thinks that in this state, he is able to think clearly, memorize, and even distinguish his feelings from reality. With a flower in his hands, Lin Jai ponders. That dream catcher must have a psychological property that, along with Frank's speech, is what created this dream. After that, he lowers his gaze and looks at the white flower. He thinks about the fact that this explanation is logical and romantic to him, which fits him. Directing his snide gaze at the elf lying by the tree, Lin Ji finally realizes that this is the dream in which he can do whatever he wants. Immediately afterwards, Lin Jie stops himself and begins to cough in embarrassment. He knows that there should be boundaries even in a dream. From head to toe, Lin Jie examines the beautiful elf's form and becomes curious as to why he dreamt of such a beautiful girl. Then he starts to think about her snow-white hair, which is liked by all Chinese people and is very recognizable. And at some point, Lin Jie slightly pulls back as if he is afraid, because in such a dream, literally anything can happen. But even so, he decides to approach the girl and look at this dream person in the form of a gorgeous pixie. The girl herself, with her dazzlingly beautiful appearance, continues to lie by the tree with her eyes closed, as if she were in a dream. Once again paying attention to her form, Lin Jie is confused by how attractive the elf is, like a perfect work of art. And realizing that this is all just a dream, Lin Ji thinks that he might be a bit impudent now. Lin Jai then puts a white flower in the girl's hair and admires the fact that she herself is as beautiful as a flower. Slightly awkwardly scratching his cheek with his finger, Lin Jai realizes that these kinds of boundary violations and obscure actions are really exciting for him. But then Lin Jai opens his eyes and notices that the pixie has woken up, although before he was almost certain that she would not do so. At the same moment, Lin Ji is blinded by the bright light that comes from the awakened elf. The girl herself rises and begins to stride confidently forward, passing by Lin Ji's bookstore owner. At some point, the elfess begins to transform and conjures her clothes to change appearance. Watching her, Lin Jie is in shock because this girl from his dream is at least 2 meters tall. This is basically only possible in a dream. Unexpectedly, the elf finally notices Lin Ji and, fixing the flower behind his ear, asks him who he is. In turn, Lin Jie is slightly surprised because the elf suddenly asked him the question first. At the same time, Lin Jie remembers that the people he meets in his dreams are the embodiment of human consciousness, and therefore dialogue with them is a rare experience. He dares to speak. At that moment, the elf girl gets a headache. The girl mutters to herself about being a dream person. Watching her, Lin Ji realizes that she is in a dream, which does not cease to amaze him. Such a subconscious projection is worthy of his dream. Pointing his finger in the direction of the elven girl, Lin Ji shouts that her answer is true, and now it is his turn to ask questions. Then, pointing at the girl, he sentences that the answer of the person from the dream is not quite accepted by him. Sighing slightly irritably, Lin Jai realizes that because it's all a dream, he feels like he's exposed his cocky nature a bit. Suddenly, the elven woman begins to smile and tells him that her name is Bai Yin, which translates to silver. A slightly wary Lin Jai is surprised that the elven girl only says her name and doesn't tell him anything else about herself. With a cute and friendly smile on her face, Bai Yin states that this answer is at least really true. Immediately after that, She takes a step towards Lin Jie and asks if it is true that it is now her turn to ask and question. Starting to get more and more embarrassed, Lin Jie realizes that Bai Yin's smile is devastating, and he didn't expect the girl to counterattack at all. At this moment, Bai Yin slowly covers her eyes and begins to utter that she has been here for a long, long time. Placing her palm on her chest, Bai Yin continues saying that she has already forgotten what time is. Turning to Lin Jie, the girl says that she has a constant feeling that it's too quiet here. The girl then asks Lin Jie if he can tell her and explain what she is feeling. For a while, Lin Jie seriously considers Bai Yin's words. He puts his hand to his chin demonstratively. After a moment, Lin Jie realizes that the feeling Bai Yin is talking about right now is nothing but loneliness. After that, a smile appears on Lin Jie's face because this dream really matches his preferences. On this romantic like a fairy tale hill with irises, he uses his best work to help the graceful elf girl out of a dead end. Lin Jie himself is delighted by this because such a relaxing hobby pleases him and is impossible to give up. Because of this, Lin Jie realizes that his pajamas look completely frivolous and careless. After a moment, Lin Jie abruptly changes his clothes to a casual suit that looks much more serious than pajamas. Examining his white gloves, Lin Jie remembers that this is a conscious dream, and to some extent, he is making imagination come true. He then turns to Bai Yin and suggests she sit down and talk if the girl doesn't mind. In turn, Bai Yin notices this gesture from Lin Jie and is stunned at first. But then she starts smiling and moves towards Lin Jie, gradually extending her hand to him. Eventually, Bai Yin touches Lin Jie's gloved hand with her fragile little palm. Slightly embarrassed, Lin Jie tries to feel his touch sensation so cool and soft. He needs to feel out his surroundings. After a short period of time, Lin Jie sits Bai Yin down beside him while continuing to hold her hand. Taking his time, Lin Jie begins the conversation by asking if Bai Yin has always been alone in this dream world. Again, gently placing her palm on her chest, Bai Yin tells her that no one has ever set foot here before, and Lin Jie was the first to do so. At this moment, Lin Jie gives in to his amorous feelings and remembers the fairy tale of Rapunzel. Now, something like this is happening. Sitting next to Bai Yin in the middle of such a beautiful flower garden, Lin Jie realizes that the girl has always been here alone, and eternal sleep is her life. Looking at his palms, he also remembers that it's all just a dream, and even after realizing the problem, he won't be able to help the girl. In the end, Lin Jie says that Bai Yin's feelings are a lack of communication and loneliness. Elf Bai Yin stares at Lin Jie with a mesmerized look, as if she can't take her eyes off. Lin Jie goes on to say that the lack of communication came from the fact that Bai Yin was always alone and had no one to understand her. All this time, Bai Yin stands face to face with Lin Jie and attentively listens to what he tells her. After all this, Bai Yin says that thoughts are the source of her pain, and they can't understand her because they are afraid. Lin Jie then thinks that the whole reason is thoughts and misunderstanding. He is going to get down to business as soon as possible. Immediately after that, Lin Jie dissolves into a snide smile and puts his finger to his lips. Next, he quotes someone. According to Lin Jie from the mouth of an unknown person, he learned that when people think, God laughs. And when Lin Jie suggests not to delve into the original meaning of this phrase, Bai Yin starts laughing. Then Lin Jie calls Bai Yin an unusual beauty, and she becomes more and more embarrassed and somehow flirtatiously tucks a strand of hair behind her ear. This is followed by another demonstrative gesture. The girl puts her palm to her lips as if hiding her embarrassment. All the while, Lin Jie continues to philosophize about the fact that if there is an understanding with a god without words, thinking is not so painful anymore. He then turns to Bai Yin again with a wide smile and asks if she finds such a thought too romantic. Then Bai Yin replies that this kind of thinking is indeed like what a true romantic would say. Awkwardly scratching his head, Lin Jie tells Bai Yin that he is indeed an incorrigible romantic. But in his opinion, this is how he can have a conversation with Bai Yin. Lin Jie also thinks he can probably understand the girl. Bai Yin looks away in embarrassment and says that if Lin Jie appeared in this dream, it means that he understands her and is on the same level. Awkwardly chuckling, Lin Jie now understands how philosophers praise people, and listening to such things is quite comfortable. Eventually, Lin Jie turns to Bai Yin and realizes the fact that she recognizes her after all. Immediately afterward, Lin Jie grabs Bai Yin's hands and urges her to agree to his request. All the while, Bai Yin is still staring into the eyes of the kid named Lin Jie in the same mesmerized but slightly anxious manner. Droplets of sweat begin to show on Lin Jie's face. From overexertion and worry, he slightly slows down and pauses. Continuing to hold Bai Yin's hands with warmth and tenderness, Lin Jie asks her to become her dearest friend. Bai Yin is stunned and makes a surprised look on her face, as if she doesn't quite understand what Lin Jie means. Without letting go of Bai Yin's hands, Lin Jie realizes that she might refuse, and he now needs to make sure that doesn't happen. Suddenly, Bai Yin repeats the word friend and does so with a stutter. It's as if the girl doesn't understand exactly what the word means. Lin Jie takes the opportunity to go into detail about how Bai Yin might get bored here, so she should try to make a friend. At this point, Lin Jie awakens into that crazy bookseller. Now, his goal is to promote one particular work. Then Lin Jie enlists the help of her memory to recover the book. A few moments later, the book appears on the kid's lap. After it appears, Lin Jie opens the book called Fairy Tales of the Brothers Grimm and starts flipping through it as if looking for something. Eventually, he closes it and holds it out to Bai Yin. He says it's a gift for her as a friend on their first meeting. At this point, there is a look of confusion, and perhaps even some sadness in Bai Yin's elfish eyes for some reason. But despite her mixed feelings, Bai Yin reaches out her hands to take the Brothers Grimm fairy tales from Lin Jie's hands. She then lowers her embarrassed gaze and tells her that no one gave her any gifts, and there were no people willing to talk to her. With great happiness in her eyes, Bai Yin clutches the book to her chest, but says that she has nothing at all to thank Lin Jie for the gift. She then mentions some fruits from the trees and honey in the flowers. Bai Yin suggests that Lin Jie take them as her gift. Lin Jie raises his head up and realizes that he simply didn't notice any of the fruits that Bai Yin is talking about. Then he does notice the golden-colored fruits on the trees. He opens his mouth wide, scrutinizing the trees. For a moment, Lin Jie suspects that there is something wrong with this tree, but then realizes that thinking about it is completely useless. Without taking his gaze off the golden fruits, Lin Jie asks Bai Yin if the fruit can be eaten. Then the girl smiles broadly and happily tells Lin Jie that the fruit is fit to be eaten. A moment later, that golden-colored fruit appears in Lin Jie's palm. Before tasting it, he examines the fruit. Carefully looking at every inch of the fruit, Lin Jie realizes that the realization matches the dream. The fruit is so perfect, like a picture. At this moment, a trickle of saliva runs down the corner of Lin Jie's mouth. He is very curious about what this fruit tastes like, and then Lin Jie opens his mouth wide to take a bite of the juicy fruit as soon as possible. After slightly chewing the fruit, Lin Jie begins to appreciate its flavor, which is both crisp and sweet tasting, which is not very different from an apple. In turn, Bai Yin is slightly alarmed and can't bear to ask what the fruit tastes like to Lin Jie. Chuckling and smiling happily, Lin Jie replies to Bai Yin that the fruit tastes very sweet. After a moment, Lin Jie realizes that he is starting to wake up. His body is shaking violently, and it's strange because not much time has passed yet. Right after that, Lin Jie turns to Bai Yin and says that he really doesn't want to, but has to leave right now. At this moment, Bai Yin somehow obediently places her palm on Lin Jie's palm and gives in to temptation. Following that, she throws herself around Lin Jie's neck and presses herself against him as hard as she can. Lin Jie's eyes open wide in surprise, or maybe even shock. He looks straight into the eyes of the elfish Bai Yin. Suddenly, Bai Yin doesn't hesitate or even feel embarrassed and bites Lin Jie's ear with incredible tenderness and love. A light but very bright blush appears on her cheeks. The girl begins to smile and whisper something in Lin Jie's ear. In turn, Lin Jie abruptly pulls away from her and, again starting to get embarrassed, waits for what she will say to him next. After a moment, he disappears and Bai Yin waves and says that he hopes they will meet again the next night. At this time, Ui, who Ji Jixue fought with before, is standing in a dark alley smoking a cigarette. Leaning against the wall, the man continues to smoke and tells someone that choosing Harris was the wrong move. Gesturing as he talks, Ui adds that choosing someone else would have been even more wrong. At the same time, he adds that he didn't have much of a choice in the first place, having mutilated his brothers and betrayed his teacher. Then his interlocutor says that Ji Jixue has become stronger, and even he and Harris were about to engage in a fierce battle. In addition to her, he mentions Frank Wilde, who, after a devastating injury, was lucky enough not to be killed and was now back in sight. Ui notes that Ji Jixue and Frank Wilde are both related to the owner of the bookstore, as if their fate had been rewritten there. He then turns to his interlocutor again and asks if he has memorized his task along with the current situation. Ui is then surprised to hear his answer, which contains the information that he will need the opponent's level and the layout of the store. Continuing to smoke his cigarette, Ui directs his interlocutor to go on his way and then return to him with good news. His interlocutor looks as strange as possible. It is as if the man is hiding in the shadows and hiding his identity to the last. After a moment, the man hiding in the shadows breaks away from his seat and rushes towards the bookstore with a quick stream of energy. UI, for his part, reasoned with himself that the faceless man with black scales had grown stronger and reappeared. He takes another puff and sighs tiredly, hoping that the intelligence was right. A while later, the man turns from a shadow into a regular person. He finds himself outside a bookstore, muttering to himself about 23rd Street and the bookstore. The man realizes that he has come to the right place. Without a moment's hesitation, the man uses his ability to turn into a shadow to sneak inside the store. Looking around, the man realizes that there are no ether fluctuations, and it's really just an ordinary bookstore. As he gets deeper and deeper into the store, the man is about to look around the second floor to see if his superiors were wrong in their conclusions about this place. At that moment, the gargoyle statue immediately activates because it senses the guest's evil and wrong intentions towards the bookstore owner. Stopping in front of the doors to a room on the second floor, the man realizes that it is the only one he has not yet checked. From there, he senses the bookstore owner's life signs, and then the man realizes that UI was worrying in vain. With a slight smirk on his face, the man is already planning how to get rid of the bookstore owner and then return with a report to the owner. While he is already planning how he will laugh at the faces of his superiors, from his report, Lin Jie is sweetly sleeping and sinking into an incredibly beautiful dream. As soon as the man opens the door, he notices that the whole room is covered with flowers and everything looks real and quite real. Suddenly, the man's eyes open wide as if they are about to fall out of their orbits. Something shocks him. In turn, the owner of the bookstore, Lin Jie, folded his arms on his chest and with a smile on his face, enjoys his dream. Suddenly, the man notices that the beautiful flowers are covered with strange red growths. A moment later, these growths are already near him and trap his body, stretching his limbs in different directions. A strange large growth appears on the man's back, as if a strange creature is penetrating his body. Immediately after the incident, the man leaves Lin Jie's bedroom and going down the stairs mutters that he owes something and there is an eye on the floor. Indeed, the man is possessed by something. Blood begins to flow from his eyes, and he mutters that he must destroy the threats to his master. The man's face takes on a terrifying mad look. He whispers to himself that he is ready to serve his master faithfully. Meanwhile, UI smokes a cigarette and waits for the return of the shadowy man named John. He is surprised that a non-combat task has taken so long. UI glances anxiously at his watch, reasoning that the bookstore is definitely not that simple, and that he was right not to go there himself. Somewhat woozily and happily, UI exhales the smoke, realizing that things aren't so bad. If anything, he will escape with the help of John's abilities. John is a man with half the blood of a shadow moss worm circulating in his body. His shadow transformation technique is able to manifest 200%. At one point, UI breaks a cigarette butt and tosses it somewhere to the side. It falls into a puddle. Immediately afterward, he lights another cigarette and thinks about how he wants to do some task himself after John returns. Suddenly, UI flinches and his eyes turn somewhere to the side. Something unpleasant startles him greatly. UI realizes that his cigarette was put out in the rain in this back alley and now doesn't understand why he still has some shadow. And so, he decides to use the cigarette pack to light it with a fiery flame and thus confront the unknown enemy. A loud and violent explosion occurs above his head. UI lights his way to see if anyone is there or not. Abruptly tearing off his coat, UI realizes that his abilities are now weakened by the rain, and he has to decide what to do. Then the realization hits him that John has become a traitor, but now he will die at his hand. And that's when John comes back. He looks extremely aggressive towards UI, and UI assumes a fighting stance. At one point, John sinks to the ground and directs his shadow streams towards UI to attack first. One of the black shadow streams reaches UI's arm and slams into him. This causes the man to be pressed against a stone wall. And as UI begins to scream loudly, another explosion occurs, enveloping John's body in blinding flames of fire. Using the heating technique, UI manages to escape the trap. He taunts and yells at John about being on guard because he knew about the betrayal. Covering his face with the palm of his hand from the blinding flames, UI watches as John is exposed to the hot fire. Despite this exposure to the flames, John remains on his feet, as if he were unaffected by the blazing fire. UI, on the other hand, is terrified. He doesn't understand what is happening, or why John is still alive. But then UI becomes terrified. A stupor grips his body. He notices something that can't help but be terrifying. Out of the bright flames of fire, a huge skull of some animal with many sharp teeth appears. At this time, UI abruptly jerks back to try and dodge the unknown creature's attack. Terrified, UI starts yelling and tries to figure out who he is, because he is not the John he knows. The demonic creature with its mouth wide open only tells UI that it will remove all obstacles for its master. Holding his wounded arm, UI doesn't understand what kind of master John is talking about, because he doesn't believe in such thing. A look of terror appears in his eyes. UI realizes that this is all a warning from the bookstore owner. After a while, Mr. Harris is visited by his henchman, who is about to report that UI is dead. As soon as Mr. Harris hears the news, he panics and asks what happened. The henchman goes on to say that he has photographs of the scene and an examination of the spell marks. He goes on to say that all of these are reports of the recovery at the scene and were made by black mages of the Red Religion. At one point, Harris takes the clipboard with the documents from him and begins to examine it personally. A picture of Mr. UI can be seen there. His body is covered with multiple wounds and red growths. Along with this, Mr. UI has the same white flower in his mouth that the bookstore owner had dreamed about. The last picture Harris sees is the instruction Mr. UI left before his death. Written in blood is the word "run." Harris realizes that John's body was taken by an unknown creature from the bookstore. He then asks what the dark magicians are going to do. The henchman then tells him that the mages suggest that the idea of scouting the bookstore to ensure that the magic mirror egg will hatch. Ultimately, Harris orders that the dark mages be informed that White Wolf will do his best to cooperate. Harris himself reflects on the fact that it was all a warning from the bookstore. He didn't expect the method to be so terrifying. He then turns his eyes to the incubator inside, which is the magic mirror egg. The most important thing now is for it to hatch. At one point, Harris raises his hand and begins tapping the glass incubator with his fist. He's determined because he doesn't care what the bookstore owner's nature is, because he's not going to let uncertainty ruin his plan. Sometime later, Lin-Jai finally wakes up after a pleasant and beautiful dream, which came thanks to the dream catcher. Opening his eyes and trying to get out of bed, Lin-Jai wishes himself a good morning. Stretching contentedly, Lin-Jai turns his attention to the dream catcher and thinks he should thank Frank for it. The thing is really good. After that, the boy goes to the window and opens the curtains wide to enjoy the sunlight. That's when Lin-Jai remembers that Bai-Yin elf girl from his dream. He really hopes that they will see each other again next time, like she said. Lin-Jai himself, remembering her every word, is embarrassed, but it is clear from his face that these memories are very pleasant to him. After setting the electronic alarm clock for 6:30 in the morning, Lin-Jai leaves the bedroom to get to work. Before starting his workday, Lin-Jai goes into the bathroom to wash his face and brush his teeth. At some point, the kid touches his gum and some tooth with his toothbrush and realizes that it feels like something is wrong. Immediately after that, he opens his mouth wide and looking at it realizes that all of a sudden he has 8 teeth. Lin-Jai connects all this with the fact that this gift is a kind of a wish of happiness from the Blackfoot. In Buddhism, there is also such a moment with 40 teeth. But in the end, Lin-Jai decides to forget about it and not to think about it and just ask the Blackfoot about it the next time they see each other. After a while, Lin-Jai opens the door of his bookstore and thinks only about one thing, whether there will be new guests today. And at exactly the same moment, Lin-Jai shudders because he realizes one very interesting and strange thing. He realizes that usually at this time, the neighbor's TV is already running at maximum volume, broadcasting the news of the day. But today, there is silence. Lin-Jai thinks that the owner of the video store is sick and that he is in a very serious and depressed state. The man can barely contain his emotions and looks as if he is about to burst into tears and cry from hysterics. At some point, Lin-Jai decides to knock on his neighbor's door to see if he's okay. Lin-Jai is startled when he hears the neighbor and owner of the video store start shouting loudly in response to his question. Because of this, Lin-Jai tries to find out what happened, because the usually playing morning news is not heard today. The neighbor starts shaking with fear because Lin-Jai has exposed him and figured it all out. So he tries to justify himself by talking about the TV being on. And as soon as the neighbor turns on his TV, a black shadow comes out with the news broadcasting from the screen. Listening carefully to the news, Lin-Jai thinks that there has been an accident due to the bad weather. He also thinks that Colin has a disturbing voice. Colin takes Lin-Jai's concern as a warning not to act rashly, or he won't be able to live well. At this point, panic sets in again. He only thinks about the fact that he is young and not going to die so early. Looking at the screen of the phone, Colin suspects that Lin-Jai knows about the priest he asked to get rid of the evil spirit. Then the voice of Lin-Jai, the bookstore owner, comes again. Colin flinches again and falls into a stupor, but eventually he realizes that his situation is desperate, and so he decides to contact the priest. Colin sends his short message to a priest of the Dome Church named Vincent. Immediately afterwards, Colin begins to scream silently because he realizes that he has made a mistake. He begins to lose himself in his doubts and covers his face with his hands. Now, it is too late for him to regret what he has done. Following this, Colin begins to pray to the Dome Priest, asking him to save him like a poor lamb. After gathering his thoughts, Colin finally exhales and replies to Lin Jai that he is fine, and thanks him for his trouble. Lin Jai tensed up slightly at this answer, but agreed that it was better not to bother his neighbor, since he was fine. Scratching the back of his head, Linji thinks that his neighbor always acts as if he is hiding something, and therefore wants to visit him with a gift. Suddenly, a bell rings, indicating a new visitor to the bookstore. Linji immediately turns back and greets the visitor. Examining the new visitor, Linji realizes that she is quite an energetic girl. Leaving the umbrella behind and adjusting her rubber boots, the girl ponders whether she is really in the bookstore from her father's dossier. The girl turns out to be Melissa, Abraham Joseph's daughter. Once inside the bookstore, she begins to look around carefully. Meeting a new visitor, Linji asks Melissa if he can help her with anything. But in response, the girl only continues to look around in surprise at the bookshelves. Eventually, Melissa turns to Linji and makes an expression as if the guy had done something bad to her. Somewhat hesitantly stepping towards Linji, Melissa realizes that this bookstore is so ordinary and not like H-level. Abruptly and defiantly resting her hands on the table, Melissa asks if Lin Jai is the owner of this bookstore. Agreeing, Lin Jai says that if the girl needs anything, she can turn to read or borrow a book. As Melissa scrutinizes the shopkeeper, she realizes that he doesn't seem strong and that her father is probably mistaken. That's when she irritably realizes what she's going to get from her father when he notices that she's run away and offers some ordinary bookstore. Right after that, Melissa pauses for a moment before saying what she wants to say to Lin Jie. Following that, she asks Lin Jai if it's true that she can ask him for anything she wants. Lin Jai's head feels like it's being pierced. He starts to feel awkward and doesn't understand what is going on in the children's heads right now. Lin Jai then replies to Melissa that she can ask for anything, but the request must not cross unacceptable boundaries. Suddenly, Melissa makes a snide and aggressive expression and says that she wants to arm wrestle with Lin Ji. Hearing this, Lin Jai falls into a stupor and his jaw drops open in shock. Out of all the alternatives that there is, the girl chose arm wrestling. But Melissa's eyes really have that fire in them. She really wants to fight Lin Ji like this. In turn, Lin Ji starts to tense up more and more, and something tells him that something wrong is going on here. Examining Melissa, Lin Jai realizes that from her thick red hair, he can tell that she is from a wealthy family. From her disappointed expression, it was clear that Melissa had come to the bookstore with a purpose and not just to escape the rain. Lin Jai himself doesn't seem to understand what's going on and why the child came to his store and wants to compete in arm wrestling. And then Lin Jai begins to wonder if the girl was sent by one of his old customers and remembers that Ji Jiksue and Abraham Joseph. At some point, Linji realizes that all of this must definitely be connected to Abraham Joseph. Looking at Melissa, Linji realizes that she is definitely and definitely related to Abraham Joseph. Then imagining the image of Abraham Joseph, Linji sees the same furious but kind look in the girl. And now Melissa, although a child, looks exactly like her father, Abraham Joseph. When Melissa catches Linji's inadequate gaze, she tries to understand why he is so pressured and insecure. That's why Melissa starts to feel embarrassed and even tense because she asks if there is nothing difficult in ordinary arm wrestling. In turn, Lin Jie replies with a slight chuckle that it's all quite normal, but he wants to ask 2 questions first. With slight irritation and anxiety, Melissa immediately reacts and asks what kind of questions Lin Jie wants to ask her. Right after that, Lin Jie wonders if Melissa really showed up at his bookstore because of Abraham Joseph. At the same instant, Melissa jumps up from her chair and plunges into panic. She had not expected such a question from Lin Jie. Being genuinely horrified and shocked, Melissa screams asking how Lin Jai knew such information. At this moment, Lin Ji starts pouring tea into cups. He asks Melissa to stop looking at him like that and says that he and Joseph look alike. While Melissa is annoyed by his comparison, Lin Ji is once again convinced that he is right and that the tsundere tendencies have been passed on to the girl along the same line. Immediately afterwards, Lin Jie asks Melissa a second question and wonders why she was looking for him to arm wrestle. Trying to cool her tea, Melissa tells him that before her father told her that if she felt heavy at heart, she should find someone to arm wrestle with. But Linji doesn't like that idea at all, so he asks why Abraham Joseph chose arm wrestling. Then Melissa explains that if the partner refuses, he will look like a coward. But if you give a reason to hit yourself, you can get into a fight. Lin Jai, on the other hand, is in a downcast state. He is shocked at the way Abraham Joseph is raising his children, shamefully covering his face with the palm of his hand. Lin Ji realizes that Joseph should not be expected to have the right parenting experience with his disorder. Eventually, Lin-Ji realizes that he can't escape the arm wrestling competition. He irritably clarifies exactly how they will compete. A satisfied and happy Melissa starts to spread her arms to the side and yells about winning 2 out of 3 times, and it will be fair. The veins on Lin-Ji's face tense up harder and harder because he realizes that he will be Melissa's punching bag. And then the justice-crazed Lin-Jie is going to teach this girl a lesson because bullying is not good for her. Melissa takes Lin-Ji's hand to start the competition. She realizes that the guy has the strength of a normal person and is going to move to avoid hurting him. And moments later, the first round of the competition ends with Lin-Ji's arm winning and taking out Melissa's arm. A heavy, intense pause hangs in the air for a while after Lin-Ji's first arm wrestling victory. For her part, Melissa is in a state of genuine terror. For a while, she tries to accept the situation. Immediately afterward, her face expresses genuine shock and she screams, asking how such a thing could have happened. In a stupor, Melissa looks at Lin-Ji and realizes that she is now really lost in arm wrestling to the normally strong kid from the store. Melissa's eyes are troubled and she is confused. She needs time to realize what's going on. Watching Lin-Ji defiantly adjusting his glove on his hand, Melissa sees in his gaze how pleased he is with himself after his victory. Gradually, Melissa's anger starts to build up, because at 6 years old, she could beat 10 guys with such strength. It was illogical that she had lost now. In turn, Lin-Ji points out the fact that it's amazing to have a girl of such strength at such an age, and it was really hard for him. While Lin-Ji sincerely apologizes to Melissa, she gets even angrier because she thinks that the boy is mocking her and thinks he is spoiled. Clenching her fist, Melissa tries to adjust herself because she has her dignity and is a knight in training and won't just give up. Immediately after that, she rises up again and turns to Lin-Jie and reminds him that she has to win 2 of the 3, and now she will definitely win. Melissa's body feels like it's twisting with anger and rage. She forces the bookstore owner Lin-Ji to fight her again. Seeing her in such a state, Lin-Jie is stunned. He thought that the girl hurt her wrist and now wants to play with him again. But in the end, Lin-Jie agrees to her idea, and they take each other's hands again to arm wrestle. Immediately after that, Lin-Ji makes a serious expression on his face and starts the countdown before the confrontation begins. And at number 1, Melissa picks up his idea and, shouting out loud, repeats his own words after him. Round 2 begins, and Melissa tries to outpoint Lin-Ji in arm wrestling. Lin-Jie looks a little tense. In turn, Melissa is also putting a lot of effort into lowering Lin-Ji's arm and getting the victory. Lin-Ji's hands are too strong for the young girl, and because of this, her hands start to shake and sweat a lot. At this moment, Lin-Ji somehow sighs evilly because he has the courage to bluff seeing such a weak girl trying her best. All the while, Lin-Ji faintly sneers, but makes a rather friendly and benevolent expression on his face. Eventually, the second round of arm wrestling ends with Lin-Ji suppressing Melissa's strength and winning again. Melissa then finds herself in a humiliating position. Her defeat causes her to wallow in herself. Tears appear in her eyes, and all she can think about is that this is the end. The girl can't believe that all this is really happening. Suddenly, Lin-Ji gives the girl a slap and tells her that it is impossible to fight like this, because if he had a knife in his hands, she would be dead already. After that, she makes the most pitiful childish face and calls Lin-Jie a pervert because he just gave a merciless slap to a child. In turn, Lin-Jie imagines a picture of Melissa acting like an arrogant child and therefore decides that she needs to be taught a lesson. He is going to save this bully by doing a couple of good deeds. At that moment, he asks what the girl wants, because he has fulfilled all her demands. Melissa looks up at Lin-Jie and tells him that she wants to take the book. At this moment, Lin-Jie's eyes begin to sparkle. He is genuinely happy that he can sell another book to a new visitor. Somewhat awkward and embarrassed, Melissa tells him that she wants to borrow a book like her father's, so that she can finally finish the story that is written in it. Melissa is not sure that Lin-Jie will give her the book, and he realizes that judging by her cautious behavior, she is afraid of her father, Abraham Joseph. Lin-Jie then comments that the book is good, but he does not understand why she would not get closer to Abraham Joseph as a father. Explaining, Melissa tells him that if Joseph finds out that he knows that his father reads books, he will start to tear up. With slight awkwardness, Lin-Jie assures Melissa that as long as the girl shows her understanding to her father, he won't get angry because of his embarrassment. But when Melissa starts yelling that her father never understands her, Lin-Jie is startled and surprised. At this time, Melissa shamefully and embarrassedly wiggles her knees from side to side, and tells him that her father works every day and nags her at home. She further says, with frank irritation, that her father always says she's not good enough, and the girl never gets his approval. In turn, Lin-Jie listens carefully to the girl's problem, and now realizes what the root of the problem is. Finally, Lin-Jie realizes that the reason for everything is that she is not good enough. Immediately after that, he starts going through the books on the shelf. While doing so, Linji thinks that his busy father was neglectful of his child's studies, which caused his grades to drop drastically. Eventually, Linji pulls out an edition of 5Z. Kids like Melissa need more homework because they are too much cranky. Right after that, his hands start raking through the books. All the major disciplines of the world are here, and especially interesting among them is math. In the end, the edition is collected in a whole stack of books, among which there is even physics and chemistry. Thanks to this, Melissa's life will become richer. The mad bookstore owner is enjoying the experience and will now provide his little visitor with a mountain of exercises. When Melissa asks what it's all about, Linji repeats his words that they need to get Joseph to see things differently first. At that moment, the girl presses her lips together because they start to shake with fear. She doesn't understand what Linjio means by her words. Since she was a child, Melissa has been practicing her skills non-stop and has never received praise from her father, but only scolding. And at the same time, many people have high expectations for Melissa because she is the child of the great knight Abraham Joseph. In the eyes of the girl, endless sadness because everyone compares her to Abraham Joseph at her age. But her father keeps saying only one thing, that at her age he was already at a frightening level. He is too strict with his daughter. Now, Linji tells Melissa that the only thing her father Abraham Joseph wants is for the girl to grow up. Linji goes on to say that he is able to guess Joseph's thinking after seeing Melissa's progress. He is still happy for her, even though he keeps quiet about it. In Melissa's eyes, Lindsay looks extremely convincing, as if he understands her father Abraham Joseph better than anyone else. Looking back at the stack of books, Melissa asks if it is true that these books will help her gain power and gain her father's recognition. Starting to chuckle, Melissa is already excited to see what these books are that can really help her gain her father's approval. At the same moment, Linji smiles radiantly and asks Melissa if she wants to get the power, because these books will be the key to the door for her. And as soon as Melissa touches the book, it starts to shine with golden light and exude its incredible energy. The title of the book is quite simple but very interesting. It's called The Key to the Door, Origins. After a moment, the little girl is already in front of a huge and golden door that leads to an unknown world. At some point, Melissa starts to hear a loud rumbling and knocking that scares her and makes her shudder. Despite this, the girl opens the doors and instantly falls down into the water. She is pulled down to the bottom. Melissa has no choice but to give in to this current and sink into what is happening. Next to her appears the pop-up face of Lin Ji, who says that for the opening of these doors, she has to pay a price for which she will be grateful. Eventually, the girl almost completely dissolves into the water, and only her clothes remain after her. After a while, Melissa comes to her senses and opens her concerned and worried eyes. With force, she covers the cover of the book and presses it with her hand to keep her from falling inside that unknown world again. All the while, Melissa stands at the front counter with the bookstore owner sitting behind her. The girl is still coming to her senses. Breathing heavily and with her head down, Melissa tries to figure out if she died while she was in that space. Her whole body is covered with sweat from the tension and fear. She realizes that it was all a premonition that formed from the matter of her soul. She knows it was the cornerstone that knows all things. It is the key capable of opening any door. It will directly let one find the night ability. Lin Jai in her eyes is someone frightening, because he easily went beyond common sense and even created a completely new Melissa. Without taking her gaze off the bookstore owner, Melissa compares this man as a real demonic being. In turn, Linjai thinks that Melissa's reaction is caused by a shadow in her soul, and her weak point all this time was definitely math. At one point, Linjai asks the worried Melissa if everything is all right and if the girl needs his help this time. Immediately after, he places his palm on her shoulder as a sign of concern and reassurance. He states that the girl can always turn to him with questions. Finally, Linjai points out the fact that Melissa hasn't really understood the book he recommended to her yet. At this time, Melissa thinks that Linjai is thinking about something diabolical. He's hurting her with dissociation of consciousness as if she's a toy for him. Linjai, on the other hand, is thinking about how he's going to add the bully set to edition 5Z if Melissa doesn't finish it. He's dead serious about painting her life. In the end, Linji confidently agrees with himself that he's doing the right thing. Lastly, he's going to encourage Melissa. Then he starts stroking Melissa's head and asks if she is still so scared and unbearable that she doesn't want to read books. At this time, Melissa feels differently, as if she obeys, she will be on a path that she can't get off, because books are a great power. Instead of Lin Ji, a huge mouth appears for Melissa, telling her to try harder, and then the girl will master the power that will change her. And when he says that all this will make her father proud of his daughter, Melissa sighs tiredly and realizes that now she just has no other choice. In the end, the girl agrees to take the books she has received and reaches for them with her hand. Immediately afterwards, she bows to Lin Jie because she is grateful to him for his guidance and tolerance. She does not disappoint him and apologizes for being rude. Lin Jie is sure that the 5A edition worked, and therefore tells Melissa that her feelings are not so bad and to remain humble and curious for knowledge. Melissa ends up paying 100 yuan for the book she received and walks away from the bookstore. For a while longer, Lin Jie stares after her. At some point, Melissa stops under a canopy to wait out the rain and think about what happened to her recently. The girl herself is in some strange and mixed state of mind. Something is troubling her and even surprising her. Raising her gaze to the sky, Melissa ponders why she suddenly decided to buy a book if she originally came to borrow it. But the moment doesn't bother Melissa much, and she finally decides to go home because it's the best thing she can do right now. At that moment, his face suddenly starts to blur into some weird, wide, and crazy smile. Her face starts to express an unusual craziness because she wants to go home and sit down to study as soon as possible. At this time, Ji Jixue jumps up from some nightmare and bursts out of bed while letting out a loud scream. She had to launch a second forced jump to avoid the Dark Mage's spell, and so she managed to survive, but with injuries. Then Ji Jixue remembers about Kate and Max, but then realizes that she doesn't even realize where she is. At that moment, a girl with long golden hair enters the room and says that Ji Shu should not move with such a serious injury. Seeing a girl with pointy ears like her own, Ji Jixue falls into a stupor for a while. This stranger is indeed an elf, which is a reason for Ji Jixue's surprise. While the elf smiles radiantly, Ji Jixue does not understand how an elf appeared in Nozen, especially during such a confusion. Slightly embarrassed, Ji Jixue suddenly wonders if the elf is the savior who rescued her and brought her here. In response to her questions, the elven woman put her fingers to her lips, showing that she was thinking for a moment. Immediately after that, a wide and bright smile appears on her face, confirming the fact that she had saved Ji Jixue. The elf did not expect to feel such a violent fluctuation in the ether when she returned to Nozen, because elves are too sensitive to it. In the eyes of the incredibly beautiful elf can be seen anxiety and concern for what is happening in Nozen. And now she remembers how, once returning with shopping from the store, met a strange girl unconscious. Ji Jixue was covered in blood from head to toe, and the elf immediately realized that she was being stalked. The elf says that Ji Jixue was less than 10 meters away from the apartment, and if she had left her unattended, the girl would have been found. In turn, Ji Jixue realizes that the elf had just taken her with her to her apartment, thus saving her life. Agreeing with this, the elf adds that she might be found, and it would be better to avoid unnecessary trouble. In addition, the elf is friendly to Ji Jixue, reminds that elves are born hunters and are very good at hiding traces and all such things. Then Ji Jixue promises her that for saving her life, the girl will definitely repay because such kindness should not go unnoticed. Immediately after that, Ji Jixue asks how long was unconscious because for her it is quite an important moment. The elven woman after a little thought answers her that from the moment she met her, it has been 5 hours, and judging by the freshness of the traces of blood, all 6. Jixue realizes that she is lucky. In the case of depleted physical strength, jumping in space is completely uncontrollable, and she could have died. She also realizes that she couldn't just be lucky, and without the steely will granted by Lin Jie, her body would definitely not be able to resist jumping. At exactly the same moment, the bookstore owner Mr. Lin Jie suddenly sneezes loudly as if someone remembered him. In turn, Ji Jixue thinks about how she can fix the situation because the excessive exhaustion of physical strength is too serious and needs to rest. At this moment, the elf girl remarks aloud that Ji Jixue's regenerative ability is extremely unusual, and she seems to be an outstanding hunter. Then the girl introduces herself as Ji Jixue and asks the elf what she forgot in Nozen. After introducing their people don't live here because of the unfavorable environment. Coughing a little awkwardly and covering her mouth with her palm, the elf realizes that she really hasn't introduced herself yet. She goes on to say that her name is Doris, and she is a pureblood elf. She is also a native of Azir, of the oldest and most sacred family of Fleur-de-Lis. Pointing to herself, Doris claims to have come to Nozen to find the lost glory of the Fleur-de-Lis family. Hearing such a thing, Ji Jixue flinches and opens her mouth wide in genuine surprise and shock. She had read the records of Fleur-de-Lis as a child. They are the most orthodox and noble elven race. According to the legends in the books, the elven state was wiped out after Candela's madness passed and turned into a scorched earth. Some of the elves made a pact with the witch Vapuzis and gradually began to venture into the darkness of night. They are called travelers, And now Jia Jixue, making his conclusions, asks if Doris is looking for the witch who once signed the pact. At this moment, a rather unusual symbol appears under Doris's palm, which confirms what Ji Jixue had asked before. This symbol belongs to the witch who was one of the 4 original witches. She is the most mysterious, and her face has never been seen. According to legends, she sleeps soundly in the dream world covered with snow and frost. There are only white irises and the remains of ancient dragon. In an intriguing tone, Doris tells Ji Jixue that the witch's name is Bai Yin. Hearing this, the girl is even more surprised. Covering her mouth with the palm of her hand, Ji Jixue remembers who Bai Yin is because she's been talked about a lot, but no one has ever seen her or known her. Then Jixue remembers that before she thought it was all fiction, and didn't think that the belief of the first witches and their patronage really existed. Jixu then asks Doris what Nozin has to do with it, because the Truth Society's surveillance system covers the entire city, and it's unlikely that the dream world exists. At this point, Doris awkwardly agrees with Jixu's words and says that she doesn't know anything herself, but a wise man told her so. Doris then repeats his words that Bai Yin, who has control over the snow, will dream in the steel city of Nozin. Laughing awkwardly, Doris adds that she herself does not understand these prophetic verses. Carefully and slowly removing her blanket, Jixue says that it is not safe for elves to stay in Nozin. She adds that it is the worst possible situation in Nozin right now, and something terrible is happening. Doris suspects that Jixue is talking about the rains, but assures her that nothing terrible is happening. Doris looks out the window and tells her that her tolerance for unfavorable conditions is high enough that it's not a problem for her. At this point, Jishu covers her eyes irritably and remembers that the magic mirror egg penetrates people's minds with its magic. She realizes that all this is worth keeping secret, so she simply asks Doris to stay out of the house for a couple of days, while the current situation is extremely dangerous. Doris sarcastically agrees with a slight awkwardness, but she realizes that Jishu is only trying to convince her because she is in a risky situation herself. Then Jishu justifies herself by saying that she is a hunter, and her duty is to hunt wild animals and kill them for the sake of good people's peaceful sleep. At this moment, Doris slightly covers her eyes, as if making her look more caustic and more interested. A flame of fire literally appears in them, and she says that Jixue has allowed her to see her predecessors, which is the raison d'etre of the hunters. Watching Doris's behavior and listening to her normal tone of speech, Ji Jixue seems to realize that the girl reminds her of someone. But at that moment, Doris starts to shout in panic and waving her hands, shouting that something has happened to her soup. After a while, a fragrant and beautiful soup poured into a white plate appears on the table in front of Ji Jixue. According to Doris, it is freshly made beef soup for the sick Jixu. The girl is in a state of shock at this kind of care. But then, without thinking long, Ji Jixue takes the spoon and starts tasting the dish. Afterwards, she realizes how delicious and appetizing it is. Doris laughs as she watches Ji Jixue eat the soup with such gusto that she realizes that she is completely confident in her culinary abilities. And then Ji Jixue asks for more, and Doris does not refuse her and pours another bowl of soup. During this, they discuss amongst themselves how well Ji Jixue knows her way around Nozin, and whether she can give clues about the Bai Yin witch. At one point, Jixu tells Doris that her current situation is really dangerous, so she may not be able to help the elf. All the while, the rain continues to pour non-stop outside the window. Ji Jixue tells Doris to go to the bookstore on 23rd Street. When she hears Mr. Lin Jai's name, Doris immediately makes a surprised expression and asks who he is. Ji Jixu replies that Mr. Lin Ji is the one she has sworn to serve the truth, because he is an outstanding man who spreads the good news to the world. Remembering Lin Ji, Ji Jixu says that she herself does not fully understand who he is, but his omniscience is like God himself. And then in the eyes of the elf, Doris Owl appears the same interest mixed with a share of slyness and cunning. Laughing a little, Doris says that if Lin Jie is an outstanding person, he should be recorded by the Society of Truth in Nozin, but he is not there. Slightly embarrassed, Jixue says that she understands Doris's doubts, but she has simply stated the facts as she sees them. Encouraged by Lin Jie, Jixue shouts out that it was he who pointed her in the dark and kept her strong so that she could defeat her enemies. And when she calls Lin Jie an outstanding man again, the boy cleaning the shelves in his store sneezes sharply and loudly again. Doris realizes that Jixue's faith is as strong as her faith in Bai Yin. Besides, they have never broken the pact of the night made with Wapasis. Immediately after her words, Ji Jixue, for some unknown reason, takes off his shirt and shows his body to Doris. Shocked, Doris notices that Ji Jixue's entire body is covered with wounds and scratches. As she examines her wounds, she realizes that she could have died with such wounds, but things turned out differently. But after just a few moments, Jishu removes her bandages and realizes that there are no wounds left, and she can feel the life force again. Turning her back to Jixue, Doris says that she believes that Lin Jie, the bookstore owner, is really extraordinary. Putting her hand on her chest, Jixue smilingly confirms that Lin Jie is extraordinary and decent, and such a gift happened to be under her hand. Giving Jixu some clean clothes, Doris finally agrees to go to the bookstore as soon as this endless rain is over. She then surprises Jixu a little by offering to rest and take a hot bath, while Doris provides her with a change of clothes. Finally, Ji Jixue sincerely thanks Doris for her concern, and she believes that she will be able to get a satisfactory answer from Lin Jie. Closing herself in the bathroom, Jie Jixui ponders how to find a way to tell her subordinates to come and help. Immersing himself in the hot bath, Jixu realizes that he will first thank Doris for her kindness, and now just restore his fighting ability. Ji Jixui enjoys the moment, and remembering the elf, Doris calls her a truly gentle creature. At this time, the elf Doris herself goes to the kitchen to clean up the mess left by the soup. All she thinks about is that, except for the 4 first witches, there is no one who can be called omniscient. A rather large amount of water pours into the sink, where Doris sees the distraught look on her face. As she plays with the warm water, the pixie remembers that there are plenty of capable liars in this world. Doris is really hiding something, and now, activating the mark again, she whispers to herself that the guests who lose in a fight cannot be blamed. Somewhere in the next cubbyhole in her apartment, there is already such a guest who has suffered her curse and punishment. Judging by the paraphernalia and animal skulls, we can say that the elf Doris is engaged in some kind of occultism. Meanwhile, Harris is hiding in his hideout. A henchman comes to him, and Harris asks if there is any news from the informer. Then he is told about Stalker Buck, the abnormal level hunter, who has already confirmed the loss of communication. Immediately after that, Harris asks what the people of the bandit group are saying and where the information leaks are coming from. The henchman, after a short pause, replies to Harris that he knows nothing about what was said. Moments later, the guy is already getting punched in the face. Harris hits him on the cheek so hard that his head flies off to the side. Harris is outraged that his henchman knows nothing. He lifts him up, holding him by the neck, and begins to strangle him. The old man then says that the gang of criminals just don't realize the seriousness of the case after all. Barely through the strangulation, the kid starts to tell that the traces were erased, and even the forensics couldn't cope with them. Then Harris literally bulges his eyes from the growing anger and orders the henchman to keep looking for information. Eventually, Harris lets the henchman go and continues to say that he doesn't care how many people die. The main thing is to find some girl. Abruptly, as if with resentment turning away from the guy, Harris asks again, and this time inquires about Charles and how things are going. The boy replies that Charles is fully awake, and UI has kept the dead body in extremely good condition. A pensive Harris listens attentively to the henchman's story that Murphy, a priest of the bandit group, resurrected Charles and filled him with consciousness. At the same moment, Harris begins to smirk, because what he has heard is good news for him. Harris goes on to sentence that Charles, according to Ryan, is indeed Frank Wilde's favorite student. With hidden anger in his eyes, Harris realizes that this is the reason UI destroyed Charles once upon a time. At this time, an unknown man hiding his identity under closed clothes is rushing somewhere. He doesn't even care about the heavy rain. This man is extremely disturbed about something, but he doesn't show his face, carefully hiding it. The only thing he's thinking about is how Charles will provide the energy needed to incubate the magic mirror egg. Many years ago, a young Frank Wilde traveled somewhere in the mountain. Even then, he was already a dark magician and had his staff. Young Frank Wilde looks very different from what he looks like now. His face was not hidden by the mask of the black faceless man. In front of him stands a huge skull of some dragon that reaches an incredibly large size. Frank Wilde himself stops for a while and rejoices that he has finally made it here. In fact, Frank's teacher is here, the eldest king of words and souls, the Black Emperor, and so on. Frank calls him many different names. In front of the Lord of Giants Slater Augustus, Frank Wilde sits down on one knee and concentrates his magical power to greet the teacher. Despite his body shaking and the ground shaking, Frank Wilde continues to shout for Slater Augustus to look at his work. And when the teacher asks Frank not to use the spell, Frank Wilde, for some reason, is shockingly startled. There seems to be a rift in space from which Slater's voice comes. He says that his body is not yet fully rotted rock. A moment later, This dark energy bursts out and passes right in front of Frank Wild. Suddenly, the giant hand of Slater Augustus appears behind Frank Wild's back and stabs someone's skull into the ground. It takes some more time for Slater Augustus to finally appear before his apprentice whole and complete. With a loud thud, Slater Augustus makes his way outside and tells Frank Wild that they haven't seen each other in a while. Frank Wild himself covers himself with his hands from the strong wind that rises due to Slater Augustus's rebellion. Slater Augustus is incredibly large and literally looks down on Frank Wild from above. Before swallowing with excitement, Frank Wild tells Slater that the apprentice has already finished working on what he was given. Frank Wild then shows his gargoyle and states that this is the result he has achieved in his work. Pointing his huge finger at the gargoyle, Slater Augustus begins to create magical circles that connect with the statue. Slater Augustus then begins to conjure the gargoyle with the same magic circles. A moment later, a strange symbol appears in his black eyes that clearly means something to him. Then the air around him begins to be saturated with the dark magic that Slater Augustus exudes from his body. In turn, Frank Wild all this time continues to stand and watch everything that is happening. At one point, he hears his teacher say that the gargoyle he has made is almost a perfect masterpiece. Continuing to sit in front of Frank Wild, Slater Augustus says that at this point, fate has already made its choice. Finally, he shocks Frank Wild a little by telling him that his apprenticeship is over, and he is no longer his apprentice. Immediately after that, a radiant and satisfied smile appears on Frank Wild's face. He seems to understand exactly what all this means. And yes, Frank Wild's teacher assures him that he is now an independent dark magician. Following this, Slater Augustus pauses for a long time, as if waiting for Frank Wild to answer him. Then Frank Wild tells Slater that he is grateful for his patronage, because for him, as a dark magician, his instructions have become the honor of his life. As he continues to sit amidst the concentrated dark magic, Slater Augustus finally wishes Frank Wild good luck, and that he should not forget his destiny. In turn, Frank Wild was the last apprentice follower of the great Dark Emperor himself, Slater Augustus. Then contented Frank paid no heed to his teacher's words and dreamed of his future. His desires were imbued with mysticism and power, and it was then, because of his youth and frivolity, that he went to an orphanage where orphans are kept. The local man is a little tense at the appearance of Frank Wild, because he did not expect such a man to come here to adopt an orphan. At the time, everyone calls this dark magician Frank Wild, His Excellency with the Black Scales. And when the man talks about how there are too many orphans lately and they can't take care of them all, Frank points his finger somewhere. Pointing his finger at a boy sitting in the corner, Frank Wild asks what his name is and why he is sitting in such a place. According to a local man, this boy came here recently and still has no name. Frank Wild comes closer to the child and introduces himself to him by his name and adds that he is a dark magician. Immediately afterward, Frank Wild makes a serious expression and says that the boy now has only two options to choose from. With his eyes barely open, the boy hears that he can stay here waiting to die, or he can go with Frank Wild. The local man is in mild shock at what is happening, and Frank Wild is waiting to hear what the boy has to say in response to his words. The boy cries out that he does not want to die, and asks Frank Wild to take him with him. Immediately afterward, the dark magician throws his warm cloak over the boy to shelter him from the cold. Taking the boy in his arms, Frank Wild tells him that he will be his apprentice in the future, and not to worry about his death anymore. Following this, Frank Wild remembers that the boy has no name, and therefore decides to call him Charles. Hearing such words, the boy falls into a stupor, as if he does not believe that he is told such important things. After a moment, the boy's face changes, and he begins to smile radiantly and call Frank Wild a mentor. Since that time, Frank Wild has had an official disciple mentor, Charles. The transmission of heredity comes in the form of language. And after some time, the dark magician took another apprentice named UI, and it was because of him that the day came that made Frank shocked. At the same instant, a huge green snake appears behind Frank Wild's back because of his anger and hatred. A painful grin appears on Frank Wild's face as he realizes that he was unable to keep his precious Charles from being killed. Through much suffering, Frank found the dark magician who destroyed Charles, but he was unable to find the soul of his apprentice. He lost his Charles forever, and it made Frank Wild suffer and scream in unbearable pain. And that became Frank Wild's lifelong, irredeemable sin. That's why he's always so downcast. Now Frank Wild comes to his senses and realizes that he has just dreamt everything that has ever happened to him. He tiredly ponders whether fate has made its choice and what instructions Mr. Lin Jai has for him. Sitting at his desk, Frank Wild says to himself that he understands the depth of his teacher's words, and if he had been the same, he would have kept his student safe. For a moment, he again gives in to the hope that Charles might still be alive, having escaped through the cracks of the dream world and all that. As he continues to hide in his dark magician's nook, Frank Wild ponders whether or not he hopes for such a miracle. But after a moment, Frank Wild turns back abruptly and looks back at the front door in panic. He knows that this is the most secret place in Nozen, and the only person who can know about it is his dead student named Charles. Charles, in turn, does show up at his teacher's door, and, with his hood slightly down, asks if Frank Wild is home. At that moment, Frank Wild jumps up sharply from his seat and manages to grab something quickly from the table. Suddenly, there is some strange green butterfly created by Frank Wild, but for what purpose is not clear. Charles himself tries to tell Frank that he has just fallen into the world of dreams and will wait for him here until he returns, because he has nowhere to go. Bitter tears are streaming down Charles's face, mixed with rain. All he says is that he doesn't want to die. Immediately afterward, Charles grabs the doorknobs and starts pulling on them, trying to open the door. He begs Frank to take him with him. Charles eventually loses his consciousness, falling face first to the ground in front of the door to Frank's hideout. That's when the dark magician himself steps out onto the threshold. For some time, Frank Wild examines the fainted Charles, as if he does not believe that it is really him. Then he removes his hair from his face to examine him as closely as possible. His voice begins to tremble, and through his teeth, Frank Wild looks at the boy and says Charles's name. At this time, Linji, the bookstore owner, again notices that something is wrong with his jaw and teeth. Looking into a small mirror, Linji realizes that his feelings that something is wrong are getting stronger and stronger. Looking into his reflection, Linji realizes that he feels his character is becoming more and more like the head of a multi-level marketing company. At the same moment, Linji jokes to himself that if he wears a priest's cassock, it is possible that there will be someone who confesses to him. And then Linji remembers that in Buddhism, there is an interpretation of the signs of Buddha, among which are 40 teeth. Linji pours the tea and remembers how he read literature of this kind, and therefore he can hardly be considered a perfect man. Sitting down at his counter in the bookstore, Linji decides to ask the black-haired man about his interests the next time they meet. Then Linji hurries to meet a visitor who surprises him because the weather is nasty outside and who could have brought him so late. Carefully and cautiously, Linji opens the door and sees in front of him someone who astonishes him a little and makes him fall into a stupor. Frank Wild appears on the doorstep. The man is literally soaked through and looks extremely worried. In addition to the rain, bitter tears also appear in Frank Wild's eyes. He casts his despairing and sad gaze downward. Eventually, Frank Wild takes off his hat and lightly bows and apologizes to Linji for his concern and late visit. Linji himself is slightly concerned that Frank Wild came so late, and at his age should be worried about himself. Then Linji also realizes that Frank Wild is a frequent visitor, and suspects that the dark magician just ran into problems with his research. As he looks at Frank doubtfully, Linji mentally reasoned and came to the conclusion that he was in trouble in his personal life. Immediately after that, Linji suggests Frank to drink hot tea to warm up, and then to start discussing the case. Frank Wild obediently sits down at the table and sincerely thanks Linji for his concern. Then Linji realizes that Frank is not going to take the book and decides to just chat, starting the conversation first. Following this, Linji asks Frank with a slight smile if he has heard the story of the farmer and the viper. Frank Wild is in no hurry to get to his drink and stares at it silently, replying to Linji that he knows of no such story. Eventually, Linji also sits down at the table to begin the story he wants to tell his guest. In the story, one cold winter, there was a frozen snake lying on the side of the road that was about to die. And that day, a farmer who was passing by at the time noticed the unfortunate and petrified snake on the verge of death. Out of pity, the farmer took the snake in his arms to warm its body as soon as possible. Thus, the heat from the farmer's body gradually warmed the heart of the petrified snake. And the first thing the green snake did after its awakening was to instinctively bite the farmer's chest. As a result of all that happened, the farmer dies, poisoned by the snake's venom and spitting out a stream of blood from his mouth. This is how this tragic story of a farmer and a poisonous snake ended. To summarize, Lindsay says that the story is not fair at all, because the farmer paid kindness in return for his death. Frank Wilde is faced with the question of whether the farmer will blame his own ignorance or the cruelty and indifference of the snake. In that instant, Frank Wilde seems to be pierced by some realization, and from it, he opens his mouth in shock. It is then that Frank Wilde's hands begin to tremble. The dark magician suddenly realizes that this story is Lin Ji's warning. Suddenly, a loud click is heard that dims the lights, thereby bringing more gloom and darkness to Lin Ji's bookstore. In the end, Frank Wilde argues that the farmer was wrong and was just being kind, and the snake is wrong because it simply obeyed its instinct. Responding to him, Lindsay calls Frank's opinion rational, neutral, and objective. It is worth pondering from a human perspective. In the cup, Linji still continues to steam hot and fragrant tea, which adds more wisdom and thoughtfulness to him. Suddenly, with a strange smirk, Linji suggests to Frank that he imagine that he is the farmer, and asks him how he would think that. Not thinking long, but already having time to be wary, Frank Wilde says that if he were the farmer, he would obviously regret what happened. Echoing his thought, Linji adds that the farmer's biggest regret was not recognizing the snake's essence earlier and his blind kindness. In the end, Linji boils it all down to the fact that one should not trust others so lightly, much less lie to oneself, and be soft-hearted. Casting a despairing look, Frank Wilde realizes that a man cannot live without a heart, and the returned Charles is probably no longer Charles. In turn, Linji brings the teacup to his lips and somehow caustically clarifies whether Frank understood what he wanted to tell him. With a calm tone of slow and measured, Frank Wilde answers Linji that he understood perfectly what he was saying. Refilling the tea in his cup again, Linji notices how Frank relaxed a bit because his warming story was a good start. Sitting in front of his guest, Linji decides to find out exactly what problem Frank Wilde came to him with. While pondering, Linjo remembers that Frank lives alone all year round, and ordinary household trivialities would certainly not be a problem for him. Slightly lowering his head, Linjae realizes that there is only one big problem left that annoys all lonely elderly people. Then Linjae remembers that Frank Wilde has no one but his two adopted sons who treat him badly. Upon reflection, Linjae realizes that the second son, an ungrateful man, could not have returned, and Frank would not have reacted so badly to his return. Following this, Linjae suddenly tells Frank that he is going to say something else, but the old man abruptly precedes him. Interrupting the bookstore owner, Frank Wilde says that Lin Jie should already know that Charles is back. And that's when Lin Jie finally realizes what's going on and realizes the situation. He then folds his hands in front of him as a sign of thoughtfulness. He remembers how many programs discuss the topic of old people's property division. For an old man, the appearance of a strange relative is stressful. Lin Jai then warns Frank Wilde that he needs to be on his guard, even though it may upset him. Then Lindsay adds that the returned Charles is no longer the man Frank remembers. He is passionate about something, and it is most likely some sort of gain. Lin Jai understands Frank Wilde's feelings because he remembers those wonderful memories. But now, it is unlikely that the real Charles has returned. Old Frank Wilde's hands begin to tremble and shake. He tries with all his might to hold the teapot in his fingers. In what follows, Lin Jai cruelly remarks that Frank Wilde might turn into a farmer and give his feelings to an unfeeling viper. At the same instant, Frank Wilde begins to cower anxiously. His hands continue to shake with the cup of tea among his fingers. Frank Wilde's mind begins to flash back to a memory in which Charles was very young and called him a mentor. Charles was that student who was madly in love with his teacher. Every time he greeted him with shouts of joy. In one of his memories, Charles was rushing towards his teacher because he was looking for him for something to do. Charles ends up getting hit in the forehead again, causing his head to instantly fly back. He gets hurt. Frank Wilde always told Charles to knock before entering his workshop. Plus, Charles must realize he's a black magician. And when Frank Wilde asks Charles to be respectful and call him teacher, he calls him mentor again. Charles is extremely excited to be helping Frank Wilde with the experiment, while his second student UI is away on business. And now Frank's memories of the days when Charles helped him are still beautiful. He probably can't even tell what's true from what's false. Finally, Frank Wilde realizes everything. In his eyes, he sees the desire to destroy those who insult his student with a rotten dead body. After covering his face with his hand, Frank Wilde says that he just wanted to spend more time with Charles, even if he was lying to himself. He realizes that it's time for him to wake up, and now he has a not-real apprentice Charles in his workshop. Eventually, Frank Wilde is about to leave. Lastly, he thanks Lin Ji again for another important instruction. In response, Lin Jai says that he has full confidence in Frank Wilde's wisdom and is sure that the old man can handle all of this. Finally, Lin-Jai adds that if Frank Wilde does otherwise, he will regret all this much more in the future. Fixing his hat, Frank Wilde promises Lin-Jai to handle his case as quickly as possible, because this time, he is definitely confused. At the same time, a rebellious Charles contacts someone and reports that the current mission is going smoothly, and he has no problem gaining Frank's trust. With a mad grin, Charles reports that it's all for the group and for Murphy. He's working on some kind of spell. Moments later, there is a loud click that says, "Frank Wilde is back." Charles immediately informs his companion. Noticing his teacher already entering the workshop, Charles greets him with a warm smile. Putting a broad smile on his face, Frank Wilde asks Charles to bring him the knife for the sacrifice, because he knows exactly where it lies. In a slight panic, Charles turns to his teacher and asks if he is going to experiment with spells. Then Frank Wilde tells him that there is one very important spell that needs to be tested and will require the help of his student. As Charles hurriedly goes to get the sacrificial knife, Frank Wilde is waiting for him in a dark corridor. At the same time, Charles himself is in a good state of mind and tries to find and retrieve the knife as soon as possible. A moment later, he opens a suitcase in which the sacrificial knife is found. Returning back, Charles hands the knife over and thinks about how Frank Wilde is going to give him some special spell. Starting to scoff with a cocky expression on his face, Charles realizes that if things go on like this, his mission will soon come to a successful conclusion. Frank Wilde takes the knife from his apprentice and examines it carefully and silently for a while longer. And while Charles is planning how to destroy his teacher with his bare hands, Frank Wilde is already swinging the sacrificial knife at him. Thus, the sacrificial knife ends up in Charles's skull. Its destroyer is Frank Wilde's own teacher. For some time, Charles doesn't realize what has happened, as if he doesn't even feel the pain of the stabbing. But after a moment, Charles begins to fall and lose consciousness, and finally manages to say about his mentor. Turning to Charles, Frank Wilde says to rest in peace and calls him his own child. Suddenly, a shadow appears over the body of the fallen Charles. Frank Wilde continues to watch him. Finally, Frank Wilde realizes that what he sees is really Murphy in Charles's body. This news cannot help but shock him and make him wary. At exactly the same time, the girl who is called by the name of Murphy goes to some gloomy place and begins to pray. In front of her is a high altar on which a thick and dense stream of blood flows. The girl continues to pray. After a while, a large magic circle drawn with the blood that was offered here appears over the altar. Murphy's eyes open wide because she is very excited that she has managed to open some kind of gate. But then she takes a sharp step back and remembers Frank Wilde and wonders how he could do such a thing. And then there is a huge explosion and an incredibly large amount of concentrated dark energy bursts out of the ground. Murphy covers herself with her hands so as not to get hurt by the explosion that went off right under her nose. The monks who were nearby immediately rush to the loud explosion and ask Murphy what happened. They are in a shocked state, and it is very important for them to know what happened to Mrs. Murphy. Then they notice that in front of them, there is only a pile of rubble left after the explosion. The prayer room has completely collapsed, and now the ground beneath the monks' feet is beginning to collapse. Murphy is injured, but not seriously. There are thin streams of her own blood running down her face. Finally, the girl answers the monks and claims that she is fine and alive. Looking around, the girl tries to figure out why everything happened like this, and the ether suddenly exploded out of control. With a slight grin of displeasure, Murphy realizes that she didn't expect the forced interruption of the spell to cause such a reaction. Not far from Murphy and the others lies the Coffin of Eternal Sleep. This item is mind-boggling and beyond powerful magic capable of resurrection. Previously, Murphy had ordered UI to use the Casket of Eternal Sleep to resurrect Charles and then turn him into a puppet to get close to Wilde. Murphy has long since figured this out, and she slightly mockingly clarifies whether she should say that good teachers make good students. UI himself was once a student of Frank Wilde. He now serves a praying Murphy and thinks she's giving him a lot of praise. UI further asks Murphy to provide him with a shelter for his personal safety if she agrees to the plan he has come up with. In response, Murphy clarifies that if Wilde singles out Charles's first student as the favorite, then UI's plan will definitely and definitely work. But at the same time, she adds with a wide grin that this is their relationship with Wilde, and none of this has any benefit or relevance to her. Hearing such words from the praying Murphy, UI flinches slightly and begins to grin irritably while feeling fearful. Moments later, UI calms down and tells him that the magic mirror egg requires life as food to hatch. When she learns that Wilde has already lost to Joseph and also has a weakness in the form of Charles Murphy, she immediately changes her face as if it intrigues her. She then begins to ponder the fact that now that Wilde has been defeated and is still cunning, his strength is clearly not as good as it used to be. At this point, UI notices the satisfied look on the face of a praying Murphy and realizes that she likes his ideas. She smilingly says out loud that she will help UI's plan go smoothly. But a moment later, her face changes drastically again, and with anger in her eyes, she realizes that the plan was going too smoothly from the beginning. Now Murphy has suffered a blast of ether. Wandering back and forth, she ponders what has happened in all this time since Wilde himself ruined Charles. Immediately after these thoughts, she is consumed with anger and hatred. Screaming, she asks herself what Wilde was doing. Murphy concentrates her dark magic and spreads it everywhere. Many of the minions that followed the praying Murphy have already been killed by the ether explosion. In turn, the very same coffin of eternal sleep begins to activate, and the metal chains are instantly broken by the dark magic. A moment later, the coffin of the eternal sleep opens, and an incredibly large amount of powerful ether bursts out. The praying Murphy herself raises her hand in the air and shouts out a spell called Hidden Blood Resurrection. Instantly, those minions who have already died are lifted into the air. Murphy uses the spell to resurrect their lifeless bodies. Afterward, Murphy resorts to a strange wish. It's like she's trying to pull a piece of her soul out of her chest. But then she realizes that someone managed to lose a part of her soul after all. This news is extremely annoying and infuriating to the praying Murphy. While she is thinking about the fact that Frank Wilde is now her enemy, one of the henchmen distracts her and is about to tell her something. He goes on to tell her that the head of the White Wolf, Harris, has arrived to meet, and Murphy interestedly asks what he's here for. She refuses to meet with Harris, but then hears that he knows the reason for her defeat. Those words make her wince. Her jaw begins to quiver involuntarily, and in the same quivering voice, she says that Harris can come in and talk. Once inside, Harris immediately greets Murphy respectfully and states that he is honored to meet her in person for the first time. He goes on to say that he has visited Murphy many times before but never got what he wanted, and now he has finally gotten what he wanted. With her hands folded in front of her, Murphy demands that Harris stop making all those polite and proper speeches. She follows that up by asking why he's sure he knows the reason for their defeat and why he went to her from Hunter's territory before the event. And when she says that she has every reason to think that Harris is involved in all of this, the man immediately becomes frightened and falls into a stupor of fear. For Harris, Murphy's words alone have a chilling effect. To him, she truly is the epitome of destructive level fear. At one point, Harris gathers his strength and, despite his fear and anxiety, begins to smile in order to speak to Murphy again. Then he informs her that the reason for the defeat this time is Murphy herself. Hearing this, the girl is slightly surprised and asks what it could mean. Then Harris remembers to Murphy the day they were talking about something in her throne room. Murphy then tells Harris that she remembers the tainted blood being the remnants of some dream world parasite, but that it is not a threat to her. In response to her words, Harris mentions that this is why Murphy ordered her to abandon her exploration of the bookstore and let her forces go after the artifact. Now, Harris claims that half an hour ago, Frank Wilde visited the very same bookstore that Murphy refused to investigate. When Murphy hears those words, she flinches. She had not expected their affairs to take such a turn. At the same time, Harris tells her that the main culprit behind Wilde's abrupt change and Murphy's defeat is none other than Lin Jai. Meanwhile, a contented Lin Ji plans to reread the classics and reflect on his dream because he can relax without visitors. But a moment later, to Lin Jai's surprise, there is a ringing sound that means only one thing. A new visitor has entered the bookstore. At this moment, Lin Ji jumps up from the table and thinks about what happened since what day in a row visitors are coming one after another without stopping. But in spite of his discontent, he is happy to meet the visitor, and with a wide smile on his face, he welcomes him and starts to advertise his books. Lin Jai friendly offers to ask any questions if they are of course directly related to the bookstore's activities. But as soon as Lin Ji opens his eyes, he notices the beautiful elf Doris in front of him. Examining her from head to toe, Lin Jai realizes that this beautiful and charming lady looks like a wood elf. At the same moment, Lin Ji thought about the reason why the girl was dressed like that, and then realized that it was probably a professional cosplay. Dissolving into his thoughts about cosplay, Lin Jai involuntarily begins to smile. He remembers that in his world, cosplay is a very advanced field, and now he is truly delighted to have met a professional cosplayer in Nozin. In addition, Lin Jai realizes that he is attracted to elven women, and the longer he looks at their pointy ears, the more aesthetic pleasure he gets. Doris is slightly surprised by Lin Jai's reaction to her, because he didn't express any surprise, as if he knew beforehand that she would arrive. Looking into his eyes, Doris realizes that they suddenly express admiration, and even recognition of Lin Ji towards her. Immediately afterward, the elfin Doris decides to experience the entire bookstore with her ether. At one point, She sits down at a table in front of the bookstore owner, and that's when she flinches because she realizes something. Doris realizes that Lin Jai actually has 40 teeth. It's not a disease or a hoax. It's absolutely contrary to the structure of human physiology. Her face is covered with drops of sweat. She can't determine Lin Jie's essence, but dares to ask what questions she has the right to ask. She thinks that if Lin Jie is omnipotent, he can probably only act in this store. He might even already know about her clan. At the same moment, Doris flinches again, because she realizes that the ether stream has returned, which can only mean one thing. It all leads to the fact that the breath of the primordial witch Bayan, whose name is imprinted in the souls of the Fleur-de-Lis clan, can be felt here. Eventually, Doris is shocked to find that the dream world of the primordial witch Bai Yin has for some reason stayed here with the shopkeeper. Sitting face to face in front of Lin Jie, Doris realizes that it is the breathing and trembling of Lady Bai Yin's soul that Fleur-de-Lis's elves would never confuse. Squinting slightly, Doris tries to see if she can feel that shiver from the second floor of this bookstore. There really is a dream realm breath belonging to one of the primordial witches. All this means is that Bai Yin once descended to Earth in a dream, blessing a man who turned out to be Lin Jie, the owner of the bookstore. Doris realizes that Bai Yin obviously could only care for the young bookstore owner sitting across from her. Covering her mouth to hide her shock, Doris realizes that Lin Jai is the man favored by the stars in her clan's prophecy. Doris is greatly alarmed and doesn't realize if the meeting was arranged by the primordial witch Bai Yin herself. As Doris looks at the cocky Lin Ji, she remembers that she hasn't decided whether to make a pact with the Fleur-de-Lis clan again. Doris begins to breathe heavily from her worries. She realizes that she needs to act as carefully as possible now. Eventually, the elfess introduces herself as Doris and tells her that she learned about this bookstore from Ji Jixue. She goes on to say that, according to Ji Jixue, this place once helped her solve her problems, and she also mentioned that Lin Jie is like a god. All the while, Lin Jai is in a shocked state and listens to Doris with his mouth wide open. After a moment, an emotion like genuine horror appears on his face. He is shocked that he is being compared to God himself. He is embarrassed because he didn't know that Ji Jixue had such a big place in his heart. She praised him so much after helping him recognize the traitor. In the end, Lin Jai says that it's all just an exaggeration, and that he's just an ordinary man who opened a bookstore here. Doris then tells him that Lin Jie is too modest. She herself realizes that Ji Jixue is just being patronized by him. Doris goes on to say that Ji Jixue's admiration for Lin Jie is very eloquent, and asks if the boy sees a way to solve her problem. In turn, the only thing Lin Jai is slightly surprised about is that Doris has talked about her clan. After that, the boy thinks that being the only child of the head of the company, it is not strange to know the lineage of aristocratic families. After all, Nozen is the central district where rich and powerful people who have power can live. In addition, Lin Jai realizes that his guest is a lady of blue blood, and it is not surprising that she has the money to engage in such cosplay. At the same time, Lin Ji is pleased that more and more visitors come to him by referral. Soon, his business would flourish due to his reputation. In the end, Lin Ji paused for a moment before saying that he understood the situation. Demonstratively folding his hands in front of him in a lock, Lin Ji asks what the question from the elf Doris will be in the end. At this moment, Lin Jai stares at Doris's eyes to make eye contact with her. In turn, Doris looks at him a little wary and thinks that she should put the decision in the hands of a member of her family. Doris then tells her that she comes from an ancient clan, and the glory of the Fleur-de-Lis family has been passed down from generation to generation in her family. Doris goes on to say that when she lost her faith, their glory began to fade, and she became a dreamless wanderer. Now Doris wants her family's past to change and Fleur-de-Lis to blossom again. She has high hopes that Lin Jie will be able to help her. Lin Jai himself is a bit stumped and doesn't quite understand what Doris means by changing her family's past. Starting to grin smugly, Lin Jie realizes that Doris's question sounds as if it refers to the boy's old line of work. Lin Jai knows that the customs of nations include comprehensive aspects, such as the art of chronicles, calendar system, and others. Along with this, they also include the family crest, which is one of the important priorities in the inheritance of aristocratic families. In the Fleur-de-Lis family, there must have been a change that caused the family to fall. The inability to restore the coat of arms led to the loss of the place. Now, Lin Jai thinks that Doris wants him to help her find the family history and piece together the meaning of the family crest and then stand firmly on her own feet. That's when Lin Ji starts laughing kind of snidely, and all because he realizes that Doris will have to add money for him to take up such a matter. In the end, Lin Jae replies to Doris that he understands her question, and it's not that hard to solve her problem, but there is a problem. At this point, the elf Doris shakes sharply but looks as if she didn't realize what had happened right away. A moment later, there is a loud rumble and the ground shakes, including the bookstore. Covering his eyes with his hands, Linji tries to look through the window to see what kind of new guest has come to them. In front of him appears a bright and dazzling light that probably belongs to an ordinary car headlight. In addition, Lin Jae realizes that this car headlight is pointed inside the store, as if it is aimed at a target. He knows that the road runs parallel to the store, and if he doesn't aim intentionally, there's no way for the headlight to penetrate here. Lin Jae tenses up more and more. He suspects that he has been visited with bad intentions because his unregistered status has been exposed. Indeed, police cars appear outside the window and cordon off the area of Lin Jae's bookstore. After a while, a policeman armed with a loudspeaker comes out. Behind him are soldiers with guns in their hand. Then the policeman starts shouting that there are people inside who are violating the existing laws of Nozin. According to him, someone inside the store has illegally entered the country falsifying documents and smuggling contraband. At this moment, Linji does not realize whether all this is happening for real. DJ doesn't know what to say to him in such a situation. Eventually, Linji realizes that all of this is just his fantasy, and therefore decides to just go outside to see what is really going on. As he looks down at the floor, Linji notices Blackfoot and realizes that it is likely that this creature has something to do with what is going on. Suddenly, Linji's attention is distracted by Doris's words, who says that there is some inconsiderate guy. The elf is going to go outside to deal with the unknown guests and then return to discuss things with Lin Jie in detail. Doris herself looks no less anxious than the bookstore owner, but the elf knows more than Lin Jie. Looking out from behind, Doris Lin Jie watches her, and suddenly realizes that she has suddenly become more suspicious than the intruder with the headlights outside the window. Thinking about it, Lin Jie compares the events and realizes that just as he was about to answer Doris's question, the intruder interrupted him abruptly. With a slight tension in his gaze, Lin Jie realizes that looking at Doris's guest, her assessment from the outside, is not good. Doris was standing on the outside of the counter, and therefore had a better view of what was going on outside. Besides, she would quickly deal with the situation because it was not her first time. Doris, on the other hand, was extremely indignant that the uninvited guests had shown themselves so bravely, and their insolence was unparalleled. Continuing to stare at her back, Lin Jie realizes that the people outside the window have indeed come for him, but for Doris, they are not an obstacle. But Lin Jie thinks that it is wrong to put his problems on the guests, and so he tells Doris that he can solve the situation himself. He realizes that with his oratorical skills, the matter can be postponed, and then he will contact Joseph or Wild for help. At this point, Doris assures Lin Jie that she will do everything herself, and if he can give her an answer, she is not even afraid to reveal her identity. Doris further promises Lin Jie that no one can embarrass him, and she is honored to solve this problem for the store owner. With a slight shudder of surprise, Lin Jie realizes that if he refuses Doris's help now, it will be as if he is looking down on her background. Sighing tiredly, Lin Jie says he understands and thinks that he can't let such a beautiful girl think that he is looking down on her. Finally, Lin Jie turns to his visitor and asks her to be as careful as possible while dealing with the situation. Nodding approvingly, Doris asks Lin Jie to wait for her here. She understood the meaning of everything the bookstore owner told her. Lin Jie himself remains standing behind his counter at the entrance of the store. He can only observe what will happen next. Doris reflects on Lin Jiu's words and realizes that all this is just his test, and he knew that the enemy would come to him. At that moment, Doris opens her eyes wide and realizes that the source of the blinding light is not just a few meters away from the store. In fact, 1,437 meters above sea level, at the top of the clouds, a praying Murphy is about to open the casket of eternal sleep. High up in the sky, a blob of concentrated energy appears that hits the ground and destroys everything in its path. Immediately afterward, this magical energy blob begins to attract fragments and debris from destroyed structures and buildings. In turn, the praying Murphy continues to pray in order to activate and open the casket of eternal sleep. At some point, the girl covers her eyes and whispers a dark spell under her nose. She is distracted by a henchman who tells her that the secret tower is on its way here, and they can only hold them for 10 minutes. Responding to him, Murphy begins to grin smugly. She says that the perfect beam of doom is ready, and they just need to prepare for further teleportation. At exactly the same moment they begin concentrating the energy to open the portal, Murphy herself realizes that the doom ray will hurt everyone. Her eyes burning with anger, she sees the hatred and aggression in her eyes. Murphy intends to destroy once and for all the bookstore that got in her way. Doris, in turn, watches Murphy with the same eyes, and realizes that dark wizards are really just a bunch of irrational thugs. After learning about the perfect ray of doom, Doris imagines the energy being released and the entire region simply disappearing from the face of the earth. But at the same time, Doris realizes that Lin Jae was extremely calm, which means that this level of spell is not a problem for him, and she must be sure. All the while, Doris uses her unusual vision to watch what Murphy is doing. She's sure to be able to deal with her. Eventually, it's as if Doris opens a door in front of her. By fighting Murphy, she will be able to restore the former glory of the Fleur-de-Lis clan. Speaking a bit about Murphy, the praying nun of the Church of Plague, her daily life consists of praying for blessings for the lost. Every single day, year after year, Praying Murphy prays in front of someone's statue. Initially, her life would not change until the day she died. But one day her prayer ritual was visited by a certain guest. The man stood behind a wall for some time and watched the plague church nun. This man was the one who pushed the unfortunate Murphy into the abyss of hell from which there was no turning back. At one point, a slightly alarmed Murphy heard someone slowly but surely approaching her from behind. A moment later, the unfamiliar man was already pouncing on the girl and throwing her to the ground with all his heavy body weight, right in front of the statue of the deity prayed to in the Church of Plague. Such an unexpected and strange attack happened. No one knows why the kind-faced priest suddenly has a beastly grin and why Murphy would experience such an attack. At that moment, Murphy didn't understand anything. Tears of fear and uncontrollable terror appeared in her eyes. All she could do was pray to the creature with even more devotion. The only thing the nun could see in front of her was the body of the priest, and behind him, a statue of the deity she worshipped. And just as Murphy is praying to the deity to save her, the priest's head is pierced by a metal chain with a sharp tip. For a while longer, Murphy watches in horror as the priest's body collapses and falls lifelessly to the ground. Finally, the girl realizes that she was saved, but the true reason for her rescue is unknown and incomprehensible. The only thing Murphy knew was that an object appeared in front of her from the image she was praying to. And in that instant, the casket of eternal sleep answered her prayer. She thought it was an object given to her by God. It had become the treasure of one man, and that man was Murphy. With the power of the eternal dream coffin, Murphy formed the Red Religion as a power that belonged to her, and its power reached the level of destruction. Her essence gradually became filled with arrogance. Murphy did not allow anyone to go against her will. She considered herself truly chosen by God. And now Murphy was highly pissed off at Wilde's backlash, and so she didn't care if her secret tower detected her or not, she would attack the bookstore. With her hand up, Murphy succumbs to the rays of doom that have already drained 4 of her 5 ethers. That's all she can use right now. At one point, she is about to launch her attack on the bookstore and thinks about the fact that Lin Jie is not of divine level and therefore he is finished. When Murphy announces that the perfect doom ray is about to be launched, all she can think of is that it's Lin Jie's price for sinning against her. A moment later, a large magic circle appears under Murphy's feet. Her minions succumb to the same fate. The crushing beam is almost ready to strike. At that moment, a bright flash appears high in the sky, illuminating the small town of Nozin. Murphy's henchmen are in complete awe at how great the true power of the high-level Black Wizard is. Murphy is worthy of a level of destruction. They all stand behind Murphy herself and proclaim her to be the greatest and truly insanely powerful. After another flash, that same shattering beam of doom appears. It instantly rushes towards one of Nozin's structures. The praying Murphy herself is in an excited state of mind. She can't wait for the end of her crushing blow. Her eyes widen in surprise as she realizes that soon, Murphy will be able to see everything crumble to the ground from here. Incredibly powerful energy is being channeled towards the bookstore. Just a little bit more of this concentrated magic will destroy everything. But at exactly the same moment, Doris the elf comes out of the bookstore. The girl finds herself face to face with a flood of dark magic. In her sea blue eyes, Doris sees self-confidence and courage. She is fully prepared to confront the praying Murphy. When Murphy sees Doris, she is slightly startled by her surprise. She doesn't understand where the elf came from, because she just shouldn't be here. At some point, Doris raises her palm and begins to concentrate the sacred power of the Fleur-de-Lis elves in it. Eventually, a small tree root appears in her hands with a small white flower bud at the end of it. Thus, in Doris's hands appears the staff of the sage. It looks like a thin tree trunk covered with green leaves. At the end of the sage's staff is a snow-white fleur-de-lis flower that is unique to their clan. It takes Murphy a little while to study what she sees. She realizes who the snow-white flower belongs to. At the same instant, a powerful energy begins to spread around Doris. The ground beneath her feet begins to crack. Following this, Doris turns to Doris and earnestly asks her to bring the dawn of victory for the sake of the Fleur-de-Lis family. It is then that Doris begins smugly waving the sage's staff from side to side. She orders the wood elves to guard her lord's door. A determined and brave Doris looks her opponent straight in the eye. It is then that she summons the patronage of the trees behind her. A couple of moments and thick and powerful tree roots are already emerging from the ground. They quickly break through the asphalt and masonry. It takes some more time for Doris to grow a real strong and thick tree that will protect her. Murphy's minions are in shock that Doris has suddenly managed to thwart their lord's destructive level of sorcery. The Murphys themselves are beginning to chuckle at the realization that Doris also stands out among the rest and has a destructive level. In fact, this beautiful, incredibly beautiful elf is the sage of the Fleur-de-Lis clan, and her name is Prophet Doris. Thin tree branches begin to wrap around her body. Doris begins to pronounce the body of a noble lady that is covered in snow and hoarfrost. With her hand in front of her, Doris continues to call out to the one holding the longbow, hunting in the endless wilderness. And now, a magical elven bow with a snow-white flower in the middle appears in Doris's hands. The elfess is sure to return with victory. A bright golden glow appears in Doris's eyes. The ability to see the future and prophecy awakens in her body. With the help of an arrow, Doris is going to cut off the life of her enemy. In order for this to actually happen, she enlists the help of prophecy. A moment later, a dense and strong stream of energy appears in front of Doris and is directed towards her enemy. At that moment, the praying Murphy notices the coming danger and realizes that things are bad and they should leave as soon as possible. Murphy realizes that Doris's target is the portal that her minions are trying to hold on to right now. They begin to panic, shouting that they won't be able to escape and that the situation is hopeless at this point. Moments later, there is a huge explosion behind Murphy's back, and dust rises into the sky. The praying Murphy herself is terrified. She is surprised that the elf managed to strike so quickly. In addition, the portal that was created by her minions transformed into something else and began to draw people into itself. In turn, Murphy quickly covers her face with her hands to avoid being blinded or struck. Watching the limbs of her minions fly apart, Murphy is in complete shock that Doris has cut off their escape route. With an alarmed grin, Murphy realizes that she and Doris are now on the same level, but if she waits, she will have no escape route. Immediately after, a distraught Murphy shouts out that she has no choice and Doris has forced her into further action. Following this, the casket of eternal sleep appears behind Murphy's back. She begins to call out to someone, demanding to be its food immediately. The surviving minions are shocked to see such a mesmerizing scene. But then their faces change dramatically and they say that they are ready to help their honorable Mrs. Murphy and are ready to become her food. In the sky appears the face of the bone dragon that crawled out of the tomb of eternal sleep. It begins to suck in the minions that serve Mistress Murphy. This bone dragon looks mad and at one point opens its mouth wide to show its bloodlust. Eventually, through the absorption of the minions, the bone dragon gains a full body. He is referred to as the Beast of Dreams and the Shantok Bird. For her part, Murphy is genuinely pleased with how the casket of eternal sleep worked out. It has just resurrected even a dead dream beast that will serve her. Immediately afterward, she rushes forward and shouts that the outcome of her victory is now a foregone conclusion, and she will destroy the elf Doris. At this point, Doris is downstairs. She silently watches her opponent praying to Murphy high in the sky. Then she says that Murphy is short-sighted, and that is the cause of her death. The outraged nun tries to find out what this means, and if she is seeing the dream beast. Doris goes on to say that it's useless to discuss anything right now, and that Murphy's elf will realize what she means in just a few seconds. Immediately after that, Doris cancels the short-term prediction, and at that moment, space literally cracks and begins to collapse. Murphy rushes towards Doris and tries to prove to her that the dream beast she is sitting on is the perfect creature. A hand appears from a rift in space. Murphy comes so close that he is about to come face to face with the creature. Murphy's entire face is covered in drops of sweat. A tense and frightened Murphy asks, with a tremor in her voice, what it is. Then Doris tells her that the powerful beast Shantuk the bird has a nemesis she fears very much, and they call him Night Doom. And now this nemesis, Night Doom, appears in front of Murphy and stops her instantly, scaring her with his size. Real terror and fear grips Murphy. Nightbane was the last thing the nun saw in front of her. Immediately afterward, the elf Doris turns back sharply while elegantly and gracefully fixing her hair behind her ears. While doing so, she mutters that, until the prophet speaks, no one will be able to solve any case. At this moment, Linji begins to feel a strong earthquake. He doesn't understand why he feels such a feeling. Looking carefully out the window, Linji wonders if Doris is all right now, as he can't see anything on this foggy, gloomy day. At the same moment, he picks up his teacup, while thinking that the headlights are off and Doris's negotiations were probably fruitful. Moments later, Doris enters his store again. She apologizes for the wait and tells him that the situation has been resolved. As if flirting with Lin Jie, Doris asks if there will be any interruptions and offers to continue their previous conversation. At the same time, the pixie coquettishly rubs her pointed ears, and it is clear from her face that she feels some embarrassment. Lin Jie had been waiting for her, and now, seeing Doris, he once again smiled faintly. Carefully inspecting Doris, Lin Jie realizes that her clothes are fine. It seems it didn't take much effort to resolve the problem. Lin Jie then starts a conversation and mentions that the rain is very heavy, and because of it, neither Doris's voice nor her opponent's could be heard. Doris herself realizes that it was not the rain that drowned out their voices, but the barrier she put up to get rid of the noise. She had also erected trees. Doris is thinking about why Lin Jie thought it was the rain, and perhaps he was referring to the discontent that had erupted. For his part, Lin Jie continues to stand in his place behind the counter and watch the elf Doris. Doris realizes with slight trepidation that what is happening to Lin Jie is nothing more than a splash of water, in which even voices are not worthy to linger. Doris squints at Lin Jie. She realizes how much influence he has in everything that is going on, but she doesn't know if it is positive or negative. At some point, the elf begins to smile, and says that she is glad that Lin Jie was not disturbed. Finally sitting down at the table in front of Lin, Doris tells him that, as he wished, the uninvited guests will not bother him anymore. In response, Lin Jie thanks her for her trouble, for the weather in Nozen has been getting nastier lately, and he doesn't even know when the situation will improve. Pointing at Doris with the palm of his hand, Lin Jie adds that there is good news that he has had more guests than usual lately. All the while, Doris sits in her seat and listens to Lin Jie attentively. She looks kind of stiff and embarrassed. At the same time, Lin Jie speaks out that it's time to put an end to the terrible weather. He believes that it is necessary to unite all the common efforts. Lin Jie's eyes open wider and wider and are filled with madness. He claims that the situation will soon improve. At this moment, Doris becomes terrified. She is genuinely frightened by the fact that a man like the bookstore owner is clearly in control. Thinking over his words, Doris irritably realizes that by complaining about the large number of customers, Lin Jie is just deliberately taking advantage of the situation. In turn, the bookstore owner himself listens silently to his visitor and does not dare to interrupt. But at some point, thoughtful Lin Jie notices that the expression on the face of the elf Doris becomes worse and worse. Without taking his gaze off her, Lin Jie finally realizes that she is very tired and he is not behaving properly. He didn't even take care of her. Immediately after that, Lin Jie resorts to warm green tea that he poured into a cup, especially for his guests. Putting the cup in front of Doris, Lin Jie says that she has just worked hard and that it is time to drink the tea and rest a little. Doris herself gladly accepts his care and warms her hands on the teacup. In doing so, she tries to be careful not to anger Lin Jie. A tantalizing cup of green tea appears in her hands, and without thinking long, Doris brings it to her lips to take a sip. And after a moment, even Doris's ears start twitching happily, because this tea is so wonderful. There are absolutely no impurities in it. While Lin Jie simply brewed the green tea for Doris, it turns out to be a special detail. She thinks he did it especially for her. Looking at the bookstore owner, Doris notices his incredible calmness, since just after a serious fight, he just brewed a cup of tea for her. Eventually, a slightly embarrassed Doris thanks Lin Jie for the treat and asks if they can continue talking right away. Then Lin Jie replies that he can help Doris with her problem, but it's not easy because restoring the clan's recognition will be a long process. At the same time, the snide Lin Jie is going to emphasize the difficulty of the task in order to ask for a little more money, even if it is too much. For her part, Doris is in a wary state. She swallows loudly as if her worries were a lump in her throat, and Lin Jie begins to think how he can save the dignity and honor of the Fleur-de-Lis family, which once had an amazing and brilliant history. He realizes that if this case is handled by someone ignorant and untrustworthy, there will be bad consequences. A lot of money would be lost. Finally, Lin Jie decides to stand up to show his true abilities because he has some research in the field of heraldry. Right after that, Lin Jie takes out a book. It so happens that he once wrote rituals and folklore, why he started working on a series of similar books. The book entitled Signs and Symbols, or Heraldry and Totems, is the result of Lin Jie's past research. Following this, Lin Jie holds out the book to Doris, and she flinches in surprise. Her interest becomes apparent in her eyes. Holding the book out to Doris, Lin Jie asks her to read it because it will be useful later. According to him, it is not easy to regain fame. And these words hit Doris on the head like a hammer. She pulls away from the book a little before touching it. As soon as the pixie touches the thick cover, the space around her begins to crack and tear. At that moment, Doris feels as if she is falling into an unknown and uncharted world that involuntarily pulls her in. As she falls deeper and deeper, Doris realizes that there are cracks in the dream world and monsters peeking out. Shocked, Doris looks around and compares these dream beasts to the ones she has summoned and realizes that this is not the same level. Diving inside this dream world, the elf Doris finally realizes that now she could be destroyed and deprived of her life. And at some point, Doris notices something strange. Something catches her interest and is just ahead of her. Abruptly turning back, Doris tries to figure out what exactly is keeping these beasts asleep and their any actions. Suddenly, another terrifying creature appears behind Doris's back and is literally about to pounce on her. The strange net that forms in front of her like a barrier suddenly begins to enlarge and spread everywhere. At exactly the same moment, Doris comes to her senses and returns to the real world. Out of shock, she flinches violently. She saw something in that book that solidified her inspiration and allowed her to see the meaning associated with the symbol painted on the cover. She realizes that it is aimed at beings from the dream world. At the same time, one of the monsters of that world seems to be behind Doris's back. This book has just put Doris in a state of near foreboding. It makes her tense and frightened that such a thing goes against the common sense of a prophet. At the same time, Linji says that this book will help Doris understand how to proceed. If she can memorize the contents, everything will be easier. Then he adds that he doesn't need to spend a lot of effort to explain and guide, because it will be much more troublesome. Suddenly, Doris jumps up and replies that she has understood everything and will definitely study the paper written by Linji carefully. Now, it was as if Doris had reached the cherished flower and received a vague prophetic poem hundreds of years later. Doris is excited even though she doesn't know what mysterious knowledge this book holds. For her, it is unknown how limitless the whole picture will be. But suddenly Doris's attention is distracted by Linji's voice. He says that he is going to emphasize something important. Linji then suggests that Doris's family should take a closer look and study the contents of the book, so that when the time comes, he won't have to save the girl. With a hard stare, Linji clarifies that lately many people have been asking him for help, and therefore, he doesn't have much time to waste. At this moment, Doris falls into a stupor. She is consumed by unbridled fear and terror because she realizes how uncomfortable Linji feels about her. Linji frightens Doris with his hunger marketing techniques so that, thanks to the sense of crisis, she realizes that the matter is really urgent. Doris then asks if she can buy a few more copies for her family to study. She promises to finish it quickly. With a slight embarrassment on her face, the elf Doris says that since it is Linji's request, her family will try their best to do everything. An overly satisfied Linji still thinks that Doris is not fully on the right path. He feels that there is something wrong with her tone. Right after that, he decides to show sincerity to a rare big customer and takes out a large cardboard box to do so. Following this, the bookstore owner reaches for another book that he will later give to his customer. Carefully and with great care, Linji takes out a book with a thick and brown cover. All this time, Doris is watching the bookstore owner's every move with her mouth half open. In the end, Linji puts into a box about 30 copies that he got especially for Doris. Doris herself is confused because such books are printed in batches and the prices will be clearly marked. It will hit her pocketbook. But then the pixie shudders in surprise because Linji is going to give her a gift for the first meeting. Suddenly, a small green jar appears on the table, which obviously contains the very same green tea. Linji smiles wryly and says that he noticed how Doris liked the taste of this tea. A radiant and wide smile appears on his face. The bookstore owner tells Doris to come back for more. With bright embarrassment on her cheeks, Doris thanks Linji and mentions that if the Fleur-de-Lis clan is restored, she will serve him faithfully. Sometime later, Abraham Joseph arrives at the bookstore. He scrutinizes the aftermath of Doris and Murphy's battle. With a disgruntled and annoyed grin, Joseph realizes that the place has been trashed and considers those who set it up to be truly insane. At that moment, his assistant reports that the Truth Society is already examining the spell and that it is impossible to destroy any traces of magic. In response to her words, Joseph starts yelling loudly. His psycho is gaining momentum and thus scaring his assistant to the point of terror. Pointing his finger forward, Joseph grudgingly mentions that someone has allowed a black magician to do whatever he wants in Nozen. Meanwhile, somewhere downstairs, his men from the secret tower are wandering around investigating the crime scene. They are extremely unhappy and annoyed about something. One of the assistants turns to his comrade and comments on his discontent by saying that he just needs to get used to the instructions and carry the stones. At this point, Abraham Joseph approaches them. With clenched fists, he intimidates his helpers to the point of terror and trembling. Abraham Joseph shares his worries with his assistant and says that he does not like to cooperate with such stupid people. When asked if there is more information, the girl tells that the investigation of the information department shows that the target of the black magicians was a bookstore. And when she asks if they should go and see what happened, Joseph turns around and scares the assistant with his grin again. Then she again notices Abraham Joseph's clenched fists and tries to justify herself, but realizes that it is useless. Immediately after that, Abraham Joseph starts shouting loudly that his men should immediately recall the people from the information department. At that moment, another guy appears on the horizon. He tries to assess the situation and activates tracking to find traces of magic. As the kid lowers himself to the ground and puts his palm to it, everything around him starts to rise into the air, as if gravity were no longer working at all. As he continues to trace traces of magic, he says that the black mages fighting here are really crazy to be using a destructive level. This guy's name is George Byron. He's a scientist for the Truth Society, and now reports that his etheric is picking up absolutely nothing. Sighing tiredly, George realizes that this kind of research shouldn't be done by someone like him. He suspects something amiss. That's when George begins to write down that Murphy was killed in the battle, and speculates on how things really went down in that place. Then George records that Murphy's supporters are extremely cautious and only open their portals when there is danger. He realizes that the reason for this was that the praying Murphy was continuously creating zombies with the help of eternal sleep. These zombies were many, but the main target of Murphy's attack was the White Wolf splinter organization of spider hunters. Together with Ji Jixue, they posed a threat to the White Wolf. Continuing to write it all down in his document, George added there that the last battle was here under the personal command of Murphy's squad. Looking back at the clothes that were left of the dead, Murphy George does not understand why the Supreme Leader allowed herself to die in this battle. Then he scratches his head thoughtfully with his quill and realizes that the attack is obviously targeted at the bookstore. This he does not understand. Following this, George Byron turns toward the bookstore and wonders who is inside the establishment. And at the same moment, George Byron, for some reason, opens his mouth wide as if he has seen something that surprises him. That's when he decides to go inside this bookstore. The rain is still pouring down like a bucket and streaming down the kid's face. Right after that, George rushes towards the bookstore, but some man behind him tries to stop him with all his might. As George approaches the entrance to the bookstore, he realizes that the place looks completely normal. Laughing under his breath, George also notices that there seems to be some strange magic hidden here. It's all too appealing and curious, so George wants to get inside the bookstore as soon as possible. At the very last moment, he is stopped by Abraham Joseph putting his palm on George Byron's shoulder. Immediately afterward, Abraham Joseph asks Byron what exactly he is going to do once inside the bookstore. But to George Byron, his question is extremely strange, because the guy is just going to explore the strange bookstore. Byron goes on to mention that his job is to find out what happened, and that there is definitely someone involved in the bookstore. George Byron adds that he must get to the truth for the sake of the Truth Society. All this time, Abraham Joseph watches George Byron closely, but does not react or respond to his word. But then Abraham Joseph demands George Byron not to go inside the bookstore for the sake of his own sanity at least. With a slight grin, George Byron interjects to ask if Joseph really doubts the sanity of the Truth Society scholar. The boy looks mesmerized. He claims that he will never change his mind, and therefore Abraham Joseph insults him with such a demand. With a loud demonstrative laugh, Byron claims that Joseph is a destructive knight, a respected knight, has no right to mock him. Tiredly covering his face, Joseph realizes how difficult it is to have a dialogue with these empty-headed scientists. Once they've made up their minds, there's no changing their minds. Joseph ponders the fact that the secret tower will have to buy alchemical tools from the Truth Society and now needs to calm down. At that moment, his apprentice Claude abruptly sneezes loudly and very suddenly, and all because Abraham Joseph remembers him. And that's when Joseph informs Byron that the H-level bookstore classification. Upon hearing this, Byron shudders in horror. Joseph goes on to tell him that the owner of this bookstore is now helping the secret tower, so Byron doesn't need to do anything stupid. Pointing a finger in George Byron's direction, Joseph says that the bookstore owner is obviously not going to like his interference very much. At this point, George Byron begins to shake. This is either from intense fear or from the sudden surprise and amazement. Byron is shocked that the Truth Society knows about everything, but for some reason for many years did not notice the bookstore, which is characterized by Nozen's level. Then Byron remembers that their on-air network of the Truth Society was created by the sage of this sinful world himself. George Byron's eyes show anxiety and incomprehension, because theoretically, he and the Truth Society should not have missed anything. At that moment, Joseph notices Byron's doubts and tells him that the black magician used a destructive spell, but the ether did not detect anything. That's why Joseph thinks that the Truth Society needs to investigate themselves first. Hearing this, Byron can't contain his trepidation. Suddenly, the doors of the bookstore open, and the first thing visible on the horizon for Byron and Joseph is long, golden hair. George Byron can't take his eyes off the girl who has just come out of the bookstore. Along with him, Abraham Joseph is watching the girl, but his face shows much more serious thoughts and emotions, such as imperturbability and calmness. Doris appears on the doorstep of the bookstore. Her pointed ears suggest that she is an elf, and her elegant clothes indicate her high status. George Byron is shocked because he realizes that there is a real elf in front of him, but he knows that this people have nothing to do in their town of Nozen. Behind the back of the boy from the Truth Society is Abraham Joseph. He too is watching closely the elf Doris, who has come out of the store. When she starts to step towards them, Joseph realizes that he was right, that the owner of the bookstore was a noble elf. But this girl is not only a pure-blooded elf, but her gaze as she looked around the bookstore expressed sincere reverence. Then Joseph remembers that it is time for him to return the book, and it is time for the magic sword to find a new owner. In turn, the bright blue eyes of the elf, Doris, turn their gaze to Byron and Joseph. She realizes that the people in front of her are ordinary people. At the same time, George Byron shakes unceasingly. Something is affecting him and won't let him calm down. With the staff of the sage in front of her, the elf Doris asks Byron and Joseph what they are doing on the doorstep of her master bookstore owner. Suddenly, a realization enters Byron's head that there are only 4 original witches whom the elves revere as masters. At the same moment, George Byron remembers about the witch Bayan, but he sincerely does not want to believe that she is now wielding in some bookstore. All the while, George Byron is carefully watching the elf Doris, who has come out of the store. Suddenly, Doris covers her eyes, and with a slight blush on her face, says that the chosen messenger of her master represents his will. The space fills with concentrated ether, and Doris says that the Truth Society has indeed become insolent towards Lin Jie. A true and genuine rage awakens in her eyes. Doris asks if the Truth Society really dares to look down on Lin Jie. At this moment, George Byron abruptly flinches and is consumed by terror. He realizes that he has been very wrong all this time. He is well aware that he disobeyed Joseph's advice and entered level H territory, and now he is even in conflict with a destructive level Elfes. Byron is suddenly struck by the fact that Joseph stands up for him and apologizes to the elf Doris, as they had no intention of harming Lin Ji. Joseph goes on to say that Byron only wanted to fulfill his duties and make a report on what really happened here. Following that, Joseph adds words that Master Doris is magnanimous, and he is sure that Lin Jai would not pick on the ignorant Byron. There is still a fire still continuing to burn in the elf Doris's eyes that shows all her rage, anger, and hatred. But then she calms down and tells Joseph that for some reason, the black mages showed up here, and were going to send a ray of doom on the store. Looking straight into Abraham's eyes, Doris reports to Joseph that she herself killed the black magicians who attacked the bookstore. Joseph realizes that Lin Se has allowed his subordinate to take out the head of the Red Religion. He's definitely chosen to be on their side. Doris responds to the knight's questions with bewilderment. She goes on to say that she had recently arrived in Nozen, and it was Joseph who was supposed to confront the black magician. In addition, Doris says she sees no gratitude from Joseph and Byron for what she has done for them, but instead, they interrogate her. In response to this, Joseph tells her that he respects Lin Se himself because he once lent him a book that solved a lot of problems that were bothering him. Abraham Joseph adds that if there had been no misunderstanding today, he would already be talking to the owner of the bookstore. At this point, Byron takes the opportunity to suggest that Joseph and Doris return to the report. The Truth Society thanks them for their contribution to Nozen. Suddenly, his phone rings. Noticing the name of the person calling him Byron is plunged into shock. It's the vice chairman of the Truth Society. By the way, there are many magazines related to the organization on his desk. As soon as Byron picks up the phone, the vice chairman lets out a slight wheeze before beginning the planned conversation. That's when the vice chairman on the phone demands Byron to hand the phone over to the great and wisest Elfis of the Fleur-de-Lis family. At this point, Doris turns slightly surprised, but interestedly toward George Byron and his communicator. Suddenly, the vice chairman calls the elf by name and asks how she is doing, since they haven't seen each other for 300 years. Hearing a very familiar voice on the other side of the communicator, the elf does not hold back her shock and flinches in surprise. Doris calls the man by the name of Andrew. She remembers that she has a picture of the boy on her desk. Then a memory pops into Doris's mind. It involves confused and lecherous young girls. These pixie girls had extremely warm feelings towards that very Andrew and wanted to be with him for as long as possible. Young Andrew thanked the girls for their concern, but he needed to research something for the Truth Society, and so he was going to leave them. Andrew Russell is an extremely affectionate boy and skillfully flirted with young elven women who couldn't resist him. Following this, Andrew Russell takes one of the elven girls by the chin and raises her head. With this gesture, he openly flirts with her. Andrew holds the head of the elven girl in love and tells her that he would be happy to admire her pretty face all the time and never part. The young elf is extremely embarrassed by Andrew Russell's behavior and actions because there are too many people around and everyone can see what is going on. At that moment, the wisest Doris appears and asks Andrew Russell to stop molesting the guests. The elves immediately awkwardly try to run away. With Mrs. Doris, Andrew Russell behaves exactly the same as with the rest of the elves. In some places, he flirts even more openly than usual. In turn, Doris is embarrassed by Andrew Russell's behavior and attitude. Despite this, she asks if he is going to go back to his world. Still with the same embarrassment, Andrew Russell says that he was just about to say goodbye to Doris and then asks if she is finished with her prophecy. Then Doris replies that such a serious prophecy concerns her destiny directly, and it is impossible to get the result at once. Immediately after that, Doris takes a paper cup and takes a sip of an unknown drink. Doris goes on to say that the advantage of elves is that they have a long life, and it will take her a long time to regain my lady's favor. Andrew Russell then assures Doris that if she needs information, she can always turn to their Truth Society. At the same time, Andrew Russell says that one day he will become an influential figure in the Truth Society, and he will surely come to Doris's aid. At that moment, the wisest elf Doris places her palm on Andrew Russell's head, as if trying to comfort and perhaps even thank him. Andrew Russell is embarrassed by this gesture and cannot contain his trembling. Doris in turn thanks him, though she mentions that elves are neglected by other races. Doris then states that they sincerely cherish some humans, but that there are few things in the world worthy of being remembered. At this point, Andrew Russell turns his sad eyes aside and realizes that Doris is saying these words and has not remembered anything at all. Doris, in turn, is excited and delighted that she has finally touched the boy's hair. It's something special for her. At the same time, Doris says that if Andrew's annoyed that she thinks he's a child, all she has to do is say so, and she'll stop doing it. Doris then suggests that Andrew memorize what he tells her, and asks if the kid is going to finally call out his real name. Drops of sweat drip down young Andrew Russell's face from the mounting tension. He finally says his name, Andrew Russell. Andrew Russell is currently the deputy head of the Truth Society, and so he contacts the wisest Doris on the phone. After a while, Andrew Russell goes to the central district of Nozin, to the headquarters of the Truth Society. There is a bone statue in front of the entrance. In the office of Andrew's deputy leader sit two age-appropriate men. At the moment, they are playing chess. One of them picks up a chess piece and is about to make his next move. At the same time, they are discussing something amongst themselves. Leonard Valter, the head of alchemy, tells his companion that after several years, the Fleur-de-Lis clan has reappeared against all expectation. While he and his companion are discussing the fact that Andrew's love has reappeared, and that he is now an old man, the man himself is standing on the balcony and thinking about something. His companion sighs and tells Leonard to be careful, because the funding for alchemy may be suspended. Making his move, the man says that Andrew is the man everyone wants to get into bed with. These words irritate Leonard. Next, Fitch Rowell, the head of the mechanics, tells him that a bounty has recently been announced for Wild, and a large amount of expenses are required. When Leonard hears this, he shudders in surprise, not believing that there is a bounty on Wild. He didn't expect anyone to do it. Immediately afterward, Leonard asks Fitch if it's true that that despotic, destructive magician is the one who worries about little things. Fitch scoffs at his words. In his opinion, Leonard needs to get out of the strange laboratory for walks as often as possible. At this point, strange bugs begin to emerge from under Fitch's clothes. They look like some sort of mechanical surveillance and tracking devices. Fitch diverts Leonard's attention by saying that even Frank Wilde's greatest enemy, Abraham Joseph, did not take his case. Leonard begins to realize that there may be more harm than good, and the reward money might not be enough. At exactly the same moment, Abraham Joseph abruptly sneezes. Again, because Fitch and Leonard remember him. Eventually, the conversation boils down to Fitch talking about how Leonard's haphazard research programs are waiting to stop. But then Leonard starts to irritably argue that Fitch's mechanics are completely useless, and that he doesn't think the executive should be allocating money for them. In response, Fitch mentions that the masterpieces of mechanics were created by his subordinate Hanson Gethvin, who would be happy to invite Leonard to visit. At this point, Leonard begins to cough, and after a brief pause, declines his colleague Fitch's offer. And when Leonard suggests they continue their game of chess, he abruptly flinches because there is something that startles him. Immediately afterward, Leonard stares at the table in front of him, and on it stands a chessboard. Fitch tenses up because he imagines Leonard resenting the man for distracting him and winning at chess. But Leonard doesn't notice anything and makes a move. Then Fitch says that even though his colleague has offended him, he will still treat him as his best friend. Leonard responds with a smirk and says that anyone can be a friend to Fitch if they have a lot of money. Eventually, an argument ensues between them on the subject. On the floor, it's clear by their shadows that Leonard is genuinely angered and annoyed. At one point, Fitch enthusiastically reports on the Deity Idol project. Thanks to Ms. Doris's help, the quality of the Eternal Sleep Coffin will be much higher. Leonard, on the other hand, starts scratching his ear and says that this project will also fail. He considers it an embezzlement of funds from Fitch. Fitch starts yelling that it's Leonard's stone that lacks purity, but Leonard demands he not quibble, just that the technique isn't good enough. Eventually, both men abruptly turn away from each other, taking offense like little children. After a while, Leonard asks again who has taken up Wilde's bounty, and who among the destructive levels has nothing better to do. Collapsing on the back of the couch, Fitch tells him that this time, the person who took the bounty is not a destructive level, but a frightening one. At the same time, another monster dies at the hands of this hunter. The man literally rams the monster's head into the ground. As soon as the hunter finishes dealing with the monsters, he immediately leaves. He leaves behind only the bodies of the dead monsters and their remains. Waving his weapon from side to side, the man tries to find something because he remembers that he left it here. At some point, as the hunter passes another building, the outline of another monster appears. A moment later, the monster is already above the hunter's head and is literally about to pounce on him from above. A fraction of a second later, the hunter gets rid of the attacking monster by chopping its body into two almost equal halves. During all this, the man is studying some document and realizes that very soon, the destructive level will be in his hand. The document that is in the man's palms describes a complete dossier with a photograph that belongs to Frank Wilde. The hunter's eyes light up with excitement and intrigue. Upon seeing Black Faceless, he immediately realizes that this is the perfect prey. In turn, Fitch tells Leonard about this hunter, Burton Ackerman. They accepted his claim after injecting him with tainted blood. Hearing such news, Leonard for some reason tenses up a bit and voices his doubts that Ackerman will indeed find Wilde. Suddenly, another man appears in the room. Once inside, he immediately asks Fitch and Leonard what they are talking about. On the doorstep in front of the men is the vice chairman of the Truth Society, the same Andrew Russell. As he approaches the men, Fitch immediately asks him if the latest pressing issue has been resolved. Andrew Russell, in turn, flirtatiously fixes his hair and talks about growing old, while Doris is still as beautiful as ever. Andrew's eyes lower slightly as he realizes that he's in a dream. He feels melancholy at seeing his secret lover again. Meanwhile, Fitch and Leonard watch Andrew in mild bewilderment and don't understand what's going on with him or what he's thinking. And then Leonard asks Andrew what happened to that bookstore, since the Fleur-de-Lis family really took him for their head. Covering his face with the palm of his hand, Andrew replies that it's not about Lin Ji being the head, but about the creature behind him. Immediately afterward, Andrew Russell suggests that Fitch and Leonard look into the Secret Tower archives about the bookstore and the rest. Following this, Andrew Russell snidely and rubbing his hands together informs Leonard that his funding will be cut by 30%. Andrew goes on to explain that he didn't originally believe there was a divine level in Nozen, but Joseph personally wrote the dossier about it. At this point, Fitch tries his best to calm Leonard down, but he cries non-stop, leaving a huge wet puddle of tears underneath him. Finally, Andrew Russell adds that they can take their time to check all the information, but a creature of this level is a problem for them. At that moment, Leonard turns sharply to Andrew, as if he immediately realized what the vice chairman is talking about. Then Andrew surprises Leonard by saying that Frank Wilde is also in contact with that bookstore. Andrew then demands that Ackerman be sent there. Interested, Leonard asks if they should find out if the danger is high on the divine level, and Fitch adds that they should be careful. As if about to leave, Andrew finally says that letting Ackerman find out is the only and best option. Andrew goes on to say that they need to learn the bookstore owner's pattern of behavior because they are responsible for millions of lives. Immediately after these words, Andrew goes outside and examines the bone statue and says that the incident is enough for them to think about. Andrew believes that the purpose of the Truth Society is not only to pursue knowledge, but also to maintain order in the city of Nozen. Next to the mysterious Andrew, something starts to crackle loudly. He himself says that when an organization becomes too authoritative, it begins to rot. At this point, Fitch and Leonard realize exactly what the vice chairman is telling them, and that is that there is a traitor in the Truth Society. Accepting this, Andrew tells them that they need to address all the pressing issues properly before the Truth Society's credibility falters. Fitch and Leonard are surprised that Andrew calls them a fine addition to the good people of the organization, and that this is what the chairwoman, Maria, was talking about. Beginning to wander from side to side, Andrew repeats that Ackerman should go for a test so they don't fear the divine level. Finally, he utters an interesting phrase. According to him, even God will die at some point, and only the truth will be eternal. At this point, Fitch sighs tiredly and Leonard shows no emotion. They both can't find the words to answer Andrew. Strangely enough, an interesting composition is seen in which Andrew Fitch and Leonard's heads can be seen through the hole in the bone monster's head. At the same time, Lin Jae is coming down from the second floor, listening to the news about what recently happened near his store, and starts yawning. At some point, he hears that it's about the 23rd Street, and it kind of hooks him. As soon as he realizes that this is the street where his store is located, he rushes to the window and opens it to see what happened. Lin Jae realizes that he was sleeping so soundly that he didn't even hear the explosion that happened here recently. Then thoughts of what happened yesterday and now today's explosion, which he hadn't even noticed, enter his head. Something magical happens. But in the end, a smile appears on his face. He is glad that the fire on the other side has stopped. Otherwise, his life and traveling in space would have stopped. Following this, Lin Jae turns back and looks at the potted flower that Doris gave him. Such a gift really makes him feel uncomfortable. Doris herself told him that this seed is very valuable and also has its own thoughts and feeds on desires attracting little ladies. After a while, Lin Jae starts to water the plant so that it grows nicely. He himself doesn't believe what Doris says about it. As soon as the water starts to penetrate the soil, a small eye appears from under one of the leaves of the plant, as if watching Lin Jae. A week later, after Lin Jae's careful care, a beautiful red rose-like flower emerges from the little sprout. Lin Jae is happy with his result because he always wanted to grow plants to mold his temperament, but everything always died. But then he suddenly realizes that the flower that appeared in 7 days is not right, and besides, the rose is a shrub and only one flower grew. After that, Lin Jae remembers Doris's words that this kind of flower is rare, and therefore, it may have some peculiarities. In the end, Lin Jae puts it on the reception because he wants the flower to please the guests with its beauty. He hopes for big sales. Having found a suitable place for the flower pot, Lin Jae is about to finally open his store. Tiredly yawning and scratching his head, Lin Jae remembers that he hasn't had a single guest for a week. He is actually so lonely that he doesn't even have anyone to talk to. At this time, from the bud of a beautiful red rose, a blue-colored eye reappears and watches the bookstore owner carefully. Then the same Ackerman appears on the doorstep of the bookstore, smoking a cigarette and assessing the exterior of the place. Burton Ackerman is also known as the Pale Night Watchman. He's a destructive level hunter, but he's pre-approved. At some point, Ackerman activates his hunter's sense of smell and sees the outline of Frank Wilde in front of him, which means only one thing: he's been here before. Standing in front of the store, Ackerman senses this faint ether that has dissipated in the rain. It comes from the aura of Frank Wilde Black Faceless. Ackerman says to himself that this place is indeed a worthy hiding place, but unfortunately it could not escape his nose. The hunter realizes that the source of this aura is a type of creature of life and soul. It's the same gargoyle, not very powerful, but it's a good guardian. Taking another drag on his cigarette, Ackerman realizes that if there is a prominent person of his level inside the store, things will be a bit more complicated than he thinks. That's when Ackerman remembers Andrew Russell, who, along with the Truth Society, determined that the store was Wilde's stronghold. Standing in the middle of a heavy downpour, Ackerman smells Wilde, who has been here twice, and judging by the traces of ether, he is the most frequent visitor of all. At that moment, Burton Ackerman raises his head and realizes that Wilde will come back here again, which gives him the perfect chance to finish him off immediately. Just then, Ackerman abruptly throws his bag to the ground, scaring the unfortunate mouse nearby. Ackerman thinks of the red religion and the white wolf. Burton then hurriedly rummages through his bag, trying to find the right things to change into. Carefully but quickly changing his clothes, Ackerman remembers that the Secret Tower and the Truth Society have done a good job of hiding the evidence. All the while, he has a cigarette sticking out of his mouth. Ackerman thinks about what happened and suddenly remembers that Murphy is dead and the end is certain. Ackerman eventually throws on a translucent cloak. A smirk burns on his face as he mocks Murphy for being wrong. Thinking about the magic mirror egg, Ackerman rolls his eyes hard for some reason, as if its power thrills him, or maybe even scares him. Ackerman stands in front of the store for a while, thinking that now he just needs to assert his destructive level. Unpleasant cold and wet raindrops run down his arms. Ackerman pauses before entering, because the most important thing is caution and patience. With a thoughtful look, Ackerman realizes that now he should just pretend to be an ordinary guest and do some very basic reconnaissance. Eventually, Ackerman throws away his cigarette butt and leaves his bag of clothes on the ground while he heads to the bookstore. Ackerman's body is clad in a translucent cloak. Despite the heavy, never-ending rain, the man is about to fulfill his mission. After only a couple of moments, Ackerman opens the doors and the bookstore appears before him only from the inside. With a serious expression on his face, the cocky Ackerman makes his way deeper and deeper into the bookstore. In front of him is the reception desk, and behind it sits Lin Ji. Ackerman realizes that the interior inside is ordinary, and Wilde's aura is not felt in any way. Ackerman's gaze then falls on the gargoyle, and senses Wilde's aura from it. He knows that the statue reacts instantly to someone's desire to destroy. Immediately after, a smirk appears on Ackerman's face because he is confident in his disguise, and his opponent will not suspect anything until the attack. Shifting his gaze to Lin Ji, Ackerman notices that he is an ordinary man, but even so, Wilde has chosen him to be his informant. At this moment, Lin Ji turns to Ackerman and greets him with his wide and friendly smile. He is genuinely happy to have a new guest. Lin Ji's mercantile nature awakens, because he will be happy not only to chat with the guest, but also to make money from it. At the same time, Lin Ji begins to think through his plan of action to save his business and avoid bankruptcy. While Lin Ji is immersed in his thoughts, Burton Ackerman carefully but quickly undresses, hanging his raincoat on a rack at the entrance to the store. At one point, Lin Ji stands up and asks what Ackerman would like to have in his store. He also adds that he can answer any question. Burton Ackerman then replies with a slight smirk that he just wants to go through and look at books, nothing more. Ackerman hides his intentions and tries to hide the sneer. He thinks he's playing the part well, because he's just presenting himself as an ordinary guest. The smug, confident Burton is just going to go back and forth to find out all the information in parallel. He doesn't see anything yet, but at some point Ackerman notices something very intriguing in front of him, which immediately attracts his attention. In front of Ackerman at the reception desk, there is a clay pot with a beautiful red rose-like flower in it. Ackerman is surprised that there is a rose growing here, even though it is very beautiful. Even though it's quite ordinary, it's too eye-catching. And when Burton decides not to pay much attention to the rose, the flower begins to shake and wobble from side to side. A moment later, the very same blue-colored eye emerges from the scarlet-red petals. It is now watching Burton Ackerman. Suddenly, and Ackerman's body begins to tremble either from fear or shock. Something happens and the man simply cannot move. In turn, the red flower does not take its attention away from Ackerman, and he feels the plant separating something from his soul. Sweat drops appear on Ackerman's face from the growing tension. He feels like he's been caught in a trap, and he's being caught. Burton Ackerman's attention is distracted only by the sudden voice of Lin Ji, who offers to contact him if he has any questions. The bookstore owner has a big smile on his face and allows his guest to look at the books as long as he wants. Ackerman's eyes open wider and wider. He is horrified and does not understand what he is allowed to look at. Right after that, Burton realizes that he has no way to look at anything because he can't even move. Looking at Lin Ji, Ackerman realizes that he originally knew he was faking it. That smile of his is actually a sneer and malice towards the guests. For Ackerman, there is some dark aura hovering around Lin Ji everywhere that scares him. The hunter thinks that Lin Ji is being bullying and just wanted to see fear and helplessness in him. He imagines the bookstore owner as the real villain, as if he enjoys Ackerman pretending and thinks he won't be exposed. Ackerman's veins swell on his face and he feels insulted. He is terrified of being exposed to some bookstore owner. All the while, a blue eye watches Ackerman from inside the red rosebud. It's like it's chained to him. In turn, Ackerman loses himself more and more and feels the red rose literally swallowing something from his soul in very large doses. Suddenly, tears appear in Burton Ackerman's eyes because of the rapidly increasing fear and terror. Ackerman seems to disappear into space. He does not understand anything, although his strength and will are in place and he can do nothing. Now the hunter feels only his own despair. Some terrible monsters are literally consuming parts of his soul that can never be returned. In his eyes again appear bitter tears, and mentally he begs not to do all this, and better just take his life. In turn, Lin Ji, who was calmly drinking his tea before, suddenly notices that there is something wrong with his guest Burton Ackerman. He doesn't realize if Ackerman has any questions and notices the fact that he is looking at the red rose with trembling all over his body. That's when Lin Ji starts to shake his head from side to side and top to bottom to understand exactly what's really going on. But then he realizes that the red rose has caught Ackerman's attention, and it means that Lin Ji didn't waste his time on the plant for nothing. And at that moment, Ackerman flinches once more and finally realizes that he can move, which means the red flower's effect is over. He begins to laugh with some relief because he feels the feelings of his salvation, but he can't weep fully because he doesn't have the strength. And as soon as Burton Ackerman opens his eyes, he notices that the red rosebud is completely covered with blue eyeballs. But a moment later, the red rosebud closes abruptly and hides these numerous eyes under its petals. Then Ackerman starts laughing again, but in a disturbing way, and also says that the flower looks marvelous. At the same time, Ackerman starts to step backwards and at some point leans against the wall. The most important thing for him right now is to just stay alive. Eventually, Burton Ackerman has completely lost the will to fight. Now, he just wants to sit on the couch and think about the meaning of his life. But as soon as Ackerman regains consciousness, he once again begins to tremble at the sight of that red bud on the bookstore owner's desk. At this point, Lin Ji says with a slight smile on his face that he is glad Ackerman liked the flower and is flattered to hear that. Lin Ji surprises even the flower with his thoughts that even plants have a soul, and to love such a thing is also a kind of romance. In addition, Lin Ji remembers that Doris told him that the flower has a soul and that it is worth taking the plant seriously, if only out of respect for her. He is truly pleased with himself because he takes care of the red rose every day and it brings him customers. The plant itself is tensed by Lin Ji's thoughts. All the while, Burton Ackerman is watching Lin Ji's behavior. His face shows genuine shock and even horror. Watching Lin Ji behave with the flower, Ackerman realizes that he warmly treats the plant as if it were his own child. Ackerman looks at the red rose in horror and realizes that even the dark mage Murphy does not take the beast as his own child, like Lin Ji. The man is still shaking and shivers spread throughout his body. Ackerman does not realize what kind of creature this bookstore owner is. The terrifying image of the bookstore owner reappears before him. Ackerman assumes that Lin Ji is of the same species as the red flower. Lin Ji, in his opinion, is so disgusting and volatile that it makes him so powerful for no reason. Ackerman realizes that he is facing a higher life form. That's when he tells Lin Ji how he noticed how much he cares for his flower. In Ackerman's eyes, Lin Ji is nothing more than a being who views him as cannon fodder, and the Truth Society sent him here for a reason. Immediately afterward, Ackerman thinks of Wild, who is in this store almost constantly and almost comes to offer sacrificial gifts. Ackerman decides to leave the shop as soon as possible because it is getting dangerous. In turn, Lin Ji again turned his attention to the guest's condition. For some time, Lin Ji examines his visitor with a serious expression to understand what is really happening to him. At this point, Ackerman begins to justify that time flies too fast and Lin Ji is very busy, so he has to leave here. Lin Ji, in response to Ackerman's words, turns to the man and asks him if it is true that he is not feeling well. From his surprise, Burton Ackerman flinches sharply, as if Lin Ji could read him and see right through him. Immediately afterwards, with the same shiver in his body, Burton Ackerman tries to find some excuse to respond to Lin Ji's words. Next, Lin Ji notices the fact that Ackerman's face looks a little pale. He thinks that the man should rest. Lin Ji then suggests Ackerman to sit down on the chair he has specially prepared for the guests to take and relax. Ackerman begins to tremble more and more. He realizes that Lin Ji has realized how he wants to escape. The owner seems to be upset by the hypocritical praise. Immediately afterward, Burton Ackerman tries to justify himself again and assures Lin Jai that he is perfectly fine. But Lin Ji does not believe in Ackerman's words and therefore demands him not to force himself to pretend to be something he is not. In Lin Jai's eyes, Ackerman just doesn't want to show his fragility in front of outsiders. From the looks of him, Burton is a typical office worker. With excitement, Lin Jai reckons Ackerman's condition and realizes that he is confused and what he sees cannot be fooled. It's time to mentor the client. Immediately afterwards, Lin Jie demands Ackerman to sit down while he plans to let his guard down using oratory. After that, Lin Ji spreads his hands and tells Ackerman that there are no other people here and that no matter what happens, no one will see anything. At the same time, Lin Jai, with a smile on his face, asks Ackerman to relax and consider him an old friend. Burton can share his problems. You can see the madness in Lin Jai's eyes. With a smirk on his face, he tells Ackerman that he is a great judge of character. Ackerman sinks back into terror. He takes Lin Jai's words literally, as if he is literally a good judge of character. The man's body begins to shake violently again. Ackerman feels threatened, and a real threat from Lin Ji in its purest form. Looking forward at the bookstore owner, Ackerman realizes that if he doesn't sit down and explain himself, something bad and terrible will happen. Then he realizes with horror that he is clear on the whole meaning of the bookstore, but he can't say it out loud so as not to put himself in danger. Immediately afterward, Ackerman starts yelling that he just wanted to ambush Wild here, but was beaten by the bookstore owner. At exactly this moment, Lin Jai's face changes in Ackerman's eyes. It is filled with mocking anger and madness. Suddenly, monsters appear in front of the guest and fill literally all the space around them. Lin Jai sentences to help open his heart. In turn, Burton Ackerman is unable to resist the monsters that cling to his legs and pull him to his side. Ackerman, noticing how the unpleasant tentacles are pulling towards him, starts screaming for Lin Jai to stop and call off the monsters. Ackerman is pulled into some unknown space and panics as he realizes that Lin Jie will turn into it. While Ackerman is in a panic trying to decide what to do, Lin Ji sincerely does not understand what is happening to his guest and how to behave. At this moment, Ackerman flinches in surprise because Lin Jai points at him and says that he is worried about his condition again. After that, Lin Ji, with a slight smile on his face, asks Ackerman not to be shy and to sit down on the chair. Ackerman is confused, but realizes that he has no choice but to obey Lin Jie. Then Ackerman realizes that he is slowly getting used to the feeling of humiliation. He no longer has any strength left to resist. Eventually, Burton Ackerman sits down on the chair and can barely hold on because he wants to cry. Ackerman holds on as best he can, because if he cries here, his career as a hunter will be over. He must endure until the end. Behind the back of the satisfied Lin Jie is a gargoyle that guards him from negativity. The owner is glad that the first step is complete and Ackerman is ready to talk. Lin Jai compares Ackerman to opening the hard shell of an oyster. He needs to see what is really behind that shell. In turn, Ackerman perceives Lin Jai's behavior as if he is looking at him as prey. Now Burton Ackerman needs to think hard before he says anything, so he once again stutteringly starts the dialogue first. Then Lin Ji takes the initiative and asks Ackerman to guess what really happened to him. It's about self-improvement. Hearing such words from the bookstore owner, Ackerman opens his mouth wide in shock, as if Lin Ji has hit a sore spot. Terrified, Ackerman realizes that Lin Jai knows from somewhere that he is in the process of destructive level. Of course, it would be strange if he didn't know. While Ackerman can't quiet the trembling in his body, Lin Ji is about to resort to talk therapy to fully unravel Ackerman's problem. Watching the desperate Ackerman, Lin Jai notices that he is in a predicament. He can't believe he hasn't been touched by the word self-improvement. At some point, Ackerman sighs tiredly because he realizes that he can't hide from Lin Jai. He remembers that he just wanted to get a certificate. He hadn't even gotten to the destructive level yet, and had already encountered a creature like Lin Jie. In the end, Ackerman irritably tells Lin Jai that his organization despises people like, and their strength is only determined by their own will. At this point, Lin Ji puts his hand to his face as if to create a pensive look. He realizes that Ackerman's superior's pressure is the problem. Next, Lin Jai starts going over the options in his head. He comes to the fact that the immoral boss is constantly oppressing Burton Ackerman. Immediately after that, Lin Ji picks up the kettle to pour another cup of green tea. In his mind, his thoughts are only that his fate is just fine. Lin Jai then puts this cup in front of Ackerman and says that he understood his question perfectly. Next, Lin Jai asks Ackerman if he has ever thought about finding another way to avoid the pressure from his superior. When Ackerman hears the words about another way, he is surprised as if it is something impossible for him. His face shows genuine incomprehension, and he wonders what exactly these words from Lin Ji's mouth mean. These words for some reason light a bright fire in Ackerman's heart, but he can't find the words to answer Lin Jie. Lin Jie then asks if Ackerman, after his realization, is going to let his superiors use him like this, and if it's really worth it. Lin Jie goes on to mention that the bosses have not benefited him in the slightest and demanded a lot from him without giving him respect. And when Lin Jie calls Ackerman smart, he lowers his eyes and actually understands what the bookstore owner is saying to him. On Ackerman's face appears an irritated grin because he realizes that he is not satisfied with the attitude of his bosses to him. By the way, the hunter's unusual power comes from the extraction of tainted blood. This power was borrowed, and its manifestation in humans is irrational. When the power of transformation is ignited in the blood, it is gradually assimilated with the dream beast, and the mind is gradually polluted as if the blood is directly supplied. For the Truth Society and the Secret Tower, such hunters are just a group of players that can turn into a tragedy. They're not treated well. Now Ackerman realizes that he can't blame the Truth Society for the discriminatory attitude that carries danger, but he is proud of himself. At this moment, a drop of blood appears on his palm, as if awakened from Ackerman's thoughts. He remembers how he fights to the death on a daily basis. Suddenly, Ackerman realizes that the soul of a hunter is not inferior to the soul of an ordinary man. For many years now, Ackerman has lived as a hunter. For someone like a hunter, Ackerman is old and cracking at the seams. He has seen many monsters. His tainted blood was inherited by Ackerman from the Paleface, and the amount is over the acceptable threshold. Each time his mind was on the brink of destruction, and at one point, Ackerman found himself the victim of his own trap. He feared that from this power, his body would soon fail. Ackerman tried to eat the maximum amount of painkillers as soon as possible. His breathing became heavier and heavier. After a while, Ackerman did come to his senses. He realized that even strong tranquilizers gradually stopped working. Ackerman now realizes that he took it upon himself to catch Wild to get out of this hopeless situation in the form of his destructive level qualification. He then abruptly clenches his fist in frustration because he realizes he's being cheated. He's not going to get any proper respect anyway. Ackerman eventually tells Lin Jie that he never thought he had any other options to act. Following this, Ackerman decides to try the green tea that Lin Jie, the bookstore owner, had previously offered him. Ackerman continues his story by saying that his superiors control everything, and if he wants to fight, he will have to cross them. In turn, Lin Jie thinks that burning bridges really isn't worth it. Also, Ackerman's heart is dominated by a certain attitude. That's why Lin Jie decides to help Ackerman overcome his predicament. He asks if it is true that Burton's superiors are powerful. When Lin Jie then asks if Ackerman will lose his ability to exist if he leaves the Truth Society because he should not depend on them. Ackerman listens attentively to what the bookstore owner tells him. His words make him think. Lin Jie then suggests that Ackerman think about his future, and then think about the people who are in the same situation. He wants Ackerman to make his own right choice. Ackerman instantly realizes what he's being told, and it makes him wince. After a moment, a happy smile appears on Ackerman's face as he realizes that he needs to rely on his own strength to control the future. Ackerman's eyes light up with a fiery fire. He is pleased to realize that he never considered the Truth Society to be an absolute authority because of its contempt. Indeed, right before Lin Jie's eyes, Ackerman becomes self-confident, like a blazing fire capable of destroying everything in its path. Then Lin Jie thinks about the fact that Ackerman's heart does not know how to admit defeat. He is going to invest his fervor into his business. Imagining different pictures, Lin Jie tells Ackerman that sometimes blind compromises will not bring peace of mind, but on the contrary will complicate everything. Continuing, Lin Jie tells Ackerman that Ackerman is not alone, and that he has comrades who can unite. Such an attempt is worth making. Eventually, Lin Jie talks about his precious visitor named Ji Jixue. He can offer Ackerman a new job. The bookstore owner tells him that Ji Jixue might be able to help Ackerman, and so he wants to introduce them one day. At this point, Ackerman is shocked. It becomes clear that he knows exactly who the hunter Ji Jixue is. It takes Ackerman a while to remember who Ji Jixue is and what they have in common. But before Ackerman can say anything, Lin Jie smirks and interrupts him to confirm that this is the same Ji Jixue. Immediately after that, Lin Jie lets out a demonstrative and friendly laugh and confirms that this is the girl Ackerman was thinking of. Ackerman himself is confused and can't believe that she has anything to do with what's going on. Ackerman then asks Lin Jie what he has to do, and if it is true that this is all just part of his big plan. After a short but prolonged pause, the bookstore owner confirms what Burton Ackerman tells him. Still perceiving Lin Jie as a dark entity, Ackerman begins to suspect that the shopkeeper had set it all up long before. At this moment, Linji brings the teacup to his lips to take a further sip. In the eyes of the unfortunate Ackerman, this smiling bookstore owner looks like a truly omnipotent god who can foresee anything. In turn, Linjai looks at his reflection in the tea and realizes that for now, the situation with Ackerman is resolved with words and remains under control. The cocky Linjai is going to take Ackerman's thinking in a different direction. Right now, he has plenty of ideas to cover all possible options. Once again going to take a sip, Linji realizes that he has succeeded in directing Ackerman's innermost thoughts, and now there is only one thing left to do. At this moment, Linji recalls the numbers that signify an ordinary place to live, and a paradise that many simply cannot afford. Observing Ackerman's behavior, Linji realizes that he is being used as a tool to destroy the hunter psychologically and physically. With a slight pensive look, Linji comes to the conclusion that for the guest in front of him to choose a different path is definitely a better option. In addition, Linjai realizes that turning from a social animal into an entrepreneur is not an easy task, including financially. From time to time, Linji takes a cup of tea. He recalls the words of a great man about using monopoly against monopoly. Along with this, Linji recalls one company that is the best monopoly in Nozen. He even has a cup from their organization. This corporation is controlled by Ms. Ji Jixue's father. This man is really a truly serious person. This giant mysterious company holds the mining rights in the lower city, which is the dark part of Nozen. Even a person like Lin Jai, who has only lived in this city for 3 years, deeply feels the influence of the corporation. One day, Lin Jai arrived in Nozen. He first went to the store to buy groceries, and then returned to his bookstore to study the history of the company. After a while, Linjai finds himself on the second floor of his bedroom in the bookstore he has just opened. Then he sits down at his computer. The goggles on his eyes help him not to ruin his eyesight. Linji learns that a company has existed for a very long time in Nozen. Along with the information about it, Linjai flips through pictures of some sentinel. Continuing to study, Linjai learns that the overall structure of the company is divided into upper and lower districts. The overall view represents a huge circle. All the while, Linji is quickly and constantly typing something. That's when he learns that Nozen occupies an area the size of a Chinese province. The bag with food remains at the doorstep, while Linji is searching and studying the information of the company, whose emblem is even on the bags. At some point, Linji reads that all the real natural resources are concentrated in the lower district. This neighborhood is a place of much doubt. The people below have touched the high fog wall at the Azir border, and therefore became sick. Unknown stones are spreading everywhere there. The people living there have been forcibly segregated for millions of years and have developed a different ecology than the upper neighborhood. One of the inhabitants of the lower district took up a pickaxe one day, and despite the opinions of others, was going to mine something special. But suddenly, someone's foot appears behind the small and strange girl's back. The creature asks what the little girl is going to do here. Underneath the cloak and hood is a small pink-colored creature. This is what the locals of the lower neighborhood in the city of Nozen look like. Standing next to her is the grandmother of this little child. She says it's time to go eat and the child will be elsewhere very soon. The grandmother then holds out her palm towards the girl and offers her to go home with her, and she instantly agrees, putting her hand on top. During this, the child tells the grandmother that today he has dug an extra stone for which he can get an extra bowl of food. At the same time, the little child continues to hold the pickaxe firmly in his hands, with the help of which he has dug out that very extra stone. At some point, the child lifts his head up and with wide open, surprised eyes thinks about something. He then turns to his grandmother and asks if the people upstairs are really working so hard to get their bowl of food. Holding the child's hand firmly, the grandmother says that one day he will go upstairs himself and will tell her stories in his old age. In the woman's other hand is a strange book with a large, almost dead tree and crossed swords drawn on top. This is the symbol Lin Jie found that day. It signified the origins of the plague in the lower district, and today it was still a problem for the residents. Linjai carefully studied the situation and realized that the city districts were divided for various reasons, and there was only one organization left to transport people. Without taking his gaze off the monitor, Linjai read that now RRDC was the only one who had the right to issue downward passes on their own. At some point, Linji stretches tiredly and is even afraid to think about what would happen if this company bought the rights to distribute books. Now Linji is genuinely happy that the daughter of the company owner is his regular customer. He thinks that she is a great and nice lady Jixue. In addition, Linji tells Ackerman that Ji Jixue should be able to help him somehow to cope with his difficulty. He slightly startles Ackerman by telling him that Ji Jixue has recently rented a book that will have to be returned soon. At this point, Ackerman drops his eyes to the floor and realizes that taking Ji Jixue's book explains everything. A realization seems to finally enter his head. He remembers that Harris lost the battle against the Spider Organization, led by the very same Ji Jixu. As he continues to remember, Ackerman thinks that the reason Harris lost was because Jixu suddenly became stronger, even though she wasn't before. At the same time, Ackerman's gaze goes to the teacup in Lin Jie's hands. The RRDC holotype can be seen on it. Burton realizes Lin Jie helped Ji Jixue. Suddenly, Ackerman comes to the realization that it was this intention behind the bookstore owner's willingness to help him. This seemingly insane bookstore owner wants to bring down the authority of the Truth Society and therefore incites conflict between the hunters. It is the devil who plays with hearts and foments strife. People in his hands are like pawns on a chessboard that the devil moves. It amuses him. In Ackerman's eyes, Lin Jie is a kind of judge who tries to unite the disparate hunters to create an organization for rivalry. As a result of all this, the city of Nozen will change. The whole chessboard of pieces will be turned upside down, and it will happen thanks to a bookstore owner. Ackerman himself realizes that he has the honor of being a small pawn in chess for the superhumans who play it that way. Now, Ackerman realizes what the bookstore owner was up to, and so he lets the flower suck out all his strongest and deepest desires. Ackerman looks at the red rose and thinks about the fact that now he has no excuse before the Society of Truth and can't assert himself. And a satisfied grin appears on his face when Ackerman thinks about taking the risk of raising the banner belonging to the hunters. It's clearly worth it. Madness begins to creep deeper into his head. He realizes that all this is very dangerous, but he realizes that he must do what Lin Jie tells him to do. At one point, Ackerman suddenly turns to the bookstore owner and asks if he can take some books for himself. In turn, Lin Jie begins to chuckle quite a bit, because after all his efforts, the customer has finally come around. Waving his hands, Lin Jie tells Ackerman that Ackerman has little experience for this, and therefore, he will face a lot of difficulties in the process. That's why the bookstore owner is going to recommend Ackerman a special book that he will be the first to buy. As soon as Lin Jie pulls it off the shelf, the long title Zero Cost Entrepreneurship appears on it. At that moment, Ackerman realizes that it is by taking the book from Lin Jie that he will be able to gain power, like Ji Jixue once did. In his head, Ackerman connects the dots, and it becomes clear to him that the bookstore owner is using his book to give her power and guidance. Suddenly, along with this, comes the realization in Ackerman's head that all these books contain some forbidden knowledge. Such news genuinely surprises Burton Ackerman, and even makes him stagger from the growing shock. A moment later, Lin Jie is already holding out the book to Ackerman and claims that it is just perfect for the man in his current situation. Lin Jie says that he believes Ackerman can find a way to get what he wants and not lose his dignity by getting what he deserves. In the eyes of Burton Ackerman, this seemingly ordinary book is a different story. The cover bears the title, Sacrifice of the Void. For a while longer, Ackerman examines the book and tries to absorb the title. He rereads the title several times each time. Finally, Burton Ackerman decides to open the book, and for this purpose, he carefully and slowly stretches out his palms to it. At that moment, the bookstore owner Lin Jie really starts to sneer, as if he were the real devil straight from hell. Ackerman's face shows interest and intrigue. The man is mesmerized as he tries to open a book called Sacrifice of the Void. As soon as Ackerman does so and opens the first page, the pages begin to fall apart as if they were torn out on purpose. A moment later, Burton Ackerman finds himself in some strange, dark, and gloomy space with the same open book in his hands. Burton Ackerman himself is genuinely worried about something. Tense drops of sweat appear on his face again, and the fear in his eyes grows. At some point, the man's gaze turns somewhere forward. Burton Ackerman tries his best to survey what lies ahead of him. After a couple more moments, an incredible number of monsters of different kinds and types appear around him. All of them form an indiscernible crowd. Seeing this, Burton Ackerman opens his mouth wide and starts screaming as if he was so much afraid of something he had never seen in his life. At one point, Ackerman drops to his knees and leans back a little. It's as if the book is starting to pull bits of his soul out of him, replacing them with power. The monsters around him begin to move away and avoid Ackerman because of the blinding and very bright light coming from him. And finally, Burton Ackerman closes the book sharply and with a rumble, thus leaving this crowd of incomprehensible monsters inside that world. Ackerman's body starts to shake, and he tries to figure out if it was an illusion of tainted blood, but then he feels that residual feeling again. In addition to Ackerman himself, the book begins to shake. Burton feels a channel connecting the void, and realizes that those entities have noticed him. At this point, Lin Jie tells him that if Ackerman chooses this path, speculation will be the most necessary skill for him. While Ackerman is in a stupor, Lin Jai tells him that everything is a gift from someone who has reached the end of the path. Ackerman must take it in hand. And indeed, Ackerman finally realizes that the passage through the void formed by the piercing is ready to be opened. Within himself, Ackerman once again feels an incredible power. He thinks about offering the entities the right tribute to be rewarded. It is then that a wide grin begins to show on his face. Ackerman thinks of the possibility of getting closer to that very divine level of power. Ackerman can barely stand on his feet from the shock, and therefore leans on the table. He doesn't know the right words to describe the bookstore owner's power. Answering him, Linji says that it will be a long journey, and all Ackerman needs is to be strong mentally and physically. Continuing, Linji says that it is impossible to succeed by reasoning alone. He hopes that he will see Ackerman again when he gets what he wants. At this point, Burton lowers his eyes and pays his respects to Lin Ji. Along with that, the man thanks him for the teachings he will follow. After waving his palm to Lin Ji in farewell, Ackerman thinks about what a great and noble man he is, and being a pawn is the greatest honor for him. Eventually, Burton Ackerman leaves the bookstore and hears the owner Lin Jai wishing him luck in his future endeavors. Lin Jai leans back in his chair narcissistically because another determined man has just emerged from the confusion under his leadership. At this time, in the central region, there is an A-16 manor called Isolated Island. A posh swimming pool can be seen on its grounds. In the windows of the manor burns a dazzling, almost golden light on which the local moths are incredibly large for their species. Due to the constant rain and dampness, even the frogs are starting to hide. One such amphibian takes refuge on the balcony of this estate. Inside the house is the very same Ji Jixue. The girl is minding her own business and appears to be concentrating hard on something. In Ji Jixue's bright yellow eyes, one can see determination and knowledge of her business. Right now, the girl is doing something special. In front of her, all the necessary tools for the procedure are laid out on the table. She thinks for a while longer before she gets down to work. After only a couple of moments, Ji Jixue opens a golden bowl with something in it. She does this for a reason. Inside can be seen a grayish powder, which is actually Northland's aromatic incense. First of all, Ji Jixue reaches for the stamp first in line, and the middle one among them shows the logo of her father's RRDC Corporation. Ringing and loud noises begin to spread around the room. Ji Jixue takes some time to perform a special ritual. The girl's eyes are wide open as if she is doing this to see as much as possible and to observe what is happening for as long as possible. Eventually, Ji Jixue removes her uniform and a silver logo of a corporation called RRDC begins to appear on something. In this way, Ji Jixue prepares the atmosphere. The aromatic incense in the golden bowl is completely ready for further use. Ji Jixue then puts on her red-rimmed glasses and prepares to continue reading her new book. With a satisfied smile, she tells herself that the preparations are complete and that she can relax and read for a while. Immediately after these words, Ji Jixue takes out the book she received from Lin Jie and puts it in front of her to start reading. And as soon as the girl starts to turn the pages of the book with her fingers, dark energy starts to ooze out. Too much dark energy accumulates in the room, and therefore it begins to condense behind Ji Jixue's back, forming a black veil. At the same time, the aromatic incense that Ji Jixue had prepared for her reading begins to flare up and smell stronger and stronger. At this time, one of the bodyguards is standing outside at the entrance of the manor. A loud rumble is heard, which may indicate that a car is approaching. Despite the heavy downpour, the bodyguards are outside because it is their job to protect the local area and Ji Jixue's family. A bright and almost blinding light from the headlights of a car that is quickly approaching the manor begins to appear on the horizon. After only a couple of moments, the car pulls up, and to meet the arriving man, the butler comes out covering himself with an umbrella. But judging by the way he pulls the umbrella in front of him, one can say that he prepared it not for himself, but for the man in the car. Through the dark tinted window, you can see a serious bearded man. He's waiting for the maid to open the door for him. And as soon as he does, the serious man walks outside, intercepting an umbrella from the hands of his butler to escape the rain. Immediately afterward, the man enters the mansion and begins to stride confidently inside. The bodyguards as one bow before the man. At some point, the man stops and begins to say something to one of his men. It is done very quietly because nothing can be heard at all. In turn, Ji Jixue is in his room all this time. From reading the book, the girl is tired and covered with drops of sweat. Tiredly leaning back, she feels this amazing power, and a couple of days ago, she could not even imagine that she could possess such a thing. There is a slight blush on her face because she is happy with the realization that it is getting easier and easier to control her body with the power. Now Ji Jixue can even control the constriction of any pore on her skin, even though she didn't have any need to do so until now. And finally, Ji Jixue is finally as close as possible to shortening the blood beast within her. In this way, she would soon advance to a frightening level. At this moment, she embarrassingly covers her face because she remembers that the strength she received was given to her with the help of Mr. Lin Ji. It was a gift from him. Leaning on the table with both hands, Ji Jixue pondered that the gift she received was much more than just controlling the tainted blood. After that, the girl walks to the window and looks out of it, thinking about what it would be like if the tainted blood of other species could be used. Ji Jixue remembers that power is power, and that in the future, hunters will be able to communicate with the Truth Society and others on an equal footing. Touching the book again, Jixue realizes that her method of control is completely safe, and now thanks to this, she can start training. Excitement appears in her eyes because control will become the gospel for hunters, and Mr. Lin Jai will be the guide for all hunters. For his part, Lin Ji, the owner of that bookstore, is currently behaving as normal as possible. He is just watering a flower. Suddenly, Mrs. Ji Jixue begins to hear someone's loud footsteps, indicating that some person rushes to her office. For some time, the girl silently stands in the middle of the room and waits for that cherished knock on the door, which she knows in advance. Ji Jisoo takes advantage of the moment and tries to hide her book as far away as possible so that no one would ever find it. A moment later, there is a violent knock on the door. The girl immediately turns back, but she is no longer surprised by the sudden visitor. Ji Jixue, a russet-haired young maid, starts knocking hastily on the door to address her mistress. Standing in front of the huge white and gold doors to Ji Jixue's room, the maid says that it is dinner time. In response to the maid's reminder, Ji Jixue loudly so that she can hear her replies that she has understood everything and will soon leave the room. Instead of saying something to Ji Jixue's words, the maid only puts on a cute smile and nods towards Ji Jixue. A moment later, Jixue is already outside of her room. She is heading somewhere towards the dining room. All the while, someone is watching the girls from around the corner. In turn, Ji Jixue and the maid do not notice the intruder. But then at some point, Ji Jixue begins to smirk, as if already realized who is there, but tries not to show it. It takes Ji Jixue and the maid some more time to get to the dining room, where the planned dinner is about to begin. When she sees her father, the girl smiles and asks if he really wants Ji Jixue to run an errand. Standing in front of her is the cocky Jibonon. This man is Ji Jixue's father and is the head of Roller Resource Development Company. With a serious and even annoyed expression on his face, Jibonon is indignant that Jixue thinks they have nothing to talk about. Behind Jixue's back, the maid bows carefully and silently, and then is about to leave her daughter alone with her father. A while later, Ji Jixue and Jibonon already find themselves in a luxurious dining room. In the middle of the room is a long table with golden candlesticks. Suddenly, Ji Jixue says that her father would never have dinner with someone even if it was his only daughter. At this moment, Jibonon silently and carefully moves the chair away to sit on it. The man looks rather anxious. He is slightly upset that Jixue thinks he is predictable since his request is so obvious. At exactly the same moment, Ji Jixue also moves the chair behind his back and is about to sit on top of him. Following this, the girl says that at this moment, her father Jibonon is unable to hide his intention. For a while longer, there is a long pause in the large and spacious dining room. The atmosphere becomes somewhat tense. In turn, Jibonon tries to catch and make eye contact with his daughter. It is for this reason that he stares purposefully ahead. At the same time, in the place of his adult and beautiful daughter, Jibonon begins to see the little girl as she was just a short time ago. Immediately after that, he says that the girl has grown up. Ji Jixue chuckles a bit surprised that her father was actually going to say such a thing. Jibonon then holds out a bottle of wine to his daughter and says that he is embarrassed to see Ji Jixue so grown up. Then with the same serious expression on his face, Jibonon says that Ji Jixue is really capable of making her own decisions now. Through his wine glass, the image of Ji Jixue is visible. Her father tells her that he is going to give her advice from time to time. Responding to his words and sitting very close to her father, Ji Jixue says that she is ready to listen to what Jibonon advises him. Then the man starts to wonder what Ji Jixue is really up to, and mentions the White Wolves and other hunter groups. He then mentions that if Ji Jixue is really going to get involved, she will have to represent his company, RRDC. And upon hearing that Jixue understands, Bonon for some reason nervously jumps up and starts yelling that a girl shouldn't be so reckless. But Jishu continues to smile, showing her equanimity. She understands and suspects that her father just read about her plans in her diary. Ji Jexu adds that she wrote all this information in her diary on purpose. Bonin finally realizes that Jixu deliberately wrote all of this so that his men would read the entries and subsequently drag him out here. Explaining to her father, Jixu tells him that no one would write their plans in a diary, much less have someone read it. For a while after she says this, there is silence. Jibonan seems to be trying to comprehend what the girl is saying to her. It takes some time for Jibonan to scrutinize his daughter and realize that she is indeed an adult. Then he says that Jixui has really grown up, but he still treats her as a child. At this point, the girl starts laughing and saying that she wouldn't have been able to fool him if Bonan hadn't treated her like a child. Finally realizing that Jisoo is really sure that she can change his mind, Jibono asks what trump cards her daughter has. For her part, Jijixue really looks confident. It's as if she understands and even knows what she's doing now. But then she suddenly turns to her father and asks if he sent a man to her room to find the diary. At that moment, Jibonan shudders because he realizes that his daughter is literally reading and seeing right through her father. His face is covered with drops of sweat. He asks Jijixue how Jijixue knew what she is talking about. Jijixue's face reveals a noticeable smirk as she realizes that this time, such words caught her father off guard. Jijixu mockingly demands her father to surrender because no one will bring him the answers to his question. At this moment, translucent tentacles appear behind Jijixue's back and reach for her frail and small body. Even this terrifying creature is now under the control of Iron Will, as well as all the living things in this mansion. Suddenly, Jishu begins to reach behind her back with her hand and says that if Bonan wants to know about her plans, then he should know that he was created by her master. This unknown but terrifying creature literally enters Jishu's body. It seems this is the moment the girl is going to show her father her trump card. A moment later, Jijixue with distraught eyes takes out the book she received from Lin Ji. She admiringly calls it her trump card. By the way, in Nozentown, Jibanon's name is well known to everyone. He is quite a famous and serious person. Being the head of RRDC, he has to keep close ties with various organizations. He kind of holds everyone by the tie around his neck. Bonan has all the people from different organizations behind him, and all of them have behaved decently towards him. He rarely faces conflict. Bonan has a close connection to the hidden world, and from among the staff working at RRDC, there are a large number of inhabitants of that world. Max, for example. It is even said about him that if you look into his iron gold eyes, you can see what is going on inside. Right now, Jibonan is hurriedly heading somewhere, while Max behind his back informs him that inside the room in front of them is now Jijixue. Without even turning to face his subordinate Max, Jibonan replies that he understands and is ready to go inside. Before opening those weighty large doors, Jibonan sighs loudly and tiredly for some reason. After a moment, Max already opens the doors and first of all, invites his head Jibonan to come inside. Behind these doors is the gym. Jibonan's daughter Jijixue is working hard here. The girl is completely focused on her training and diligently pulls heavy machines back and forth. Jibonan and Max are watching Jijixue, who doesn't take her eyes off the machines and probably didn't even notice them right away. During her training, Jijixue makes tired and tense faces because it is not easy to pull these machines. For a while longer, Jibanong silently watches her adult daughter and tries to delay the moment before starting a conversation. Suddenly, Kate walks up to Jijixue. She holds out a towel to her and chides her for working too hard and it's time to take a break. Completely covered in sweat, Jijixue smiles in response to Kate's words and thanks her for her concern. Immediately afterward, the girl turns the other way and notices the sudden appearance of her father, Jibonon, and assistant Max. Along with Jijixue, Kate turns around as well. In turn, Bonan and Max continue to stand and remain silent, watching the girls. At one point, Jibonon asks his daughter how she's been feeling lately. In response, Jixu sighs tiredly and says that it's business as usual, and on his recommendation, she's been training her body and mind. Immediately after her answer, Jibonan turns to Max and demands to see something. The latter instantly opens the black suitcase in his hand. Jixu instantly falls into a stupor. She is genuinely shocked that her father brought 2 bottles with a special syringe for her. The girl's mind suddenly realizes that inside these bottles is real dirty blood. There is a look of incomprehension on her face. It's as if she can't believe that her father, Jibonan, thinks that the time has come for dirty blood to be used. Then Jibonan replies to his daughter that he thinks that now is the right time to realize what is about to happen. Immediately afterward, Bonan takes out a syringe and declares that starting today, Jijixue is one of the hunters. In his eyes, he sees the reflection of his daughter, and he asks if she is ready to take responsibility for the power she is about to receive. In turn, Jijixu stares stubbornly into her father's eyes. It is as if she sees something more in him, as if he is one example of a true hunter. Eventually, Ji Jixu agrees to Jibonon's intentions, and the latter gestures with his hands to express his joy. Jibonon goes on to say that becoming a hunter can be accomplished through the injection of dirty blood, and the price of such a shortcut is the rice on the body. Pointing with the palm of his hand at his daughter, Bonan states that Jixue must learn to control her power, for there is still the possibility of infection. Right after that, Jibonon sharply and demonstratively clenches his fist and adds that if something goes wrong, the whole process will be completely disrupted. In turn, the girl is slightly shocked by her father's proposal and his faith. She addresses Bonan as her father, with a kind of pity. At this time, Bonan reaches for the bottles and tells her that this product is of great quality with minimal threats. Ji Jexu herself is excited but slightly anxious as she waits to receive the long-awaited injection, which should not change her appearance much. Her face shows traces of a red and noticeable blush. She seems genuinely excited about what is about to happen. Jibonon also claims to have brought a special gift for his daughter. Following this, Jibonon carefully holds out some item to Ji Jixue. She carefully puts her palms together to accept the gift. In her hands is a high-level philosopher's stone, with a resurrection sigil, and made by a white mage. It was once called the Tear of Flame. At the same time, Jibonon declares that the world that has always been a barrier to him can open up completely for Ji Jixue. Finally, Jibonon wonders if the girl understands what he is talking about. Judging by her face, she understands everything, but does not immediately find the words to answer. But then, at some point, Jixu puts a stone on her ear and says that she understands everything, and her father can be sure that she will not fail. In the end, the fragile but strong Ji Jixue ends up wearing an earring with the Philosopher's Stone, the Tear of the Flame. At that moment, Jibonon turns to Kate and Max. The two instantly respond to his call and turn to the side of their host. Finally, Jibonon reminds Kate and Max that from now on, everything concerning Ji Jixue is entirely their responsibility. At the same time, he speaks to Max separately, saying that they have a lot to talk about. He even flinches in surprise, but agrees. Eventually, Jibonon leaves the room and leaves behind words to Jixue that he is looking forward to her results. As soon as her father leaves the room, Ji Jixue leans back slightly and with a smile on her face somehow sighs in relief. She is genuinely happy and excited to be a hunter. She tells Kate that she has been preparing her father for this day for too long. In turn, Kate smugly promises Ji Jixue that she will personally crush all of her detractors to make sure everything goes as well as possible. In response to her words, Jixue mentions that she didn't mean it, but thanks Kate for her concern. Right after that, Jishu clarifies that her father is a businessman, and he's willing to risk putting everything on the line. It seems that this time, he's betting on his daughter. Jixu goes on to mention that her father has allowed her to join the Hidden World Society, and that he has taken care of the expenses to support her. Jixu tells Kate that she will be stronger now, and that she has made everyone fearful of her strength. To fulfill her father's wishes, she had to grow up. She surprises Kate by grabbing her hand and telling her that everything is a test, and only by overcoming it can she grow up. Jishu then turns to Kate and tells her that she is the same, so she asks her to help her through the most important challenge of her life. At this point, Kate's face shows a look of embarrassment. The girl agrees to help Jixu and is even happy to do so. Next, Kate starts squeezing Jixu's palm as tightly as she can to show her feelings. She promises to always be there for her. Finally, Kate sits down on one knee in front of Jixu and says that even if she has to sacrifice herself, she will fulfill her wish. Ji Jixu turns back and stares at her reflection in the syringe of dirty blood. At this time, Jibonon is in his office talking to Max about his daughter's idea of becoming a hunter, which is not surprising. After that, he turns to Max and asks if he has decided which organization to contact in order to collect all the information about hunters. At this point, Max lowers his head slightly and tells him that he has made up his mind and is going to contact Harris of the White Wolf. After hearing Max's opinion, Bonan agrees with him, because according to the information, Harris is a wise and rational man who knows how to plan. Bonan then turns his gaze back to Max and asks him if he understands the reason why the man put him in contact with Ji Jixue. Then putting his palm to his chest, Max replies that it is to watch Ms. Ji Jixue's every move. But Bonan replies that if anyone dares to harm Ji Jixue, Max must do everything possible to protect her. At this time, Max himself stands silently behind his back and listens intently to each of the instructions. But after a moment, a realization comes into Max's head that makes him flinch in shock. Bonan goes on to say that Jishu has a calm and balanced character, and that is why she will be able to become a hunter, and he has confidence in her. Max listens carefully to Bonan and realizes that he can no longer guide his daughter, and that she is too impulsive to be rational. Bonan further clarifies that if a big company like RRDC is headed by a hunter, the big shots at the top will not be happy. The resources won't be there. In a serious tone, Bonan states that the more rebellious Jixue is, the better. She must have the ambition to lead a group of hunters. Max listens to Bonan's instructions, with his mouth hanging open in surprise that this is the image his daughter Ji Jixue should have. According to Ji Bonan's resources, this is not the end of his journey meant for Ji Jixue, but only the beginning. Right after them, Ji Bonan places his palm on Max's shoulder, thus showing his warm regard for this hunter. Bonan also sentences that this is all he wanted to say to Max, and before Jixu becomes independent, he asks him to protect his daughter. At this moment, Max's eyes glimmer with self-confidence and loyalty towards his master. Max immediately gets down on one knee in front of Ji Bonan and tells him that he will serve him until his death. At this time, Ji Bonan is being watched from behind the door to his office. The man himself does not notice his observer. Eventually, Ji Bonan is left alone, and Max leaves his office. The man stands at the window for a while longer and contemplates what is happening. After some more time, Ji Bonan sits down at his desk and reaches for a shelf to open. Once the shelf is opened, there is a space for certain things such as the wine of life, and glasses for that wine. Looking at his so-called artifacts, Ji Bonan smiles contentedly and realizes that his basic defense is now complete. Remembering his daughter, he realizes that the fledglings are leaving their nests having chosen their path, and there will be no turning back. Starting to squint, Ji Bonan is completely engrossed in thinking about what surprises his own daughter, Ji Jixue, will give him. And the moment he thinks about how pleased he will be that his daughter has exceeded his expectations, he suddenly remembers Jixu's trump card. His face instantly changes. The image of Ji Bonan's own daughter, Ji Jixue, bragging about her trump card reappears in Ji Bonan's eyes. Just a while ago, Ji Jixue had shown her secret book to her own father to convince him that she was worthy of being a hunter. In addition, all over Ji Bonan's dining room, he felt the very tentacles that touched his daughter's body and spread everywhere. Now Bonan covered his face because he was ashamed that he was beaten by his own daughter and was ahead of his thoughts and action. Remembering Ji Jixue, Bonan realizes that he never thought that she had already become a confident girl who turned into a hunter who lured him. In addition, the man remembers the very book that now helps Ji Jixue, and in the center of the cover of which is clearly visible someone's eye. In that very conversation with Ji's daughter, Ji Bonan said that the trump card she provides him with has indeed changed her greatly. But the man refused to let Jixu become a huntress, because according to him, it is not so much the book that matters as its true source. Immediately afterward, Ji Bonan showed his daughter some kind of plan. For a while, the girl runs her eyes over it to study it. Bonan goes on to tell her that the plan is a threat and the stakes are too high. This decision means too much to the company. Finishing her thought, Bonan states that the plan should be approached with caution and not taken lightly. Looking directly at his daughter, Bonan adds that he is very curious about the person who is currently guiding Ji Jixue. At this point, she begins to smile because she realizes that it is not hard to guess how her father has already found out about the bookstore owner. In turn, Ji Bonan again takes the bottle of wine and starts pouring it into glasses. During this, Jixue utters a saying. According to the girl, a businessman can do anything if there is enough profit, and her own father is no exception to this rule. Hearing this, Ji Bonan squints again, as if tensed by his daughter's words, but says nothing in response to the saying. Following this, Ji Bonan takes his wine glass and brings it to his lips to take a slow sip. After a short pause, Ji Bonan states that for the average businessman, the rule is relevant and he is another businessman. Then Jixue mentions that there's no way she could have gotten stronger in a short time without putting more dirty blood into herself. That means it's all thanks to the book. Putting her palm on her trump card, Ji Jixue states that they could sell such works in the future. At the same time, she makes her father think about whether such a trade will benefit the company or play to its detriment. Jishu then begins to listen to her father's rant, that their position is not yet determined, and therefore it is difficult to answer her question. Then Jixue tells that when she was in Lianji's bookstore, she realized that he has his own principles and rules. According to her, Linjai behaves the way a bookstore owner should behave. She immediately recalls his image. Jixue continues her story and says that Linji is actually very kind and friendly as long as one obeys his wishes. Listening carefully to his daughter's words, Ji Bonan puts his fingers to his lips to show how seriously he is thinking. The conversation between father and daughter takes place at the long table in the dining room. It looks like some kind of discussion, and it is about Lin Jie's bookstore. At one point, Jixue says with some crazy eyes that she doesn't have the authority to talk to Lin Jie on behalf of RRDC. Right after that, she makes her father wince by saying that he should go see Lin Jie himself before throwing her suggestion away. At this time, the White Wolf organization gathers for a meeting. There they discuss the fact that they can't continue to fight the secret tower. Harris sits at the head of the meeting in the center of the table and listens to his minions shouting and arguing over the magic mirror egg. At one point, Harris can't stand it, ordering everyone to shut up. He then reminds them that their goal is to get the egg to hatch, not to defeat the tower. Right after that, he starts yelling that in 3 days, the Truth Society will be delivering a shipment of celestial silver stones, and they must get them. Finally, the atmosphere at the meeting normalizes and becomes calm. All of Harris's minions agree to his instruction. After the local meeting is over, Harris leaves and heads purposefully to his room. There, he sinks into a chair and, with a weary back of his head, realizes that heavenly coins alone will not be enough to hatch the magic mirror egg. At the same time, a frustrated Harris realizes that at this rate, the White Wolf organization will simply cease to exist. Suddenly, a voice appears behind Harris, whispering to him that he can help solve the problem. The man himself is scared and tense. Immediately afterward, Harris jumps up and starts yelling who this intruder is. A dark energy spreads throughout the room. A short while later, the image of Frank Wilde appears, and with him comes his vicious and poisonous green snakes. With burning blue eyes, Frank Wilde informs that the magic mirror egg is a torch, and the best fuel is someone's life. Meanwhile, the secret tower headquarters is still crowded. Employees are wandering back and forth, and everyone is preoccupied with their own business. In the conference room inside the headquarters is Abraham Joseph, the great knight of the Sacred Flame and former head of the Intelligence Department. The man himself is busy drinking the drink in his cup with pleasure and as if thirsty. Then Abraham Joseph turns to someone and asks if he wants to know what he thinks about the bookstore owner. But after that, Joseph clarifies that before starting this conversation, one should understand what kind of idea one gets when one hears about the divine rank. At the same moment, a slight smile appears on Abraham Joseph's face, as if he is enjoying this conversation. Then Abraham Joseph begins to list options, the first of which is the introduction of the primal dragon. The second option, according to Abraham Joseph, is an army of ancient giants. The next assumption turns out to be the very knight and king of elves that is now known to everyone and everyone. Along with all the others, Abraham Joseph mentions 4 primordial witches who are served by the elves. And special attention among them is paid to Bayan. She, like her 3 sisters, once held solely absolute power. But the owner of the bookstore gives a very different impression. He is not just a powerful being, but a supreme being that stands above all others. Abraham Joseph looks at his interlocutor for some time and realizes that he has understood nothing at all. Then the man puts his finger up and suggests using a metaphor to better understand what he is talking about. Joseph mentions a moth. This is an insect that has what is called phototaxis. This is the movement into comfortable lighting condition. Following their instinct, moths will approach fire, but more often than not, they are not stupid enough to set themselves on fire. Abraham Joseph goes on to say that even if the moth is small, it still has a basic instinct for self-preservation. Following this, Abraham Joseph again imagines an ordinary moth and continues the story. He proposes to imagine a moth being allowed to approach the sun. It is not known exactly how the insect would behave in such a case. But there is one single thing that the moth would do. Its eyes would be fixed on the sun. Ultimately, the moral is that even though the moth's body and spirit will turn to ash, it will still strive towards the sun. And now Abraham Joseph compares all this to Lord Lin Jie, who is the supreme being for ordinary people. Immediately after that, the old man jumps up and shouts with a wide grin that he would not give up on leaving Lin Ji's magic sword problem. All this time, the unfortunate man who has to listen to all these horrifying things sits in front of Abraham Joseph. Joseph, in turn, mentions again that there is no one who knows much more about magic swords than he does. Candela's magic sword is a weapon of the abyss. The secret tower will choose the best of the great knights of light to be the master of this artifact. But now, according to Abraham Joseph, Lin Jie has seen his suffering and wants to take the problem of the magic sword upon himself to save the knight. Joseph eventually brings the conversation down to what he thinks is the best solution to give the problem to Lin Jie. After saying that, he stands up from the table. At this moment, Abraham Joseph's interlocutor turns to the man in a trembling voice and first of all, pauses for a moment. But then he begins to shout loudly to Joseph to wait. because he clearly has something to say about it. Following this, he panics and asks if Joseph has thought about the consequences of using the magic sword for evil and how it will affect his reputation. At this point, Abraham Joseph stands with his back to the man and at first does not turn around to answer his questions. But then he turns around and answers them sharply with an expression of, "I don't know." Abraham Joseph has never really thought about such a thing. And when he suggests leaving all these worries to the elders of the secret tower, the man seems to begin to tense up more and more. Finally, Abraham Joseph says that the only thing they are knights for is that justice is in their hearts. This entire conversation has been recorded and transmitted to the Secret Tower Elders meeting for outside communication. There, the transfer of the magic sword is discussed. There are 4 people gathered at the Elders meeting. They all sit at a round table with a magic orb in the center of it. For a very long time, such an event lasts, and the elders are seriously discussing all the pressing issues related to the secret tower. Among them, there is a familiar face belonging to an old man. It seems that he is also one of the elders of the secret tower. Sometime after the incident, Abraham Joseph goes to his office. He is accompanied by his apprentice who is worried about it. The boy tries to stop Joseph by telling him that they have checked the latest events related to the White Wolf, and the results are in his hands. Without even turning towards his apprentice, Abraham Joseph demands him to continue his story. He is clearly curious and interested in the news. Then the apprentice tells him that the White Wolf hunters have a better understanding of the structure of Nozine than they do, and that they are like rats scurrying along the walls. According to him, every time he and the secret tower men chased the White Wolf, they always disappeared and had to scour the entire area. It was all too slow and completely inefficient, which of course couldn't help but be annoying. The kid was trying his best to do his best. They spent a lot of time discussing everything that was going on and figuring out how best to proceed. It was then that they came up with a new approach. They began to link and record the time and place of the White Wolf's appearance to find out where the tunnels were. Now the boy reports to Joseph that, thanks to this, the White Wolf's territory of action has been reduced several times. In turn, Joseph impresses the boy with his words about finding the real map of Nozine, which is actually in the heads of the old men. With fury in his eyes, Joseph claims that among the people in the White Wolf organization, there is no one who is capable of keeping a map of the city in his head. In the end, Joseph boils it all down to someone helping the White Wolf. He talks to the apprentice almost without turning to look at him. It took the boy a while longer to write down what the great knight Abraham Joseph had just told him. He then reports that they have captured over 20 White Wolf hunters who are being interrogated right now. According to him, the hunters are not very talkative. They've even tried to use spells to control their minds. But as it turns out, the spirit of these hunters is quite fragile, and so their bodies simply could not withstand it and were traumatized. It was a shock to the Secret Tower staff that the introduction of a minimal amount of dirty blood threatened to drive the White Wolf insane. Upon hearing this, Joseph starts laughing. He goes on to say that by going insane beforehand, there is no fear of divulging any information. His apprentice, on the other hand, thinks that the White Wolf has no choice, and therefore the whole thing is even more illogical. They're just making a mess of everything. And when Joseph realizes that the White Wolf is just causing panic in the population, he begins to clench his fist with force and aggression. At the same moment, Joseph turns the other way and mutters to himself that the logistics guys need to solve a problem like this. Stopping in front of the doors, Joseph tells his apprentice that it's all hard work cleaning up the trash after the antics of various organizations. Claude awkwardly realizes that he hadn't thought about how hard it is to cover up the actions of another world without anyone knowing it exists. Joseph sharply interrupts him and asks if it is true what Claude said about there being absolutely no pattern to the destruction of the White Wolves. They are both already down in the elevator. There, Joseph tells Claude that the nature of the magic mirror egg is a temptation to the heart. Staring into his reflection in the glass elevator, Joseph mentions that it is conceivable that all of this is somehow necessary to the White Wolf. Then Claude informs that so far, they have only managed to find certain parts of the bodies after the massacres and assume that the Murphy ritual has been repeated. At the same moment, Claude squints tensely and says that he has a question for his teacher. Suddenly, Claude wonders if it is true that the Truth Society is unable to create a complete map of Nozine, since it would help their investigation. Suddenly, Abraham Joseph raises his finger and answers Claude by saying that the Truth Society only knows a part of the whole of Nozine. At the same time, Joseph says that even with that, they can locate other possible secret passages and tunnels. Looking at Claude with a sidelong glance, Joseph tells him that some tunnels were built by the people of the Truth Society themselves, and therefore they do not cooperate. Claude, for some reason, falls silent. His face shows an expression of sadness and disappointment. Suddenly, Joseph starts rubbing Claude's head as if to calm him down. The man himself chides his student for being so stupid. Claude rubs the back of his head and realizes that his teacher seems to be in a good mood. While Abraham Joseph is busy with his own thoughts, Claude thinks about how they can bypass the Truth Society and find ways to investigate. At this point, Abraham reassures Claude that he should take it as a training exercise, because the White Wolf won't last long. Joseph then tells him that the Truth Society thinks that they, like the Secret Tower, should be tracking down traces and analyzing them, and are not doing so. Turning to Claude again, Joseph says that the ridicule of outsiders is much harder to bear than what he is telling him now. Claude immediately turns towards his teacher, showing him his wide and satisfied smile. And Joseph himself happily mentions that if they find out where the secret passages are, they will definitely have finances for the next year. But to hear these words, Claude literally cannot. Because of Joseph's mercantile attitude, he becomes as broken as possible. Finally, Abraham Joseph, along with Claude, reach the information office. They slowly and quietly go inside. At one point, Abraham Joseph suddenly stops and asks Claude what he can say about the bandit group. Before answering his teacher's questions, Claude begins to cough defiantly as if gathering his courage. He then informs Abraham Joseph, slightly anxiously, that the Red Religion has completely collapsed after the loss of Murphy. Nervously adjusting his glasses, Claude continues that the Black Mages have left or stopped moving because of Murphy's control and that the sect no longer exists. Further, Claude still tensely informs that the Elven Sage was a very powerful being, and judging by the remains, Murphy was simply crushed. And noticing the disdainful look on Joseph's face, Claude begins to justify himself by saying that he is the best among the destructive rank. Realizing that he managed to avoid punishment and shouting, Claude is relieved to wipe the drops of sweat from his forehead. But according to Joseph, the most important figure is a bookstore owner named Lin Jie. According to Joseph, the fact that Fleur-de-Lis recognized him as his master means that almost the entire clan is ready to become his subordinate. At the same moment, Abraham Joseph begins to squint and wonders what those who know about all this think about it. Then Claude tells him that only a few people from the intelligence department and the upper management of the Secret Tower knew about it. Claude then lowered his gaze and added that everyone was not only convinced of Lin Jie's identity, but was also delighted. Tiredly leaning back in his chair, Joseph mentions that thanks to Lin Jie, they have dealt with Murphy, and therefore the elders should be on his side. At the same time, Joseph starts aggressively mocking the fact that the Truth Society is a bunch of knuckleheads, and their intelligence network is a bunch of nonsense.